Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever in the world you are watching. Welcome back to Saudi Arabia. Welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse and welcome to the Jcsa's English-speaking broadcast. My name is Callum Helliwell and I am looking forward to bringing you 12 exciting races from Riyadh. But I will not be doing it alone. No, the man is back. Mr. Rory Delagi, you are on my right, and once again you are going to help me and the rest of the viewers find plenty of winners.
We hope so, Callum. Yeah, nice to be back after a short break, but back into the action, having missed yesterday. It's unlike us to miss a day at all, but I was still writing comments for yesterday's races, so I feel that I'm reasonably well warmed up for this.
Well, I think I need to tell the people at home that Rory Delagi, I always call him the hardest working man in racing. He's been the hardest working man since the Red Sea turf.
Indeed, yes. It's not the biggest field in the world, but it's always interesting to have races over that kind of trip. A little bit more tactics involved and something like that, rather than the races we see over the shorter trips. We've got races obviously over 1,200 metres, 13:51. Slightly unusual trip. There's a good reason for that distance. And then we've had a few races over 2,100 metres as well. But 3,000 metres, 1 mile 7 furlongs, longer distance than the St Leger trip, and the same distance, as you say, as that Red Sea turf. So a really interesting race to look forward to later in the day.
It will separate the men from the boys for sure. One of the horses I'm really looking forward to seeing is Defunded. That horse will be really keen interest from our American viewers. This is the horse that came over for the Saudi Cup after being bought privately. Ran well enough in the Saudi Cup, but really took a step forward, I thought, behind Laurel Park in that big race at Meydan, the Dubai World Cup.
Yeah, he didn't have a prep run last season before running in the Saudi Cup, so he's going to be an interesting horse to see this season. I think he's got an official rating of 114 here. Grade 1 winner, dual Grade 1 winner actually in the US in his prime, and he was 7th in both the Saudi Cup and the Dubai World Cup at Meydan as well. So I'd have thought that he could do better. Whether he's ready for today's race is another matter, because he will be prepping for those races in February. He's probably not going to be 100% fit or even 95% fit today, but he does have a class edge there and he should be going very close. And
he's a big chunky horse, a big raw type. You imagine he might take some time to get going.
He might indeed, yeah. So it'd be interesting to see how the market goes with him and how strongly fancied he is.
Yeah, Al Mahem also in that race as well. Remember, we are live on the Jcsa YouTube channel. Remember to like, subscribe and turn on your bell notifications to see me and Rory. But it's not just me and Rory giving you the 12 races today. We've got Hannah Baycroft in the parade ring. Hannah, you're where I'm normally at. What have you seen?
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Well, Callum, I am seeing a glorious day, but it's very, very windy out here. You will see me being blown away, I'm sure. And we've got 12 exciting races that we're very much looking forward to today. And like the guys in the studio said, 3 races on the turf, which is of course where I am now. The official going is good to firm. So we've got plenty to look forward to. I'm very excited to be back here at Riyadh Racecourse. But we're going to head over now to our racecourse commentator, Mr. Mark Francis.
Cue. Thank you very much indeed, Hannah. Good afternoon to you, Rory and Callum as well. Excited to be back here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse for the first of 12 live races. We kick off on the turf for a 0 to 95 handicap over the minimum trip of 1,200 metres. A late withdrawal here. Gloucester, the 1 horse, is out. So put a line through the 1. So we swiftly move on to number 2, which is Love de Vega for Alex Moreno, drawn in stall 1. 3 is Monasib for Fahed Al-Faredi. 4 is Ryan's Party, Camillo Ospina, on start number 60 at the racecourse. At 5, who was disappointing last time on the grass, that is Roban Yemi for Adel Al-Faredi. At 6 is Shayek for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, yet to win this horse. At 7 is Amarillo Gold, Ali Al-Mamoni. 1 over the page, which is Bravado, who is drawn in stall 7 for Tariq Al-Mansour. Non-runners 9, 10, 11 and 12, also along with the 1 withdrawn from race 1 here at Riyadh. Market leader here, 6 to 4, Love de Vega. Let's go back to the team in the studio. Rory Delagi, but first, Callum Helliwell.
Thank you very much, Mark Francis. Lovely to hear your dulcet tones once again. And well, let's look forward to this first race, Rory. I think very small field to start with, just the 7 runners to look forward to. Hopefully we can find the winner of this one, surely. It can't get any easier.
I'm not sure that's a great way to start, Callum, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, we we've got a maximum of 8 on the turf at the moment. So we had 4 reserves for this, all of whom were scratched, and then we just lost Gloucester. I thought it was a very interesting runner. But he's come out. I thought he was potentially the danger. Love de Vega is the one who comes here in the arguably in the best form. He's won 7 times in the UK for Mark and Charlie Johnson, and he was a good second to Wakud over the 1351 metres here last time out. He led early there, just got left behind late in the day. Watching that race, you say the drop back to 1200 metres wouldn't bother him. I would say on his recent British form, he probably wants at least 1400 metres these days, but he seemed to adapt well to the track here and showed early speed. So given that he's won over 1200, he looks like he should be fine over it. But it'd be interesting if they go a little bit harder in this race and whether that takes him out of his comfort zone. But he's a solid performer. He's a regular winner as well, which is not something you can say about his main danger in the race.
Who would that main danger be?
I'd say you could argue Rovaniemi is. I mean, he's not a regular winner either. But Shayak is still a maiden. He's had a very useful form as a 2-year-old in the UK before switching to Tamer Al Dahani here. He was 4th in the national stakes at Sandown, ran a Royal Ascot in the Norfolk Stakes in his next start. He's yet to really take off here, but his form is okay, and he's never raced on turf since he's switched. So his form in the UK was all on turf. He's shown decent form without stepping forward on dirt for his current connections, and now he switches back to turf. And on the pick of his 2-year-old form, he'd look well handicapped. Maybe he was just an early 2-year-old. That's a slight concern. He was out very early. I think Royal Ascot might have been his 3rd or 4th run of the season. So there's a bit of a question mark as to whether he's trained on as well as some of these. Love de Vega, of course, has been around for years and is still showing useful form. But yeah, Shayak definitely has the ability, definitely is potentially leniently treated. It's just a case of whether you think he's the type to win races, because he was placed frequently in the UK without getting his head in front.
And how do you play it? Do you go with the sort of unexposed turf form here in Saudi Arabia, or sticking with the more experienced runner that you kind of know where you stand?
You ideally, I mean, in an ideal world, you're looking for horses running well enough on dirt anyway, but has a preference for turf, and then switching back. So Love de Vega, well, obviously we've never seen him on dirt here. He's been racing in the UK for multiple years. Made his debut here over the slightly longer trip on turf. So there's nothing else to see with him essentially, but he's got a very decent piece of form that we're going to see now.
Yeah, let's have a look at Love de Vega in action. This is that race behind Wakud that you mentioned, Rory.
Yeah, he got out early and disputed the lead throughout, travelled comfortably on the lead, but was no match for Wakud when that horse was unleashed. You see Wakud travelling well in behind, sort of locked up with the noseband. Looks for a run now, and he goes on to win by about 5 lengths. But given this was his first run in the country, I thought Love de Vega ran pretty well. As I said, on pedigree and on what he's been showing at home in the UK, he probably needs further than 1200 metres these days. But you would almost say, watching this back, that you'd rather drop him back in trip than step him up in trip the way he shaped that day. So we'll see how he gets on.
Let's have a look at another one who we've yet to mention here. This is Monasib, running behind Beehive. Now, this is quite strong form. Beehive is a good yardstick here in Saudi Arabia.
Monasib had run on turf before this behind Majabawi, and this was him back to form behind Beehive in what was a pretty solid contest, running on well towards the end. We know that he handles dirt and turf, so you're asking what kind of horse you're looking for in a race like this. It's nice to have decent recent form, even if it's dirt form, when you know the horse can handle the turf. As I said, he was a wee bit disappointing on his last turf start here, but he wasn't particularly well placed that day. He was caught wide. He wasn't asked to go that handy early on and ended up losing ground round the bend and finishing 7th. He wasn't knocked about that day, and he is better than that.
Hannah is in the parade ring. The racehorses are in the parade ring. Hannah, who's caught your eye?
Well, I have actually had quite a good chance to have a look at them. Of course, we've only got a minimal amount in the parade ring, but we're going to start off with number 2, Love de Vega, this 5-year-old chestnut. Wouldn't be overly impressed by his walk. Does look a little bit stiff behind, but nevertheless, some great definition on that hind end. Actually, underneath looks to be a little bit of sweat, but not too much. Remember, it's a very warm day today. We're going to have a look next at horse number 4. Ryan's Party has the blinkers on and a normal loose ring snaffle. Nice coverage of muscle on the hind end as well. Walking quite nicely, looks actually quite loose in its walk. Fluid movement, which is what I like to see. Temperament-wise, looks quite happy. It is pricked and checking out what's going on. Dropping back now. Horse number 5, Rovinyemi. This horse has been having a good look around and seeing what is going on. Has the sheepskin noseband, again walking quite nicely as well. A lovely, nice lot of muscle as well across the top line from the top to the back end. I like the look of this horse. And then the final horse we're going to look at in this small field to kick off the day is number 6, Shayek. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira takes the ride. Has the cross noseband on. I like the temperament of this horse actually. Very chilled out as he came into the parade ring, looking rather lean as well. The walk, I would like them to see, I would like the horse to walk a little bit faster just so I could check that walk out a bit better, but nevertheless we can have a good glimpse of the muscle coverage underneath. I can see those obliques and nice definition on the shoulder as well. The coat is gleaming. Clean bill of health for this horse inside, as we can see. So that's a few horses inside the parade ring. The bell has gone. Jockeys are about to board. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, really appreciated you going around having a look at there. A few very stiff moves there, Rory. I could not take my eye off how awkward Love de Vega looks going around the parade ring. I think he's one of those that just is much better one galloping than walking.
He is, yeah. I mean, we've seen plenty of poor walkers, and he is. There's no doubt he is a poor walker, but he's a very experienced racehorse. He's had 39 starts in his career. He's won 7 of them, and it's not like he was a great walker last year and suddenly he's turned into a cripple. That's just the way he is. He's 6-4 favourite in the international market. That's skinny enough for me. He ran well in his debut here. The question is, watching that video, do you think a drop back and trip is going to suit him? He's very experienced, and we know that 1400 metres and even 1600 on turf suits him fairly well. So it might be a little bit of a negative for him cutting back and trip. And at 6-4, he makes limited appeal for finding the winner here.
One who was more of an eye catch was number 6, Shayek. I thought that horse looked really well in the parade ring for Salma Al Dahani.
He does look very well. I was saying earlier on, he's got a handicap rating of 77 now, which makes him look pretty well treated on the pick of his form. As I said, he was 4th in the national stakes at Sandown. I think Elite Status won the race that day, so it's very solid form. He didn't really go on from that, but as I said, he's not raced on turf here. He looks really well. Salma Al Dahani very rarely misses when he fancies one. He's a 9-2 shot, so he's sort of 4th favourite. Ryan's Party and Rovinyemi both 7-2. They're pretty exposed performers, Ryan's Party and Rovinyemi.
We've not talked about Ryan's Party, have we?
No, we haven't. I mean, he's been unplaced in his last 5 starts. Camilo Espino rides him today. Bred by Jcsa House Stud, of course.
Unbelievable.
You don't get too many of those running out here when there's plenty of racing going on in Ireland at the moment. But he was in front of Monosib over course and distance 2 starts ago. That was in the race won by Mai Jabawi. But only 8th of 10 in a similar event last time out. And I thought 7-2 was very, very short about him. At the prices, the one who appeals most to me is Shayek.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. That a couple we haven't spoken about. Number 7, Amarillo Gold, and number 8, Bravado. Haven't given a mention to either of those. Is there a reason why?
Yeah, well, Amarillo Gold wasn't that far behind Monosib. He was 4th to Beehive in a race that we saw there on dirt last time out. He does have turf form in the UK, but his only win on turf in the UK was in a 3-runner nursery over a mile at Brighton. And I don't have him down as a speedy 6-furlong turf performer.
And Bravado, the 8.
Hasn't won on turf, hasn't had much racing on turf recently, but hasn't won since 2021. He did win plenty often enough as a younger horse on this sort of surface in the UK. Only 5th to Beehive last time out, so he's held by a couple of these, Monosib and Amarillo Gold, and he needs to step up. And I would say that stall 7 is probably the trickiest draw here. It's not an absolute that you've got to be drawn low here, but it's definitely an advantage given you get quite a tight turn. So horses who've got speed and are drawn low, Love de Vega is drawn in stall 1 and can go forward. So I can see why he's a pretty warm order. Being drawn in the widest stall does give you options. You've got nothing on your outside to cause you trouble. So the wide draw is always a little bit of a positive to me, even if low is best. If you're 1 in or 2 in from the widest stall in a race like this, that can be a really hard position to come from. You don't really have options. You've got horses on your outside. You've got those horses pushing forward on the inside, getting towards the favourite rail as well. And obviously the rail now is out 9 metres from its innermost point. So it's there's not an awful lot of room early on there. I mean, we're not going to see an awful lot of scrimmaging, but in terms of finding the quickest route around, it's going to be a lot easier for Love de Vega than it is going to be for Bravado, who's out in stall 7.
Yeah, certainly stall 7 doesn't look the easiest. Great to see some of the early birds on the YouTube channel getting involved. We've already had a wishing of peace and blessings upon us already, Rory, which I feel is a very good thing to happen. That fills me with good feelings. So hopefully that will continue to find us good vibes all the way through. They're already circling there, so I'm going to ask you for a selection nice and early here. Who do you like?
Yeah, well, in my race notes, without the benefit of prices, I did make Love de Vega my selection. He kind of is the most solid. I just wonder whether he might be a little bit vulnerable at this trip. So I have gone for Shayak, the maiden, and obviously if he doesn't win, we can come back to go, oh, he shouldn't be back in maidens and races like this, but he does look very, very well. And I think this is his trip, and turf is probably his surface as well. I totally agree with you. I think Love de Vega comes here with the best form, but just the way Shayak looked in the parade ring, the connections, they always know what they're doing, don't they? Salma Al-Dahani, if he's moved one from the dirt to the turf, it tends to be for good reason. These races are really, really hard to get into, so I think Shayak is also going to be the play for me, so I think we'll double up with that one there. Continue to circle down, no one seeming to be getting tack adjustments, and only the 7 runners. It should be pretty drama-free, this race. I thought so. I thought Monacy got was having his girth checked down there at the start. He's run and stalled yet as well. I thought he was better than the result on his most recent turf run when he was only 7th of 10. But you know, the excuse for him that day was he was parked out wide, but he's going to be parked wide again. So
yeah, and almost like he brings in some decent form from the other side as well. So it'd be interesting to see if that form behind Beehive can come to the fore here, because again he's such a good yardstick. But Rory and I like Shayak here. That's horse number 6. Best of luck with your selections. It's about time we hand over to the man from above, our voice from the sky, Mr. Mark Francis.
Thank you, Callum. As we approach the opening race of the day, the market leader Love de Vega, 11-8 for Alex Moreno, well drawn. So a very clear hint with the pedigree being by Lope de Vega out of a dam called Ribble on start number 40. This 5-year-old. Shayak makes up the 3-year-old contingent. I can see why the team quite like the chances of the 6. Of course, with a very informed rider and trainer. Connections also responsible for plenty of winners this season. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira with a hat-trick here yesterday. Colours of the Red Stable also that rides plenty in these colours. The Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah. He's got a fair few chances today. It's a really good day here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Looking forward to the likes of Maither Al Kaladir and Viz here in the 2 Arabian races later. And Motka could certainly be a star in the last, but I'm really looking forward to Anna Kalajaya, who meets Green of Truth again. Green of Truth, who has since won twice since Anna Kalajaya beat her. Anna Kalajaya remains 2 from 2. But down the order here, in market order, Love de Vega remains the 11-8 favourite. Ryan's Party's 7-2, joint second favourite with Rowan Yemi, who I mentioned earlier in the runners and riders was very disappointing last time. Adel Al-Faredi on board, stall 3. Shayak 9-2. Modasiv 9-1. And the 2 bigger prices, one of the horses there, the Blue Jacket of Bravado and Amarillo Gold, the 20-1 outsiders. And Amarillo Gold is the first to go into the stalls with Love de Vega. A reminder, we go without Gloucester here, the top horse. It was a late scratch. Also, no numbers 9, 10, 11 and 12. Small field then to open proceedings here on this Friday programme. Runners going into the stalls, and we're set for the first race of the day. Stand by, 1,200 metres, 0 to 95 handicap on the turf, and they're off and racing. And a really alert beginning from Love de Vega, who soon goes into a uncontested lead for Alex Moreno. Amarillo Gold, meanwhile, is being driven to go and join the leader, and 3 wide is Bravado in the Blue Jacket. The next wave of runners are made up of Rovan Yemi towards the inside, horse with the noseband. The green sleeves of Sheikh is halfway down the field, has 2 behind. Modasip is wider out of Ryan's Party, but there'll be no more than 5 lengths covering the entire field. As they begin to make the long swooping left-handed turn, and Bravado has put his nose in front on the outside of Amarillo Gold between rivals, and Love de Vega, who is still bang there for Alex Moreno on the running rail. Rovaniemi will need some luck in running, currently in 4th position. Likewise, Sheikh, who is spotting a gap. Ryan's party is now being angled out with Monasib as they approach the final 200 metres. And Love de Vega is now being pushed out by Alex Moreno, goes clear by 2. Now being chased by Sheikh and Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who has an eye on the leader, who continues to be Love de Vega, but Sheikh is getting closer. Love de Vega, the far side, is clinging on all out and wins. Sheikh up for 2nd, then came Rovaniemi ahead of Bravado, home in 4th. What a very confident Alex Moreno on Love de Vega. Has won from stall 1. Sheikh was all out to close. The winless run now goes on, now 0 from 14, but this was much better from Sheikh in 2nd. Away with the stick from Alex Moreno. The tongue was already out. He was confident, and so was his supporters. Love de Vega wins the opener, 11-8 favourites in a time of 1:11.62. Wins by half a length in the end. A shade cosy, I may add as well. Sheikh in 2nd, Rovaniemi up for 3rd, Bravado, Monasib, Anna Moreno Gold, and Ryan's party. The final result of the opening race, 2 beat 6, and they were clear of the remainder. 2 beat 6.
Alex Moreno, I thought, was at his absolute best there on that winner board. Love de Vega, who gets a win here in Saudi Arabia. First win in Saudi
His first win,
Arabia.
yeah, having run second in a better race than this last time out. Yeah, he was hassled for the lead by a couple of others, but Alex didn't panic at all. He allowed his mount just to drop back to 3rd while staying close up on the rail and holding his track position. But he was able to get a breather into Love de Vega as well. He's then kicked off the bend at an opportune time when Ricardo Souza Ferreira was looking for a gap on Sheikh. You could criticise the jockey on the second. I wouldn't. I think he knew that if he'd come, he's on a slightly tricky horse. You know, he's now 0 from 14 in his career, and I think he knew that coming between horses would keep his mount amused and give him a chance. So he was held up briefly in his run and finished strongly. I think that's probably as you know, he needed the leader just to weaken late on. And if Alex Moreno had gone with the 2 who went up to him in the early stages, he might just have had nothing there for the finish. But he's too cute a jockey for that, and he just kept a little bit in reserve, and that's enabled him to hold on by a fairly narrow margin. But as Mark Francis said in commentary, probably a little bit comfortably.
And the other jockeys will be looking at with a little bit of fear, because when Alex Moreno is riding with confidence, he's one of the best guys out here.
He certainly is, yes, and we've said it often enough that he's a jockey who thrives. He thrives on winning, he thrives on confidence, and he's a dangerous man now.
Hannah is down there with Alex. Let's hear from our winning jockey.
I am indeed. Let's have a chat with Alex Moreno quickly. You had a very good start coming out of the stalls there. You never looked worried at all.
Well, my horse, he was pretty good, you know. Last time he finished second. Second time here, he was really good.
Tell me, did the ground feel good out there? Because he looked like he really enjoyed it, that horse.
Well, last time I was thinking not, but it was the first time out here. So today he changed a lot, he was good. So, yes, congratulations.
Very confident rider. I love it. I love it when you ride and you've got another win. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We missed you here yesterday, and nobody here.
Excellent.
Yeah, where were we yesterday? I'll tell you where we were, Alex. We were all on a plane getting here. But you were on an aeroplane on this horse who you gave a breather into and kicked off the bend and come the way nicely here. You can see the eventual runner-up. It wasn't the easiest passage to come through, but he's done exactly what you said, Rory. He's kept the horse interested, and I think he's actually run a much better race than what we've seen before.
He has, yeah. We expected a bit better for him today, back on turf. Again, it's worth pointing out that he didn't really progress as a 2-year-old after showing useful form early on. But he's not had a bad experience here, and this will help him for the future. He did enough for you to be lulled into backing him next time, I suppose. Yeah, this turf does seem to suit him a lot better. And he got, to be honest, he got a lovely pitch in the race, the way this panned out, because you saw that the pace that the others went at earlier on, Amarillo Gold moving up immediately on the outside of Love de Vega in the early stages, and Bravado on his outside as well. So this is putting pace to the race, and that Ricardo Sousa Ferreira would have been very happy at this stage that they were forcing Love de Vega theoretically out of his comfort zone. But you see what Alex Moreno has done. Despite having jumped in front, he's allowed those two just to go past them, but made sure that they didn't get the rail in front of him. So he's always been able to poke his nose back in front again. They've done their running at this stage already. He's still travelling comfortably and asked his horse to move on. We know he's going to stay very well at this point. But even if you do stay 1,400 or 1,600 metres, if you go too fast earlier on in any race, you're going to be vulnerable in the finish. And Alex didn't fall into that trap, and it was a lovely piece of riding to watch. Ricardo set out after him at this stage, and I think Love de Vega was essentially all out in the finish for all Alex doesn't get totally serious with him. I think he gives, he's a very straightforward horse, Love de Vega. He gives his running more often than that. This is his 8th career win now from 40 starts. So
two different profiles of horses, isn't it? You've got one horse who's a regular winner, one horse who's still yet to get his head in front.
Exactly, and it was the proven winner who proved best on the day.
Yeah, it certainly was an impressive win. I thought Rovaniemi was disappointing. Ryan's Party, I think they're back to the drawing board with those two who both ran below their markets.
He's run, yeah, but they were both shorter than they should have been based on their turf form. Rovaniemi has run his usual race. Again, his overall record is now 3 from 33, so he does need things to fall right for him to win. Ryan's Party, again, he's had 60 runs and won 4 of them, but the balance of his form on turf at this trip didn't entitle him to be as short as he was, and he'll find winning opportunities again at some stage. He's kept very busy. He takes all his opportunities wherever they happen to be, and some races are more suitable than others. No doubt we'll see him in something a little bit more suitable later in the season, or indeed Taif, which suits him reasonably well as well. He was very busy there last summer, for example.
Yeah, it just feels like he might have had one run too many. But the horses are already in the paddock behind me, so we must hand over to Mark Francis to give us the runners and riders for race number 2.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, I will flash through these as quick as possible. We are on the dirt here for the first time this afternoon. 2-year-olds in action. Once again, we race over 1,200 metres. Fillies maiden here, headed by Al Kash. Quick jockey change here, gents. Ali Al-Mamoni is now on board, no longer Rakan El Abeid. On to 2, which is Blue Nail for Noet Amudiani. You can tell they're local breds with the name of number 3. This is Aita Medaya for Fahed Al-Faredi on start number 3 at the racecourse. First red stable runner of the afternoon is Fay Al-Moghtara for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, currently 0 from 1. Faya is 5 for Mohamed Al-Hubib, and the first of the debutants is 6, Hiroshima for Adel Al-Faredi. Also a newcomer is 7, Juri Al-Salia for Abdullah Al-Orfi, gets stall 1. 8, Matt Mari is the mount of Selman Al-Rashid, that is also a jockey change. 9, Mobagta Al-Durea for Alex Moreno, looking for a quick-fire double. 10 is Mulazamar for Asama Al-Shirani. 11, Nawaret Al-Shimal, Ferret Al-Dahasi. 12 is Noble Gate, Jimmy Carrion. On to 13, Raboué, the second of the Greys. Abdullah Al-Saidi claims 1 kilo. 14, Sakura gets stall 3. 15, Shakra Al-Hawi is the mount of Naif Al-Anazi. 16 Smit Kana, Mohammed Al Hubail. 17 Wakehat, Khalid Al Memoni, also a first-time starter. And the bottom one, 18 Zilal Al Hadbi for Yusuf Al Husin. They are the runners and riders then of the second race of the afternoon. Numbers 1 to 18, all in and declared. It's over to Hannah in the parade ring to cast her eye over them.
Okay, let's have a look at some of these in the parade room. We just had 3 late ones come in, but they are all in now. So let's have a look at number 3, Ayata Medea, who is very much on her toes, has the earplugs in and a very high head carriage as well as the tail carriage as well. Underneath though, looking very trim. You can see those obliques really on show. When they're jogging, you can really see those hind end muscles. So yes, this is one to note on the notebooks that she is having a bit of a jig jog. We're going to drop back down to horse number 4, Faye Almagatara, looking very well in the coat indeed. Slightly having a little chomp on the bit. Doesn't look very anxious, looks very alert actually. Keeping an eye on what's going on around her. I'm just walking behind her, seeing if there's any sweat, but no, there isn't. But her coat, like I said, is absolutely gleaming. She looks wonderful, this horse. Having a good look around now, though, and also got the earplugs in. Dropping back now, horse number 6. This is Hiroshima. Again, another nice coat on this horse, because it could do with a bit more refining of the muscles on the hind end. Temperament-wise, as you can see, she's going between walking swiftly and a jig jog, slightly shaking her head as well, almost shaking the handlers off a little bit. But yeah, she's calmed down a lot now. Got the earplugs in as well. But yes, looking quite a nice horse, that one. And the last horse in the parade ring we're going to have a look at is horse number 15. Has the headgear on and the noseband. Another horse having a jig jog around. Remember, with some of these horses, if one gets set off, some of the others tend to as well, being herd animals. But considering some of the others that are playing up, she is behaving quite well. Her head is quite round as the handlers pull her back as she wants to jig jog around. Her ears are they're on the sideways. She's having a good listen to what's going on as more people turn up around the paddock. She's also got the earplugs in as well. Body-wise, she's looking quite nice and tucked up underneath, which is what, of course, we like to see. We want to see some nice fit horses in this parade ring. Perhaps some more muscle we could do with on the hind end. But apart from that, she's looking rather lean. Walk-wise, it's very difficult to see when some of them are either got their head tucked in or they're not walking well enough. We do have some gaps in the parade ring, so it's a bit tricky for these handlers to get a good brisk walk on. But that's the action in the parade ring at the moment. I have to say, I think the paddock eye catch for me is number 4, Faye Al-Muqtara. It's always lovely to see a very beautiful gleaming coat, and that is one of them. But that's the update on the parade ring, chaps. So I'll let you know if anything else happens. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, I must admit, I thought Faye Al-Muqtara looked fantastic in the parade ring, really shining up in the coat and shaped quite well on debut when finishing 5th.
Yes, I mean, I agree with that. This is an interesting little contest, but Faye Al-Muqtara is one that I wanted to have on my shortlist. My notes read, a well-bred filly who was 15 1/4 lengths 5th to Oxaham in a weak quarter distance maiden on debut. I do want to make the point that the race wasn't a particularly strong one. She was drawn wide and she showed speed before fading late in the day. Also looked fairly green, I thought. And I can't remember if she got a bit above herself pre-race. She certainly got a little bit warm. She definitely got sweaty that day, and I thought she maybe has raced on her nerves a little bit first time out. She's got the pedigree, suggests she should do better. She's got the jockey on board, Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, here, and she's got stall 2. So I think there's a lot in her favour if she can improve for that debut. It's worth pointing out that what she achieved in that race is nothing special, but what she promised was a lot more.
Yeah, I thought she travelled really well into the contest. Remember, we are live on the Jcsa YouTube channel. I've said it before and I'll say it again. And like, subscribe and turn on your bell notifications. Also, give us a comment like Mike, who says hello. We say hello right back at you, Mike. Hopefully you're enjoying the racing here in Saudi Arabia, and hopefully we can find you plenty more winners as the day goes on. This isn't the easiest contest, but I think the talking horse has to be 15, Sharka Al-Wia. Oh, actually, we're going to hear from Hannah, who's down in the parade ring. I think she's caught up with someone. Hannah, it's all yours.
Naif.
I am indeed. I'm catching up with Naif Al-Nazi, who rides the 15 horse. We'll be quick because I know the bell is off and you're about to mount that Shakra Alawi. Tell me about this horse.
She finished maybe 2 weeks before 7 in the cup. I hope so, inshallah, today she more better. I scared from the distance down, 2,200. This filly, I think, 1,400 or 1 mile more better for this filly. I hope so, inshallah, today I do it more racing and win for me.
I did notice she is having a bit of a jig jog around. Is that just her?
Yeah, I hope so, inshallah, now she win.
I'll let you go. Thank you very much and best of luck.
Thank you.
We're here. This is horse number 15 on your race card. A winner a couple of starts ago, disqualified after the race, came back in a cup contest, ran okay without blowing anybody away. They've now found a race, dropped dramatically back in trip, and this is we're trying to just get this horse a win, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, she has a rating of 75 based on, you could say the win in a 1,600 metre maiden 2 starts back, where she was, as I said, disqualified in a technicality afterwards. But she was 7th of 19 in a cup contest last time out. That form is as good as a maiden win. So she really should be too good for these, other than the fact that 1,200 metres is clearly on the sharp side for her. But there's only so many maidens that pop up at the right time for her. So this is the wrong trip. Connections will be hoping she's got the class to come through it, and on the rating she's got a big chance.
And we love Naif, but there has to be a but. He's a little bit of an agricultural rider, if we're saying it politely, and his tactic can be...
I don't think that's polite at all, to be honest. But yeah, Naif is probably a better jockey riding from the front, isn't he? If he wants to light a horse up from the front and gets there. The win came from off the pace, over 1,600 metres. It's possible that this weaker race will suit and she'll be able to get to the front, and that's probably the way Naif wants to ride her. He's not going to want to hold her up and come through late in the day. He's going to want to try to utilise that class from an early stage of the race. But if he's unable to get to the front early on, then that might make things difficult for her. And she's drawn in stall 16, which is hardly the ideal place to do that. But he'll want to get handy. The worst scenario for him, I think, is that he ends up sort of sitting in 4th or 5th place, but stuck wide on the track. And then if she loses ground coming round the bend, that could be her undoing here. If she's able to get across from a wide draw and not be forced wide at the bend, then I think her class may well see her through. But there is that obvious scenario that she tries to go up. Other horses are a little bit speedier for her in the first 2 or 3 furlongs of the race, and she then is hung out. So Naif will be keen to avoid that. But if you want to be against her, that's the scenario that might get her beat.
Let's have a look at a couple of others. Eta Medea, horse number 3 on your race cards. Fired Alfaredi in the saddle. A smart enough debut, finishing 2nd. Wasn't disgraced stepping up in trip last time to finish 4th. I thought that was a decent level of form. The head carriage is a little bit of a concern, I thought.
Yeah, but I thought she kept on pretty well last time out. Again, the slight worry with that would be that she is cutting back to 1,200 metres again. But as you said, she ran well when second to Messamere. Messamere absolutely bolted up in that course and distance maiden earlier in the season. There wasn't an awful lot in behind, but it would have been asking a lot for her to beat Messamere, who'd been running a good races before that. So that was a fair start. She built in that, went 4th last time out. She's not badly drawn in stall 6. And she was able to track the pace in what was a stronger race than this last time out. So she should be able to hold a good pitch from stall 6. And I would, again, you look at the ratings here and you say, well, she got £21 to find, so she doesn't have much of a chance. I don't think she's got quite that much to find on paper. I think she's probably, again, the way horses are rated, you tend to look at the full range of the ratings of horses who are in behind, and you'll often see horses with lowish ratings running into the frame, having had the run of the race here. But Messamere, she's probably better than her rating. She's rated in the 60s still, but she's kept very good company. And I'd have thought that Eta Medea is probably a mid-60s filly, based on what she's shown so far. She can build on what she's done. So I wouldn't look at her rating and say that she's going to struggle to win this. I think a rating of 54 is probably conservative for her.
We talk about these low ratings. What about a horse like Sakura here? Comes in with back-to-back 4th place efforts, horse number 14. Now, comes in with a rating of 44.
Yeah, I thought 44. If you actually look at the distance she was beaten last time out, it's probably fair enough. But anything that's able to finish fourth in a big field of maidens is usually a little bit better than that mark. And you get a lot of horses who are maybe rated on one or two early runs who get a higher rating, and it takes a long time for that to come down. And I'd rather have a horse with her form figures 844 than one who's gone 400 with a £10 higher rating.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something we've discussed off camera quite often, is the fact that sometimes horses get punished for running a respectable enough race on debut, what turns out to not be the strongest race in the world, but they've got that handicap that sort of knocks them out of lower grade handicaps in the future.
However moderately you run, you're not coming down £12 for one, or you come down £1 or £2 at a time.
Hannah, you have got some more information for us, Hannah.
I have indeed. Well, I was having another good look as they left the parade ring onto the track. Something that I did note, number 6, Hiroshima, the debutante, Adele El-Faradi, on board. I thought actually, I mean, she's a chunkier sort, and that was one I did have a good look at when she came in the parade ring, and I thought, oh, that's quite a nice looking horse. Faye Al-Mukhtarah with Ricardo Sousa Ferreira on board, and of course, he is on fire at the moment, so I have no doubt that success streak will continue. So I think that's all locked in and good for me. But I can see the horses they're still circling and having a good look around at each other. I did mention as well in the parade ring that some of them were getting a little bit upset, and then that did tend to set some of the others off. But the important part is that they are okay and calmer at the post before loading, and then hopefully they can have a good race. Well, I'm going to hand over to you now, Mark, as we go into race number 2 today. What do you like the look of?
Thank you, Hannah. I thought Aita Medea was overpriced at 10-1 for Fahid Al-Faradi. Was a decent second to Masamier, ironically, in those colours just going out of shots. Mick Kana in the orange and black. Was fourth next time out. This doesn't look the strongest of races, albeit Shakra Al-Hawi does have a very good rating of 75 and clearly has a good chance here with a class drop. Faye Al-Mukhtarah could be rated at 75. But we shall see. She needs to run a couple of times before she gets a rating. Runners starting, or about to start loading here. The first one to go forward is Jori Al-Salia. Sakura in a similar combination of blue and white. And Nawarat Al-Shimal about to go into stall 7. It's one of the biggest fields of the day, this. 13-8 Faye Al-Mukhtarah. 2-1 Shakra Al-Hawi, 5-1 Mobagta Al-Dureya, and 10-1 Aita Medea, who I thought was overpriced here and is well drawn in 6. So the first couple going in, about to step forward is Al-Kash. A couple of greys in here. Blue Nail is one of those, going forward now into 8. The other grey is Rabue, now slotting into stall 4. Here's the market leader in red, Faye Al-Mukhtarah for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who rode 3 winners yesterday in the silks. Al-Kash, the top horse, now going into 12 for Ali Al-Mamoni. Weghat, 2 doors down in 14. It's my selection, Aita Medea and Zil Al-Halab, going into 13. So 4 or 5 left to go forward. Still waiting on Shakra Al-Hawi for Naif Al-Anazi. Good to hear from Naif before the race with Hannah. A long way behind the rest of them is Faya, as Mulazamar goes forward. So I make it 3 left to load here. Numbers 3, 5 and 15. There's Aita Medea and Faya. Just out of shot, Shakra Al-Hawi about to step into stall 16 for Naif Al-Anazi. This horse will be the last. Filly's maiden, 1,200 metres. Juveniles in action. And we're ready for a start to race 2. Pushing along. Next in the field comes Al-Kash with the yellow jacket, followed by Mulazamar, being pressed on the inside by Matt Mari. And these 7 or 8 now begin to bunch up as they approach the final furlong and a half. Faye Al-Mogatara, the far side, still clinging on to the advantage, but down the middle of the course. Look at this on debut. Hiroshima has come through now to go on. Leads by 2, 3. If anything, it's going further away of the opposition. And what a sparkling debut this is from number 6, Hiroshima. And Adel Al-Faredi. Spitkana up for second, very close third. Take your pick. Numbers 3, 5, and 8 involved. That was Aita Medea, Matt Mari, and also Faya. Hiroshima, though, from stall 18. Look at this. What a very taking debut this was. Came wide around the turn with the horse behind in the yellow blinkers. That is Shakra Al-Hawi. Both of those coming from stalls 16 and 18 to play a say at the finish. But Hiroshima for Adel Al-Faredi wins in a time of 1:17.32. Not too much to shout about. But then again, you think that she's covered the best part of 6.5 furlongs from stall 18. Very happy connections here. That's Mohammed Al-Tayar and Sons. Adel Al-Faredi begins to stretch clear again of Camilo Ospina. He needs these winners in the lower graded races, and he's got one here, and a good one perhaps. Looking forward to seeing Callum and Rory review this from the start as Hiroshima going clear on the run to the line, wins by 4. Smitkana second, Matmari far side in third, ahead of Aita Medea and Fayar. The final results of race 2, 6, 16, 8 and 3. Hiroshima is the winner.
Adel Al-Faredi had guided Hiroshima to victory in our second race of the day, and Rory, she's come from the clouds there in what I thought was a bit of a pace collapse.
It was, yeah. The two of the front three have come from the wider stalls, 18 and 17. Matt Mari got the best of that tight photo for third place. We talked about how difficult the draw was for the top-rated runner in the race, Shakra Al-Hawi, but essentially I counted 7 horses trying to lead going into the first bend, and they've ended up just cutting each other's throats in front. There was an awful lot of speed, and those who waited came out best in the end. And who better in that kind of scenario with a cool head than Adel Al-Faredi? Never a rider to get a rush of blood to the head, and he's just held on to Hiroshima. Came wide on the bend. Wide out of the bend rather than getting wide going into the bend, which is always an issue here. So he hasn't lost that much ground going into it. Got a nice clear run up the straight and has passed tiring horses to win nicely. We don't know exactly how good he is because he got the perfect ride from the jockey, but he's a newcomer from an interesting stable, bred by Sultan Mohammed Al-Tayar, owned by Mohammed Al-Tayar, the sons of Mohammed Al-Tayar, and trained by Fahad, who is a trainer who's having his first winner of the season. She's winner number 1 from 15 runners that I can count, but looking back at the recent form, 4 or 5 horses placed in the last couple of weeks from the yard, so the signs were there that he was coming to the boil, and this filly looks Looks all right. Not the easiest race to put a rating on, given that they've ended up going so hard in front, but not her fault that she was given the perfect ride to come through and win it, and she'll have enjoyed herself as well.
The third came in here with a rating of 37, which will maybe make this race even harder to rate, really. So certainly it seemed like a bit of a pace collapse. And there's one man that you do want on board in that situation, is Adele, and he could just judge pace so well. And you'll see this from the start, because they came out hard and they didn't really stop until the end.
No, and look, see where Adele is now. He's actually probably in last place. No, not last place of the main group, but he's got no intention of going forward with these others. Whereas he knew, as we said, we expect, because of the way Naif likes to ride, that he was going to go forward in Shakra Al-Hawi. And the problem with her was that she might not get entrapped 6 or 7 wide. That's exactly what's happened. She's wide as the ball, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on her inside trying to lead as well. She's ended up going harder than ideal. She's not a 1,200 metre horse. So she's run her race upside down, really. And there's Adele in the noseband of the blue colours with the yellow striped sleeves, just gradually getting after them now, but wanted no part at all of that early gallop, and is just making sure that he's steering his horse into daylight at this stage. They're all beginning to feel the effects of that fast early pace now, and the principals end up being those who are held up off the pace. You point out that the horse who finished third has got a rating of 37, but again, all that's done is run past tired horses late in the day. So I wouldn't rate the race through that horse, and I wouldn't be rating it through anything that was making the early pace either. I suppose the obvious one, the runner-up had a bit of form here, Smit Kana, who was a fair fifth last time out. That's come from a similar sort of position to Hiroshima. But again, this is all about the jockey essentially. We can't really put a figure on Hiroshima after this race, but we know that she got the perfect ride by a jockey who knew what was going to happen in the race.
Yeah, she got the perfect ride. She was positioned well throughout. I thought almost like she had a first day at school. She was ridden to just get that experience in her first racecourse appearance, and then suddenly Adele's like, well, everybody's stopping. I may as well go and win this.
Oh, I think Adele wanted to win the race, but. It's probably a negative for a newcomer to try to keep tabs on horses, even when you know there's going to be a contested pace anyway. But if that pace is going to be very strong, and the race is a fairly modest maiden in the first place, you know they're going to be stopping in front of you. So you just want to position yourself so that you're able to pass them, and hopefully pass as many as you can. And if you pass a lot of them, so much the better. She's just got a lovely trip through this. But it's really interesting to look at the first 100 yards of the race. We might get an overhead shot here as well, and see that Adele was the one jockey who did not want to go forward at all, and that's paid off in the end.
And it's not only that he didn't want to go forward, she was still a willing partner underneath. There were a couple of those that spat the dummy out early. You don't want to get caught up with those, but as long as you can forge your own path, avoid those horses that aren't going a yard, I think you've got a great chance in a race where the pace does just collapse.
Yes, I mean, we saw plenty of times last season that a wide draw is not necessarily a bar to success, but what is a bar to success is being trapped multiple horses wide going into that bend, because you're going to be pushed further wide coming out of it. If you tuck in and then just track horses through the bend and then pull wide into the straight, you haven't actually lost any ground, and you're getting clear daylight when you do come with your run. But I don't want to knock Naif for the way he rode here, but he needed his tactic to work. He needed to get to the front or very close to the front here, and there was so much speed inside, and that was never going to happen. So he would have known himself that with 2 furlongs to run in this race, he must have been beaten, even though he thought he might be on the best horse in the race, because he was travelling so much further, and he was asking her all the time to go forward. There was no chance to get a breather into her either. So she's better than that, but that was just a nightmare scenario that you could vaguely predict beforehand.
We certainly won't be having a nightmare scenario on this show, because we will move on to race number 3. I'm almost certain we are back on the turf. We are. We're 0 to 95 company. We're back on the turf, and this race features a couple of horses we know very, very well, including Taff Beat.
Indeed, I thought you were going to start with the goat, a horse that I know you've been hearing a lot about.
I'm keeping you on your toes, because I will talk
about my most exciting
horse in training. But yes, Taff Beat the 3. I thought it's probably the most interesting angle of this race coming into it, having run a half-decent race a couple of starts ago. Yeah,
he was second to Bolide Porto in a course and distance handicap 2 starts back, and he was in front of Ursa Minor on that occasion, so holds Ursa Minor in that form. He was only sixth on dirt last week, but that was a pretty strong contest. 6th of 20, just has him ticking over. If he bounces back to the form he showed in his penultimate start, he's the one to beat here.
Now, the GOAT does run in this race, and we do have the GOAT in the commentary booth. Mark Francis, it's all yours for the runners and riders for race number 3.
Oh, what a wonderful link, Callum Helliwell. I'll stick the 20 SAR in the post for you. Yes, the GOAT heads this field, Khaled Al-Mamoni. We run here over 2,100 metres, which is over the extended 10 furlongs, 0 to 95 again. The GOAT, Khaled Al-Mamoni, from stall 3, off a mark of 91. 2 is Ursa Minor for Abdullah Alorfi next door in stall 2. Over the other side in stall 4 is Tathbeat, who I think has got a very good chance here. Favourite as well, Camilo Ospina. 4 is Eagle's Flight for Alex Moreno, already on the score sheet today. At 5 is the only grey in the lineup. That is Cool Legend for Mohamed Al Hubail. 6 is Star Ahoy in stall 6 for Ahmed Al Azari. Final 2, Miyagi is 7 in stall 7, Abdullah Al Odib. 8 on the inside in stall 1 is Tornadic for 3 kilo claimer, Osama Al Sharani. He surely won't have that claim much longer. They are the runners and riders then for the 3rd race of the afternoon. Let's go back to the gents in the studio.
Mark Francis
We're
for
ready when
those
you are.
runners and riders. Looking forward to seeing this race here because let's talk about the GOAT, because I feel like we do need to talk about him. He cost an awful lot of money. He goes for a trainer that we know quite well, in colours we've seen win already this season. And Hannah is in the parade ring and she is going to have a look at him, I hope.
I am indeed. Thank you very much, Callum. All right, then, let's have a look at the GOAT, number 1 by Cracksman. Looking lovely, this horse. Of course, debutant here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Looking forward to seeing how this one runs. Still clipped from the UK, but of course it does get chillier here. Would like to see him walk out a little bit more. Would be quite nice. Has the noseband on and a nice big loose ring snaffle. Looks ready to rock and roll. Number 2, the horse behind, Ursa Minor. Having a little look around here, got the earplugs in, cheek pieces as well, and has some bit guards on as well. That's just to stop any rubbing. Looks nice and muscular from behind. Horse 3 is the next horse, Tathbeat. Camilo Ospina takes the ride, has the cross noseband, the grackle on there. Another horse having a good look around. It's getting busier here at the racecourse. Very exciting. People are ready for the next race. Number 4 is the horse behind, Eagle's Flight. Has the headgear on. Could do with perhaps a little bit more muscle, particularly on the hind end. Not looking as much as I'd like to see, but nevertheless be interesting to see how this one runs. Has the cross noseband on. Number 5 is the horse behind we're going to have a look at as well. Walking quite nicely, this horse, looking quite loose in the pelvis area, and I can see those fitness lines. Number 6, a chunkier sort now. This is Star Ahoy. Has the headgear on and a cross noseband, really defined on the hind end as well. You can see its ribs and the muscle on the shoulder. Looking great, this horse, very powerful looking individual. I'm going to whiz through the last 2 because it is the small field. Number 7 is Miyagi. Dropped head here, quite relaxed, but of course different mixed signals it's given us because it is chewing the bit. Doesn't look too anxious, just looks like he wants to crack on with the job. I like the walk as well from the pelvis action here. Nice and loose, pendulum motion is what we like to see. And lastly, number 8, Tornadic. Has the cross noseband and the Dexter ring bit. I can hear it's grinding its teeth as well. Normally you see this in the young horses. Gleaming coat and really lovely hind end muscle. Could be a bit more tucked up underneath. Can't see much abdominal muscle there. Chunkier sort, but we'll see how this one fares in this race. That is your 8 runners for our race number 3. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, this is a cracking contest. Let's have a look at Tathbeat in action. This is horse number 3. Looking forward to seeing him. I just saw the run last time maybe not quite blowing us away, but this effort was a really good effort.
Yeah, the run last time out essentially just showing him ticking over really, but this is him finishing second to Bolide Porto, a horse winning on, was this his local debut? It's not a horse I was particularly familiar with.
I think it was, yeah.
For the White Stable, but clearly looks a useful recruit. You see Ursa Minor in behind and the yellow and black colours plugging away there. But good run from Tathbeat to finish second. The rest of them well enough beaten. He doesn't win that often, to be honest, but he clearly comes here in very good heart, and this is a very good bit of placing for him because he really should be up to winning this race.
Yeah, Star Ahoy, a horse that Hannah mentioned that was a really nice runner. I just thought looked really good shape in the parade ring, but just slightly concerned with those last couple of starts.
Yeah, he's been very disappointing on dirt here, but he's never been raced on turf in Saudi. His best form for William Haggas was on turf around this trip in the UK, so we could step forward in what he's shown so far.
Hannah's in the parade ring, and what have you found?
I'm here with Abdullah Al Manif, who trains the goat. Of course, first time here for the goat here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Talk to me about that transition then from the United Kingdom to here.
Yeah, to be honest, he's a very talented horse. He got some good form back in the UK. I think he should be fine with the dirt and the turf as well. He's definitely 2,400 distance. I'm just concerned about the transition was going on lately between changing the yards from place to other, as well as he's actually experiencing a new, definitely new place for him. This is his first time out to come to King Abdulaziz racetrack. It's a different base of race, a different environment. So I wish he could actually show that ability that we expected from him. He's doing well back home. Things are fine. He's getting there. He's eating so good. Once we brought him from a new market, we did our assignments. The due diligence was on place. We are happy. He should be a competitive horse, to be honest.
Yeah, well, we're very much looking forward to seeing him around. Thank you very much for that.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so looking forward to seeing the GOAT in action. Cost 80,000 guineas, Rory. Would you have paid that much for him, having last been seen finishing 5th at Southall?
He became a little bit frustrating in the UK. It didn't help him that he won by a huge distance at Goodwood last season. The first time I ever saw you, actually.
Wasn't it?
Now that I think about it.
Oh my goodness. What a great day it was for everyone involved in racing that day.
There was young Callum Halliwell, and I thought, I'm going to be working with that fella. I should say hello, and then didn't. But yeah, the GOAT, the weather was horrible that day. There was a big thunderstorm at the start of the Goodwood meeting. He ended up winning a mile 3 handicap by about 12 lengths, and most horses didn't cope with the ground. He did. He then went up a lot in the weights, and he struggled to confirm that form afterwards. But he's become a little bit more competitive this year. He's a winner on the all-weather at Kempton, so I'd have thought he'd take well to the dirt surface in Riyadh. Whether I'd want to be with him on quick turf is another matter. I think this is probably his trip. He was tried over further after winning a Goodwood, because when you win by a wide margin on bad ground, people assume you've done it through stamina. But to be honest, he didn't really convince at a mile and 6. So he's back to what's probably his ideal trip. Mile 3, mile 4 is 2 wins have come at. And this is the right sort of distance. This 1 mile 2.5 here. But he'd probably prefer a bit more dig in the ground on turf. And I think if he's going to really take off for current connections, I think it might be on dirt, even though he's got no dirt form in the UK. I think the way he races suggests that that the dirt surface at this track will suit him better than quick turf.
He's by Cracksman, who's had a little bit of success in Saudi Arabia. I've seen a couple of his horses come in and do well out here. So it's not an unknown quantity. If they can do well on the dirt in Saudi,
well, your daughter's is on a Cracksman, isn't
yes,
he?
Yeah.
And he's done well on dirt. So as I said, Cracksman, he wanted a bit of dig on turf himself. And the GOAT, as I said, his standout run on turf came on bad ground. So it's not lightning fast here. The turf is really well looked after, but good ground probably doesn't see him to best effect. He's not the he wouldn't be the kind of horse you'd want to be with at on good ground back home. So this might not be easy for him, but as you hear from Abdullah Al Manif, he's making the transition, having been bought at the autumn sales in Newmarket. He was trained in Kingsclear, of course, by Andrew Balding. So it'd be interesting to see how he settles in here. I wouldn't want to be with him today. I'll be very keen to see how he gets on, because he might just appreciate a bit of a change of outlook.
Let's talk about horse number 5, Cool Legend. The form figures are quite pleasant to read, I thought.
Yeah, he only won once in 10 starts for William Haggas. I would say if I was buying a horse to race here, I'm not sure William Haggas is the kind of guy I'd go to buy one off, simply because he gets everything out of his horses in the UK. You want to find a horse that you think, well, that's not been seen to best effect in the UK, that will thrive in Saudi. If it's been with William Haggas, the chances are he's found every possible angle for it. And this horse was well placed to win once from 10 starts. Suggests he's not really a win machine, Cool Legend. His win came on the poly track as well. So he's still a maiden on turf. He's got chances, obviously this being a handicap, he's got chances on the pick of his form, but I wouldn't be mad keen on him here, and I think anyone who can improve one from William Haggas is doing a very good job indeed.
It's a bit of a William Haggas party here.
It is, because Star Ahoy obviously was...
Both ex-Haggas runners. The 7, let's talk about Miyagi. That form behind Taking Names is quite strong.
It is, yeah. Miyagi was third in a dirt handicap last month over 2,000 metres behind Taking Names. He's run respectably since without building on that effort, if you like. He does have form in the UK going back a couple of years, though. So although he's slightly out of the weights here, he's got the minimum weight of 54 kilos, but I think he's 3 pounds wrong at the weights. If he can find his UK turf form, he'd be competitive, so I wouldn't want to rule Taking Names out.
One under an absolute bottom.
Oh, sorry, not Taking Names. I mean, Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah, Taking Names behind.
Taking Names, we definitely wouldn't rule out.
Tornadic, right at the bottom of the weights here, with the 3 kilo apprentice on board. Horse number 8, stepping up in trip on the turf should suit. Stepping
up in trip is well, it's a positive. 1200 would have been too sharp for him last time out, but all his wins on turf have come at up to 1600 metres. So it's 7 furlongs and a mile in the UK. You can make excuses for the run behind Jcsa last time out, but he's 7 pounds out of the weights here and doesn't make an awful lot of appeal to me.
Hannah, who do you like in this race? Give us a selection here.
Well, quite a tricky one really, because I was torn. So my paper selections, I had of course the goat written down, but bearing in mind the acclimatising process, we'll see how that goes. But I'm full more of confidence now after speaking to Abdullah Al Minif. I thought that was really insightful actually. It's always interesting to see how these horses are transitioned to a different climate and what the process is. So yeah, that was very, very enjoyable. I of course did have written, well I say of course as if you know this, but I had written down as well number 3, Taff Beat on my list. I am going to go with number 1, the goat. The reason for this is mainly because of the hearing about the transition process, and again, of course, concerns with how he'll run first time here and how he'll deal with being in a new place and things like that. But he's a really great horse, and I do hope he goes well. I'm going to stick with my selection actually, but yes, I'm sure number 3, Taff Beat, will be hard to beat, particularly looking at the international market. You can see that's very much favoured. But let's lock in my selection. I'm going with the son of Cracksman, the goat, number 1. Mark Francis, it's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Last couple going forward. We just need to get the selection from Callum and Rory. Callum, it's back to you very quickly.
I like Star Ahoy in this one. Rory, who do you like?
I'm with number 3, Taff Beat.
Taff Beat, Star Ahoy, the GOAT for the team. Mark Francis, back to you.
Excellent work, Callum. Yes, lined up. Race 3, they're off and racing. 2100 metres then for the third race of the afternoon. Dropped out towards the back of the field is Star Ahoy. Out wider, Eagle's Flight, Alex Moreno, who wanted the lead in the opening race on the grass, wants the lead here in race 3 of the day. Going with him is Cool Legend, the grey, Ursa Minor towards the inside, make up the leading trio. Yellow Cap also on the inside is Tornadic for Osama Al-Sharani, currently in 4th position with Miyagi out wider for Abdullah Al-Udib. The last few include Taff Beat for Camilo Ospina. Behind him is the GOAT, and just trailing by a couple of lengths is Star Ahoy in the yellow blinkers for Ahmed Al-Azari, as they join up with the back straight and enter the final mile of their journey. And leading them here is Cool Legend, Mohammed Al-Hubail, who is on the right of shot, away to the left in the green jacket. Black epaulets is Eagle's Flight, remain the first 2. Just in behind those, we have the yellow cap on the inside of Ursa Minor. Abdullah Al-Lawfi going the shortest way. Is racing in company there with Miyagi. Also, Back towards the inside is Tornadic, who's currently in 5th position. Taffbeat only has 2 behind the Goat in the very pale silks closest to the running rail, and Star Ahoy has always been the back marker. As they begin the left-handed turn, approaching the final 400 metres of the journey, and it is Cool Legend who still has the lead, but Ursa Minor now is pressing the leader, draws alongside and goes on. Ursa Minor then in the black and yellow checks now takes the lead from Cool Legend, who's being pushed along on the inside. The others have a bit to do here, including Tornadic now taking 3rd. The Goat now running into 4th ahead of Miyagi. The final trio are all playing catch-up as Ursa Minor has struck the front, but the challengers are coming. The Goat between rivals down the middle of the course. This is Miyagi nearest to us, goes on by a length and a half as Ursa Minor begins to drop away, approaching the final 50. Miyagi has got plenty in hand here. Abdullah Al-Udib rides Miyagi to another success. Up a second was Ursa Minor ahead of the Goat, and then came Tornadic back in 4th. Miyagi then has won for Abdullah Al-Udib, turned into a bit of a sprint after Ursa Minor took the lead, approaching the final 2 furlongs. Miyagi has won. Wins of a mark of 72, which I think Rory said prior to the race was out of the handicap here. From stall 7, the son of James Garfield has won, going away in the end. For Abdullah Al-Udib, who doesn't ride too many winners around here. 2:12.30 is the winning time. As number 7 Miyagi wins, wrapping up the placings. Home in 2nd was Ursa Minor. The Goat may have just stolen 3rd from Tornadic, and then came Cool Legend. So the result of race 3 is number 7 Miyagi has won by 3.5 lengths, beats Ursa Minor in 2nd place, and the Goat back in 3rd. The numbers 7, 2 and 1.
Abdullah Al-Udib is our winning rider aboard Miyagi, who has come widest of all and won a very tricky race to sort of break down, I thought.
Yeah, it became a little bit messy in the end. You had a strong enough pace set by Cool Legend, who looks like he was quite well positioned, but faded out of it late on. You had a couple of these who didn't really Well, Star Ahoy's been disappointing here. We thought he might be a little happier back on turf, given that's where his form came in the UK. But again, you get the old getting the best out of these horses after leaving William Haggas, not easy. And he was never competitive. But the disappointing one really was Tathbeat, who should have had the race run to suit, but it was off the bridle from an early stage and never really threatened to get involved. The Goat travelled strongly, and he's moved up looking like he might win this with a furlong or so to go, and has run creditably in third. Ursa Minor ran very well here last time out and has run a solid race again in second. But Miyagi, we were saying, he was out of the handicap, but not one to ignore based on his most recent run, and he does have form in the UK. So though he's only 1 from 21, there were positive signs for him in his last turf effort. And the race panned out nicely for him. He had a clear run down the outside and has finished off strongly. I think 1 or 2 of these might have gone for home a little bit earlier than ideal. And that suited him, whereas a few just haven't turned up. Eagles Flight, another one, who was up there early and disappointed in the end. So a little disappointing there. I suppose one person to be pretty happy with this would be Abdullah Al Manif, who I don't think he sounded super confident about the Goat going and winning this at the first time of asking. I think he was hoping to see a good performance and something to build on, and that's what he got. But Miyagi's taken the prize, the son of James Garfield, back on turf, which clearly suited him.
Yeah, taking it from the start here, you can see Ursa Minor, who was coming out of stall 2, horse number 2, coming out of stall 2, got a really interesting action, almost like a rocking horse, but of all the horses that were up in the vanguard early, he's the only one that stayed there.
He is, yeah, and I didn't think they'd gone particularly hard in the early stages. Eagles Flight looked like he was going to lead, but Cool Legend was then keen to get through on the inside and make the most of his track position, make sure that others didn't come through on the rail to head him off, and maybe having gone steady enough in the first few furlongs, they're now racing at this part of the race, which is a little bit too early for them to see it out, to be perfectly honest. But Ursa Minor, he's not really been asked to go with the front pair, but he's still further forward than ideal.
He's in the box seat really there,
yeah,
isn't he?
But if you're going to say you think this race was set up for the closers, that makes Tathbeat even more disappointing, because he was 3 from the back at this stage and just in front of the Goat, and he's never got involved in the race, and really there's no excuse for him. He was 6th on dirt last week. Maybe he's a bit too much racing. I was going to say he's ticking over nicely. He's had a couple of runs in the last 2 weeks. Maybe a little bit too busy, because he's very flat today, and normally he's reasonably reliable.
Yeah, as we were watching the race, we were both discussing, well, all 3 of the team selections are in third last, second last and last. It can only get better from here. And it only got better for one horse, and that was the Goat, who's actually, if you watch him coming around this top bend here, has probably run the most eye-catching race.
He has, yes. I mean, the question is, with him is his finishing effort, which has been, aside from that race at Goodwood, where, as I said, he cleared right away from his field. He has travelled into his races reasonably well since, and there hasn't always been an end product. But he's done quite a lot of work here, off the bridle as well, to get into a challenging position. And I thought he was, briefly, going to come all the way through and win the race. But he's certainly gone through it nicely. He seems to enjoy himself. When he comes under pressure here, he doesn't find quite as much as you think in the last 150 metres.
Miyagi comes across him as well there.
Yeah, I don't think that stopped him. I don't think that stopped him, because there's still a gap between the first and second at this stage. But he does plug away to hold third, and we know he's got stamina for further. His wins have come at, as I said, 1 mile 3 furlongs and 1.5 miles in the UK. It would have been easy for him to sort of back out of that and finish 4th. But he's kept on nicely in the closing stages. So he's a horse that Connections can have fun with. And as I said, I think he'll be as effective on the dirt surface here, which is not as testing as traditional dirt would be in the US, for example. So Abdullah Al Manif, I think, will be the happiest man coming out of this.
Yeah, and Miyagi is in the same colours as Riyadh Central, that smart sprinting juvenile that we saw win at Taif and in Riyadh. So clearly these owners know the time of day, and they've got another one that they can have some fun with.
Indeed, yes, it's Mamdou Alali, the winning trainer. So we're seeing not new names on the board. There are plenty of horses last season trained by Mamdou Alali who were winning races, but not so many since we've been back here. But a good trainer.
Yeah, Mamdou Alali, a lovely bloke as well, sent me a nice happy Christmas message
that's nice.
A couple of days ago. Yeah. So yeah, it was lovely to hear from him, and lovely to hear from everyone continuing to get involved in the YouTube chat. Remember, I'll say it before, I'll say it again, like, subscribe, turn on your bell notifications, let us know your selections, get involved in the chat. It's lovely to have everyone on board, especially when there's so much racing going on all over the world.
Indeed.
Let's move on to race number 4. This is a maiden that I think this is the best maiden on the card, because I'm really looking forward to seeing number 1, Aldana, try and make it 4th time lucky.
Yeah, I'm quite interested to see how they bet on this race as well, because Aldana is one of those, he gets a very low official rating of 44, which I think does him no justice whatsoever, or her rather, no justice whatsoever. I think she's a fair bit better than that, and hopefully she'll be an each way price.
Yeah, hopefully she will be. She takes on a few intriguing oppositions, including Mobshara, who was ahead of her last time. That's horse number 6 on your race card.
Yeah, that was over further. That was over the 1,600 metres. I don't think Aldana really stayed that, but she showed bright speed most of the way through and then just flattened out late on. She's now been placed on her last 2 starts, having been in need of the run-on debut. And as I said, I think the way we tend to handicap the juveniles, when they're learning their job, they're often conservatively handicapped, if you like, because they're not being prepared for nurseries. But I would say that Aldana should be a lot better than 44 in time, and is certainly one of the more interesting runners in this race.
Oh, one of the other things that makes it interesting is pedigrees, and the horse number 2 here, Drifting, has got a gorgeous pedigree.
Yes, Drifting is again from a good family out of America called the Giving Tree. Was a hold on a second, let me get back to the correct race here, and she's a half-sister to a Grade 3 winner in the US on that pedigree. The yard, I don't think have ever had a 2-year-old winner, certainly not in the last couple of seasons, but they don't have many, there aren't too many 2-year-olds who represent these connections, so Drifting's a little bit of a hard one to weigh up. If the stable were like 1 from 44 with 2-year-olds, you go, this is going to need the run. When they've only had 2 or 3 runners and none of those have run, you can't really form an opinion. But Drifting, certainly, as you said, on pedigree by Tasleet, out of a mare who's produced a Greater Stakes winner already, that could be good enough to win this race.
Yeah, it's an interesting angle in a race full of interesting angles. We must get the runners and riders though, and Mark Francis, you can do that.
I certainly will, Callum. Yes, 4th race of the afternoon is a fillies maiden, as you guys have already highlighted. 2-year-olds in action over 1,200 metres again, headed by Aldana. And as we go through these, I'll give you the prices as well. Alex Moreno looking for a double on the programme. Aldana is an each-way price at 10 to 1. Drifting, the 2, Rayan Alta Air. She's a debutant, unsurprisingly one of the outsiders, at 28 to 1. Gashana is 3, Mohammed Al Habel, also 28 to 1. And one of the market fancies is the 4, Makayek, for Mohammed Al Daham. On debut, 100 to 30. Macthor, the 5, Silvestre de Souza on board the market leader here, 7 to 4. Mobshara is the 6, Abdulaziz Al Faredi at 9 to 2. Over the page to find a 7, which is Noof, who is the mount of Adel Al Faredi, installed 10. Is a 10 to 1 chance. 8 is Rawabi, who is a 22 to 1 chance here. No longer Rakin Al Abaid, now Salman Al Rashid. 9 is Renad Abdullah Al Ferouz at 10 to 1. 10 is a late scratch. On to 11, Zawajel Camilo Ospina at 7 to 1. They are the runners and riders then of the 4th race of the afternoon. It is a fillies maiden over 1,200 metres. I think the runners are in the parade ring. If so, let's get back to Hannah Baycroft.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, let's have a look at them. We're going to have a look at horse number 1, Aldana. She's a gorgeous looking filly, very relaxed type as well, just bobbing her head as she walks. Nice fluid movement. She's tracking up as she walks as well. Where's the noseband? Yeah, she's really nice, a real looker. We're going to drop back to horse number 4 is the next one we're going to look at. A debutante for Thama Al Dahani, Machayek. Now, we've already seen some hind end action from this young lady already. She's reared up and been out with her front legs, but she has calmed down a lot. Of course, it's her first time today, so it's a lot for these young ones to take in. She's got the earplugs in, the noseband. She's having a good look around. You can see the whites of her eyes. So you know she's going to play around even more. Here she goes. In terms of her body fitness, it's quite hard to see when she has been jogging around, but you can see those hind end muscles really on show. But she needs to calm down quite a bit before she gets going, because she might end up running her race before she even gets out there. Number 5 is the next horse, Macthor, for the Red Stable, another debutante, but behaving far better. Got the cheek pieces on and the noseband, including the earplugs. Can see those oblique muscles underneath. Can't quite see her walk properly. We have had a lot of stop starting because of Machayek in front. We're going to look at our final horse of my selections here in the parade ring, number 11, Zawajel, at the end of our string here in the paddock. Another one jig jogging around. She has the earplugs in, the noseband, and she does have, I do believe, a D-ring snaffle in. That's just again, it's another type of snaffle, but it just helps keep it in place with the D-rings. It's quite a popular bit actually for former racehorses. She is sweating up a bit. She has got sweat between her hind legs and underneath, but you can see that from her jig jogging. Nothing too bad though. I'm hoping she will keep it calm and keep it contained. However, we have to note, music has started here on the racecourse, so of course that is upsetting a few of them. But that's a few of them in the parade ring. I'll let you know if we have any more naughtiness, but so far, so good. Over to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Sylvester de Souza's there. If you could grab him before he jumps up, that would be ideal, but I don't know whether we might be a bit tight on that. But if you can, let us know. Sylvester will be riding Maxor, the horse in the red stable colours. Good to see SDS over here. This horse makes debut. It's horse number 5 on the race card.
Yeah, from quite appealing on pedigree, Maxor, by Requinto out of a useful local winner. And I thought the booking of Sylvester de Souza was quite eye-catching. So clearly one to be interested in. For stall 11 makes things a little bit tricky on debut.
He's a proper globe-trotting jockey now, isn't he, Sylvester? Yes, we should have Hannah with Sylvester. Or, no, we're not. No, we're going to have an insert. I apologise for that. That is totally my fault. Let's look at Mobshara, horse number 6. Let's take a look at Mobshara, beating Aldana last time out.
Yeah, no match for Amirat Al-Zaman in the red stable colours here. But this is a promising debut from Mobshara coming second, and you'll see that Aldana was back in third on this occasion over 1,600 metres. I thought the trip was probably a negative for Aldana, who's weakening out of things at this stage. And indeed, Mobshara is also getting a little bit tired late in the day. But this was first time out, no match for the winner, but showed decent speed for a long way, better than the bear result, should improve, and is definitely a player here.
Yeah, she's done that before, hasn't she? I remember her race before that. She swung around the bend, travelling like a good thing, and just found nothing under pressure. But it wasn't like she stopped. She just seemed very tired.
She races enthusiastically. So what she does on the bridle. And horses like that, you shouldn't be too judgmental about what they find off the bridle, because they're essentially giving it all without being asked. And ideally, you just need to teach fillies like that just to keep a little bit back for the finish, so they can see the races out a little bit more strongly.
Just having a look at drifting, this interestingly bred runner just got mounted on the track. You can see the wind is really picking up. It's lovely in this studio, Rory. Don't have to worry about the wind and the rain.
No, but the fillies are often a little bit difficult when the wind gets up, and particularly sort of lifting up under their tails. They can get a little bit flighty as a result. So one or two of these very much on their toes in the parade ring, and that's, I would say, although there's a bit of music around as well, as Hannah mentioned, I think the wind is probably the major factor in that.
Yeah, that's Moxor just going down to post now.
Drifting, by the way, having talked about her pedigree, she's a 28-to-1 shot in the international market, which is a big price given that good pedigree, and Rayan Altuer's on board as well. So that will tempt a few in, I would have thought.
Yeah, another one with a good draw coming out of stall 1 that I can also see is quite a chunky price on the international markets. It's the 3 Gasana. Has had plenty of runs though.
Yeah, and it's, listen, we've talked about horses who are maybe insulted by their current marks, but you can't really moan too much about Gasana being rated 43. She's had plenty of chances. She is well drawn in stall 1 to get forward here, and she's got the experience to get a good position as well. She was her best recent effort, probably 6 of 16 in a Fillies Open won by Garami last time out, but she was beaten in a fair way in that contest. Having been placed once in Taif, I do wonder about whether she's got the ability to take advantage of what's liable to be a good track position.
Let's talk about 7 and 8. This is Noof and Rawabi.
Yeah, Noof made a promising start when 5 1/4 lengths fifth to Awalia in a course and distance winners of 2 recently. So not the easiest race to be making debut in. In fairness, you look back at that, and there were some weak ones in that contest. So mixed messages from the form. One or two horses in the first half doesn't make it look okay.
Racing on the inside in second. Plenty of pace on here. They're going very quickly to halfway. In third position now on the outside there is Mubshara in the black jacket, overtaken Zawajel, who has already been ridden along. Pink colours, Aldana, Alex Moreno now taking fourth position. Right up on the inside is Rawabi. Then comes Reynad in a similar combination of blue and white. Makayak has plenty more in front than behind. Likewise, there's Gashana. And also towards the rear is Drifting as they approach the final furlong and a half. And Mac Thor is looking to make all here for Sylvester de Souza. Still leads by 2 lengths. Tanuf, who has always been pretty much second. Aldana now taking third on the far side of Mubshara, and trying to rally is Reynad. But Sylvester de Souza still has the lead here on Mac Thor. They are closing. Noof in the black and white. Between those is Aldana. Bunch finish here as they come towards the line. Tight. Very close. Far side was Mac Thor. Running on well was Aldana, and also involved was Noof. First impression was that Mac Thor held on. Had Sylvester de Souza stolen this on the debutant Mac Thor? Is it a winning debut? Oh, neither crossed the line to assist here. Aldana got running late in the day between rivals. On the left of shot is Noof. There were very few changes in the order throughout the race, and Mac Thor has been confirmed the winner. Wins by a head. Aldana has got second by a head to Noof in third. The numbers 5, 1 and 7 driven right out here, this Mac Thor on debut from stall number 11, got to the front very quickly and stayed there. The numbers 5, 1 and 7 to the tightest finish of the afternoon so far. The Fillies maiden has gone the way of Mac Thor, beating Aldana in the pink jacket between horses. Nearest to us was Noof, back in third place. The result of the fourth race of the afternoon, 5-1-7, 9 Reynad was back in fourth place.
And we have a winner here for Sylvester de Souza as Mac Thor has clung on, Rory.
Yeah, she did a lot of work early on to get across from stall 11 and get to the lead. Arguably went a little bit too fast and was clinging on at the finish. And the fact that Aldana was finishing strongly, given that she's a filly who tends to race freely and not quite get home in her races, tells you that the pace was arguably a little bit strong. But of course, on the plus side, Sylvester would say getting to the front is really important from a wide draw in that kind of position. And you're better to be in front on a strong pace than sat in second or third but with 2 horses on your inside going into the bend. So he's made the speed early on count, and then she's been brave to hold on very narrowly.
Yes, he's dictated proceedings. He's about to go and weigh in, and he'll get a chance to talk to Hannah.
He will indeed. Well, it's the first ride today for Silvestre de Sousa and the first win on the card. We didn't quite get to chat to him before the race, but nevertheless we can chat to him now as he hands over. Here's Sador, winner on debut, Silvestre. What did you know about this filly before the race?
I didn't know a lot. They just told me she got plenty speed and, just ride her handy, but she bounced out so sharp, and I just let she enjoy the race from the front, and she done the easy way, but she's still a bit green, and that's why I presume she carries headgear,
Yeah, well, she handled the wide draw particularly well. I saw you get up there nice and early.
Yeah, she got across very easy, and when I got across, she just had a look around, see where she was, and she done the easy way and the hard way at the same time,
It was a tight finish as well, of course, so I'm sure that was a bit of a concern coming to the closing stages, but she hung on.
Yeah, she did, and I thought I got beaten. I would say well done to the other jockey. So well done. I think you picked me up on the line. I'd say I don't know, but the cameras was on me, so I was just delighted she won. It's first time, first debut, so it's nice to get a winner.
Do we know what's next for her?
And I don't know. She got plenty speed, and I let Saud and Prince to decide where she go next.
Well, that's one to keep an eye on. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Amelia.
Yeah, thanks a million there to Silvestre de Sousa, who has guided this horse from the front and just not been caught. But it was squeaky bum time towards the end, especially if you back the favourite.
Yeah, and I think as you heard from Silvestre's interview with Hannah there, he thought he got picked up on the line, and he's picked up a stride after the line by Aldana. I think the difference between them in the finish, obviously, he's used up most of his petrol early on because she showed that natural speed and he had to go with her. But Aldana, again, she's hung across the rail like she did last time out, and that hasn't really helped. So Alex Moreno's had to pull her off the rail to get her wide, and that's probably cost her half a length.
Look how she's bounced out in front there.
She's come out really well, and
wow.
that's the thing. He's been asked to ride her handily, but she's shown real gate speed to get across. You can't disappoint her from that position. So all you want to do now is drop her onto the rail in front. Ideally, he would want her to relax a little bit more in front. He's not gunning her at this stage. He's now that he's got to the lead, he's trying to hold on to her and get her to conserve the energy. But she is keen. She's wearing the cheek pieces, which are maybe getting her to go forward a little bit more than ideal for Silvestre. So he doesn't get a chance to get a breather into her, and that's why she's vulnerable in the finish. But she showed very likeable gate speed to get across there, and you'd like to think she'd learn a little bit from this debut. And if she can relax a little bit more, she can develop. This was a better race than it looked on paper. You called it the best maiden of the day, but the runner-up's rated 44. So it's very easy to knock the form. But as we said beforehand, that rating of 44 does not do Aldana justice. She's a fair bit better than that. She showed it again today to pick up her third consecutive placing in maiden company, and she's clearly no 44 performer.
Bit of a disappointing run from Mubshara, I thought, who looked very dangerous turning in for home, the 6th.
Yeah, I thought she would run really well. She weakened out of it, not out of it, she weakened into second late in the day on her debut, and I thought, well, that A, that's over a longer trip, B, it's her first start. I thought, obviously, she's going to tighten up fitness-wise for that. But she's actually finished weakly again today, having looked to be in a very good position off the bend. And maybe there's a little bit of an issue there. She was eased in the last 100 metres, and I wonder if she might have a bit of a breathing problem or something like that.
Remember, our video team don't lie. What they show is entirely the truth. They are always on form with their video picks.
Well, of course, the horses behind her has almost won this race, so it was a very good piece of form to highlight.
Yeah, certainly was. Aldana, certainly a horse that I'm looking forward to seeing going forward. I'm sure there's a win in her somewhere, no doubt. Let's move on to race number 5. This is an absolute corker, proper Friday night contest this. Open event, lots of good horses, including Defunded, that very expensive private purchase, making seasonal return here in Saudi Arabia, having run at Meydan last time out in the Dubai World Cup. Mark Francis, it's a cracker. It needs you to take us through those runners and riders.
Yeah, really looking forward to this, Callum. 5th race of the afternoon, open grade, Saudi Cup distance of 1,800 metres at 3-year-olds and above in action. Headed by number 1, Al Gaddaf. Sylvester de Souza looking for a quick-fire double, and the colours of Prince Faisal bin Khalid. 2 is Al Mulhem, coming over spinner, given the late call-up here to ride the 2, who is rated 101. A stone higher, though, the return of number 3, Defunded, well drawn in 1, Adel Al-Faredi, looking for his second winner of the afternoon. 4 is Go Fast, Trial Land, Nate Balanazi, a winner on penultimate start off a mark of 98. 5 is Painter's Palette, North Amudiani, and 6 is Malafek for Hamza Saad. 7 is Mutajlim for Abdella Al Hussein. 8 is New Pursuit for Alex Moreno. 9 is Dan Doon, another Al-Faredi here, Abdelaziz. 10 and 13 are scratching, so 11 and 12, Sultan Sent, Abdullah Al-Credis is also a late jockey change, and 12, Trekinitis Khalid Al-Memoni. At the bottom one on that caption, 14 is Buen Viaggio for Mohammed Al-Hubail. 3 over the page, 2 of those in the same ownership, 15 and 16, Mujib, Osama Al-Shirani drawn in stall 3, Mutjali, 4-year-old for Jose Rodriguez, and 14 and 17 is Swift Victory for Ricardo Souza Ferreira. They are the runners and riders then for the 5th race.
Prep run was a mighty effort, and then go on to finish a closer 7th in the Dubai World Cup next time out. Now he's clear in the ratings. He's got a rating of 114. Al Muhelm, number 2, is rated 101. We had a couple of these rated in the 90s as well. The question is, how close to that kind of rating is Defunded liable to run to on his first run of the season, bearing in mind that he's building up to bigger targets later on?
Yeah, I'm sure Hannah will get a much closer look at him. I can just see him behind us as he walks around our beautiful position just on the edge of the parade ring. He's a big boy, isn't he? He really does cover the ground. He's a strapping individual, typical American type. In fact, Hannah, you're down there right now. You're going to have a look at a couple of these in the parade ring, and I'm sure Defunded will be one of them.
I am indeed, Callum. Let's have a look at them, shall we? Number 1 is the first horse that we're going to look at, Al Gaddaf for the Red Stable. Lovely chestnut, getting a little bit hot underneath his tummy there, so I have to keep an eye on that. Bearing in mind we do have a nice cool breeze now, and it isn't warm really out here. Wears the cross noseband and also has the visors on, including the earplugs. Walk-wise, I would like to see this horse walk on just a bit more. Very tricky to see, but from what I can see, a very thick, chunky individual, particularly behind. Would like to see some more definition on this one. This is my paddock selection coming up, everyone. Number 4, Go Fast, Trow Land. Number 4, this horse looks impeccable in his skin. Coat looks wonderfully shiny. Temperament-wise, having a good little look around, but lovely and calm and relaxed. Has the earplugs in and the cross noseband as well, just to stop him from opening his mouth and his tongue going all over the shop. Walk-wise, walking out quite nicely. Doesn't look stiff behind at all. Yes, I do like this horse, and I'm sticking with that selection. That's number 4, Go Fast, Trowland. Number 8 is the next horse we're going to look at, New Pursuit, and Alex Moreno takes the ride above this 5-year-old. Wears the noseband and has a, just checking the bit there, yep, has a loose ring snuffle in. Thought it was something else then. Has the earplugs in as well and walking quite nicely. Got a very lovely face and lovely head on this horse. Walking wise, it looks quite stiff from behind. Not overly impressed with this walk, but looks very short. Doesn't track up particularly well. And it's muscle behind. I would like to see more definition. But again, he's looking nice and calm. A few of them were having a little crank up earlier. And the final horse we're going to look at in this field is number 17, Swift Victory. Thama Al Dahani trains, and Ricardo Souza Ferreira takes the ride aboard this chestnut. I'm having a nice little look around this horse. I feel like he needs a bit more space in front actually to walk out. They've become a bit bunched up actually in the parade ring. Having a little chew on the bit as he does walk round. I'd like to see him walk out more, because where I'm looking on his hind, he looks rather stiff. So I would like him to be warming up and getting moving a little bit more. Body-wise, I would actually like to see a little bit more definition and a bit more tucked up underneath to show he's a bit more race fit. There's quite a few of the on the chunkier side, not necessarily carrying lots of condition in the parade ring, but you've got all different types of thoroughbreds. I do like the chunky ones, but I also do like to see them looking nice and lean and muscly. So that's the ones in the parade ring that we've had a look at, and to lock in my selection, it's Go Fast, Trail Land for me, the French bred horse, the 6-year-old, drops down in trip following his last run over 2,000 metres. So we'll see how he gets on today. I was a bit disappointed with his run last time, but yeah, he looks nice and well today in the parade ring. We'll see how he gets on, and it's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, Go Fast, Trowel Land will be interesting to see how he gets on. Rory looked great in the parade ring, according to our paddock expert, Hannah, and will need to sort of bounce back from a slightly disappointing end of the race last time out.
Yeah, I mean, that was a valuable race he was in last time out, finishing 5 lengths fifth to Al Abjar. He's been kept on the go a little bit. He beats Wooten Sun in a 2,000-metre contest on his penultimate start, and was second to Derevo in the same colours earlier in the season as well. But he has had a lot of racing, and I just wonder whether he might be feeling the effects of that at some stage.
One horse who's not had a lot of racing recently is Al Mulhem. Now, he started last season off with an absolute rattle of victories, all tailed off towards the end of the season, but an interesting, exciting horse back again.
Yeah, he was third to par in numbers in the Saeed Al Majid Cup here a year ago. Disappointing in 3 subsequent starts at the end of the season, been given a long break since that, but it's a little bit too long for my liking. He's been off for the best part of a year. He does have a rating of 101. If he runs to that, he's very competitive today, but same issue as with Defunded. He's been off the track for a while, and he might just need this.
Al Gaddaf, another horse in the 90s here, the top horse here, has to be given every chance.
Yeah, he's running very well at the moment, Al Gaddaf, running right up to his rating. Won a course and distance open 2 starts back, and not discredited in a bunch finish for the Jockey Club Board Cup, a local Group 3 here last time out. Not been far at all that day, and given that he's got proven fitness on his side and a little bit of class, I thought he's a potential player here as well.
Yeah, New Pursuit goes for Alex Moreno. We could just see him in short here, was mentioned in the paddock of the Paddock Positive. The connections are strong, and this type of race could be dangerous.
Yeah, I'd say that 1,800 metres is definitely as far as he wants to go.
Salma Al Dahani saddles swift victory in this race, and he is joined with Hannah in the parade ring.
He is indeed. Yes, let's get a word on Swift Victory as they go out to the track. He was my paddock eye catcher last week. He always looks fantastic. Tell me how he is today.
Yeah, he's good, in a good form, but today the race is too strong, not like last week. And there is 5 or 6 horses too strong for him. He's 3 years old. I tell the jockey Ricardo to calm with him at the beginning of the race. Try to relax the horse. Don't come early, because the best will be very, very strong, because they have defended. I hope he progress too good, you know. He's a good horse. And I told Ricardo the race began after 3 furlongs, step by step for you. I hope he do a good job.
Okay, so the main thing is to sort of keep him calm. Is he quite difficult at home, would you say?
No. If he go in front, he will lose the race.
Okay.
He used to stay, to come breathe, you know, come speed from behind. Today I told Ricardo 3 times, don't go, stay. All the time, 7, 8, you know, mid-division all the time. Don't come. From 4 furlongs, step by step. Try to come place in the straight, to open breath.
Yeah.
I hope he do it good.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much. He looks great in the parade ring. I always say, your horses, they always look fantastic, and he does. He's got a lovely temperament on him as well.
Yeah, he's a good horse. Since he came from England, I hope he done a good job. All my horses feeding well, working in the morning well. I look after them all the time. The Prince also. All the time advice about the horse. He loves his horses. He wants to see them all the time in a good form.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah, and thank you, Salma Al Dahani there. Swift Victory, I really like this horse. I think he's got a big chance.
He's got a bit to find in the ratings, it has to be said, and he's come from the UK. James Tate trained him. He was a nursery winner, I believe, at Kempton. He says, checking his notes. It doesn't say at Kempton, but he was a nursery winner for James Tate. So I'll have to double check whether that's the case. His better effort here was last time I went second to Time Nudged in a 0-80 handicap. This is a lot tougher than a 0-80 handicap, but he's gone up on the weights for that good effort last time out. He looks like he's coming to himself physically as well. He's getting 4 kilos from the top ones in this race, so he's entitled to finish a little bit closer than his rating would suggest. This is a good time for him to be taking on horses like the top two rated here because he's got fitness on his side and they're both coming back from an absence. So I wouldn't rule him out, and he's a horse that Thamar Al Dahani clearly quite likes, but there aren't too many Thamars that he doesn't like, and he doesn't have too many duds in the yard.
Yeah, he certainly doesn't, and he doesn't talk down about his horses, does he? I just thought the way he shaped last time was so encouraging to me, because you know you've got that UK back form, but you're hoping the horses take a step forward each time they run when they first come to Saudi Arabia, and he's doing exactly that.
And again, you know, we spoke to Thamar about who he likes getting horses from in the UK, and he's built up relationships with a number of trainers there, and he said, oh, I like James Tate a lot. You know, he's a good guy to get horses from because he looks after them, and you know that you can work with them when they get here as well. So although he's had a few runs in the UK, you get the impression he's still a work in progress. This is a big step up in class for him, which is the question mark. But I certainly wouldn't question Thamar Al Dahani for doing that. He tends to get it right when he makes those big steps. And we saw what was his?
Was it Yadar?
No, not Yadar. No, the ex-Joseph O'Brien horse who actually had Western Knight, is it? Who won a handicap from out of the weights, and then was still very well handicapped for a similar contest. And Thamar put him straight into an open race next time out, and he won that easily as well, beating horses rated in the 90s, when his rating was, I think, 72.
Yeah.
So he knows the races to put them in, even though logic says, oh, there are easier opportunities than this. Thamar knows the way forward. When his horses are right, he finds the races that will propel them into the better races.
And there's his issue, because he does have issues with the handicappers saying his horses aren't rated high enough. I mean, he must be the only trainer I've ever come across who's asking for a higher
rating. There's only
rating.
so many times you can run your horses, and that, again, every time we speak to Thamar Al Dahani, he gives us real nuggets. He said, you know, if you want to run your horse in this race at the end of the season, you can't be running him 10 times first to get him up the handicap. You've got to run him in an open race. If he wins that, the handicapper needs to take that form seriously and give him the big right he needs to be able to qualify for better races, so that he can prove these horses are as good as he thinks they are.
Now, I know you're not a fan of hypotheticals, but let's say Swift Victory wins today, comes here from mark of 83, he beats Al Mahem and Defunded. Where do you go with him? Because you know Al Mahem and Defunded will probably need the run.
Yeah.
You can't go whacking about that over 150,
the question, you judge him through Al Gaddaf and Go Fast Trowland, assuming Go Fast Trowland runs his race, because he's been running very well recently. If he runs to that kind of form, they're rated 94 and 98. Both of them are giving him £8. So if he's able to finish alongside them, then he's running to a mark in the high 80s. I know you look at this and go, was a horse got rated 114 here, but that's what I mean. If he goes and beats them, then he's really a 90-plus horse. If he wins this really well, then you're looking at a rating towards 100, and that's essentially what Thamar's vision is here.
Number 14, Bon Viaggio. I thought was a really interesting prospect, having not seen much, but that win last time out in England was eye-catching.
Yeah, I thought he had a little bit to find. He's rated 80, having won that novice at Chelmsford in October for Simon and Ed Crisford. He might take a little bit of time to acclimatise. It's not that easy to tell. He clearly stays very well, and this is a cut back and trip for him. So that was a mile and a half at Chelmsford, 1,800 metres in his first run here in Saudi. I thought that might just catch him out. And I thought a mark of 80 was about right for him at this stage. Clearly still improving and unexposed, and an interesting prospect for the rest of the season and for next year here. I thought it was a pretty tough introduction, though.
He's a big, strong boy. From what I saw in that video at Chelmsford, he's a big, strong, robust type who looked to be a horse that you're thinking of the future straight away. So the fact that he's gone overseas is slightly different. They're already loading, so let's get selections in straight away here. We know Hannah likes Go Fast Trowland. Rory, who do you like?
I think Defunded will need this. He has the class to win it. But I'm going to take a chance on Al Gaddaf, who I think is coming here right at the peak of his form. And Sylvester de Souza, who's on board, is obviously looking for a double already. And we'd love to get another chat with Sylvester.
I'm going to take a bit of a swing and go for Swift Victory, who I think is improving at the right time. So it's 17 Swift Victory for me. It's number 1 Al Gaddaf for Rory, and number 4 Go Fast Trowland for Hannah. Mark Francis, who do you like here?
Thank you, Callum. Well, of course, Defunded is the class act, but as we've seen on plenty of occasions this season, the best horses need a run. And Defunded has a standout figure of 114. He's not going to be trained for this, is he? He's going to be trained for something in January or more likely February. That said, it's still very hard to oppose him, even though he might need the run. He has a stone clear on ratings with Al Mulhem. Al Gaddaf is very interesting, I think, of course, with the jockey booking being one, but as Rory highlighted, certainly coming here at his peak. You know, will Defunded run to a mark in triple figures? We haven't seen many on their comebacks do that. Horses like Defunded of a similar caliber. So, look, it's whether you're going to take the skinny odds, of which I'm certainly not on Defunded. Go Fast Trail Land was a little disappointing when we last saw him. That said, he won, I think it was an open race on the start before. Look, this all revolves around whether Defunded returns to his best. But I think in terms of putting up a selection at a price, a better price at least, it would be Al Gaddaf and Sylvester de Souza. Final trio going into line here, including Swift Victory. This is Sultan Sense, and the one is Al Gaddaf. As Defunded will go off the favourite at 7-4 on here. 9-2 Al Gaddaf, 7-1 Al Mulhem, Go Fast Trail Land, and Swift Victory. Sultan Sense is the one just playing up, as we can see, due into stall 15 here. So waiting on Al Gaddaf. Here is Defunded, stall 1. Adel Al-Faredi looking for his second winner of the afternoon after striking on Hiroshima in race 2. It'll be the Saudi Cup again in February for Defunded. Like to see something smart on return. Again, that might not be with a victory. Might certainly need the blow. Defunded in the lilac colours. They are all in. 1,800 metres, as I say, they're all in. Sultan Sense has gone out again. So Sultan Sense, who is rated 68, is the last one to be loaded. Almost there and is in, we hope. Stand by. And away they go. One that's not come out of stall number 17 is Mutashim. The blue jacket for Abdel Al Hussein is not with the field. Didn't come out of the stalls. Go Fast Trail Land. Red jacket, white cross belts is one of the early leaders. So Dan Doon wants a bit of a bite of him in second place. Black jacket, yellow disc. And the spotted colours of Malafek is currently in third position. Defunded, who broke alertly from stall 1. Currently going the shortest way on the inside. Is restrained for Adel Al-Faredi, but travelling well. Al Gaddaf, the first colours of the red stable. Horse with a red blinkered head away to the left. May have just taken for a few strides from Defunded, but still very close up. There's a gap then of 2.5 back to Swift Victory. The green sleeves on the inside of Al Mulhem, green cap. And then comes on the outside, that is the red cap pink jacket of Mut Jali. They are very well strung out here towards the back of the field. Painter's Palette, you can see on the right of shot, is racing in company there with Mujib, and also New Pursuit, who's only got those two behind him with Sultan Sense, who played up beforehand. So they are coming around the home turn, and it is Go Fast Troland for Naif Al-Anazi. Just stealing a peek in behind, is racing in company with Al Gaddaf. The first hurry up now to Defunded in third position, who has come off the running rail for Adel Al-Faredi, joining Al Mulhem on the wide outside. Look at Swift Victory, looking for a way through. Green sleeves now, hugging towards the inside rail, but Al Mulhem, away from all the traffic, has taken over. Go Fast Trail Land was just caught on heels there with Swift Victory. Defunded trying to rally as they go inside the final 150 metres. It is Al Mulhem who is out in the lead, trying to close his Swift Victory. New Pursuit flying from the back of the field, but this is all about Al Mulhem. Camilo Ospina, Al Mulhem are the winners. Swift Victory in second, followed by New Pursuit in third, and they were clear of the remainder. Very, very scruffy race, but Al Mulhem dodged all the trouble and all the traffic down the centre of the track. Certainly like to look back at this. Swift Victory, who eventually navigated a few problems, has come through to take second, but with a cleaner run, maybe would have been too much for Al Mulhem. That is just speculation, of course. Al Mulhem has got the job done, wins in a time of 1:56.34. It's a winner for Camilo Ospina in his hunt and pursuit of Adel Al-Faredi. Wins by a length, I'd say. Swift Victory far side in second. New Pursuit back in third, possibly diving at the line was Al Gaddaf, defunded, fighting out fifth position. A relatively pleasing enough return, travelled well, certainly had a blow in the closing stages. More will be expecting of him. Al Mulhem, though, it is his day. The result of race 5, 2:17, 8 and 1.
Speeder has guided Al Mulhem to victory in a race which Rory and I cannot wait to pick out because there's so much to discuss. But he started last season with a bang. He started this season just as brightly.
Yes, he didn't continue his form. He's, as I said, started very well. He's 4 from 13 in his career. The 3 worst efforts coming, well, maybe not the worst efforts, but he was well beaten in good company in his last 3 starts. And although I said that he's liable to need to run after such a long time off, actually his good record when fresh was very much in his favour here in thinking about that. Whereas defunded, very badly in need of the run. You know, you could really see him blowing up about 150 yards out and fading out of it, having stalked the pace, travelling well. But Al Mulhem got a very good ride in a race packed with trouble. We may be hearing a little bit more about it. When we see the head-on, we'll see if anyone was at fault for the scrimmaging on the inside. That's all Go Fast Travel Land badly hampered. Al Gaddaf was on the outside. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira was coming through in the middle of the runner-up swift victory. And we will hear whether that was just accidental interference or whether someone was going for a gap that shouldn't have been there.
Yeah, we'll hear from the stewards, no doubt about that. Camille Spina jumps off. That's the winner for him, his first winner of the day, matching Adel Al-Faredi, who's still got a bit of a lead on him in this Jockeys Championship.
Yes, but there's still plenty of the season left to go, Callum, so that'll get whittled away. Listen, Adel Al-Faredi, we saw him in very good form earlier in the day, just making the right decisions in a race where a few jockeys let their blood go to their heads, but the two of them are very well matched at the top of the table.
Camille Spina is getting weighed in, and that means he's in perfect position to speak to Hannah.
He is indeed. Yep, we'll just wait for him to weigh in and then we can have a chat with him. Camillo, congratulations. It did look to be a little bit of a messy race, but you managed to stay out of trouble. What happened?
Yeah, you know, thanks God, you know. I get that horse before the race, you know, the trainer, he told me, Camilo, you want to ride this horse before the race? And yeah, sure, he's good, he's a nice horse, you know. I just watching the best horse, the fun, you know. He's a champion horse. My horse is first ride this season. And the trainer, he told me, Camilo, come behind the pace and stay until 800 meters. After that, step by step, he's coming because the another horse is very strong, you know. He told me he tried to win, but no win. He finished second behind another horse, you know. But thanks God, he's very good, very good. And in the court, he's moving very, very strong. And thanks God, he keep me quiet, keep going until wire, you know.
Yeah, as you say, a return after an absence, a really great performance. Did he feel good going out?
Yeah, he's still a little bit heavy, you know. I told to Abdullah he's still a little bit heavy, but it's a nice horse, you know. He's very good horse, and in the last meter he stalled a little bit, but thanks God he cashed in the wire early, you know. And thanks God, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to you.
Yes, thank you, Camillo here, who has guided Al Mahem to victory in this open contest. Had to come widest of all. Here's the head on. Let's look for swift victory in the green. Is the gap
No,
there?
I think it's Al Gaddaf who's coming across there, who closed the gap and saw interference take place, and Go Fast Charlam was the one who suffered most, was then eased out of things. He was just beginning to weaken at the time. Swift Victory's then run on strongly to the line, hoping that his fitness would pull the race out of the fire. But the class of Al Mahem has seen him home, even though you heard from Camilo there that he thought he could tighten up a little bit for that run. And they'll be looking to strike by the irons hot with him. We see a replay again. Stall 17 on its own there. No other horse near him. That was Mutasim, who didn't come out of the stalls. That's a bit of a black mark against him. But maybe give him a pass, given he was the only horse in that second bunch of stalls. So maybe that was off-putting for him. But you never like to see a horse standing still in the stalls. As you mentioned off-air, from a fairly early stage, they've got a strong pace up front. You know that Go Fast Charlan can set a strong gallop and maintain it. And there are others who wanted to go up there and press him. And I think Dan Doon, who didn't have much of a chance on paper, his winner 2 starts ago, he got Go Fast Charlan out of his comfort zone a little bit, putting a bit of pressure on there before he weakened out of things. And that set the race up. It meant that they're going fast enough in front. Camilo Espino at this stage is in about 7th place in the green cap and the nosebands. Our race favourite Defunded, travelling well on the rails at this stage in the noseband. He moves forward now as the aforementioned Dan Doon weakens, and looks a big threat at this stage, but his lack of fitness begins to tell in another furlong or so when he backs out of things later on, as you can almost see him blowing up in the race after looking a threat. Still a bit of work to do for the winner at this stage, but he swings nicely into the straight, slingshots off the bend to get into a challenging position, and he sees things out nicely here. We're about to see that trouble between the second and the fourth come up again here. And again, I think it's just that Al Gaddaf drifts briefly to his left.
SDS is going to have a holiday, surely.
I'm not sure it was his fault, to be perfectly honest, and he actually corrected the horse soon afterwards. You see that he's actually running around a little bit, Al Gaddaf. I don't think that was a manoeuvre from Silvestre. He may get a day or two for careless riding, but I think it'll be a little bit harsh, because I thought he could have expected his horse to keep straight, and he's just sort of lugged left and then lugged right again. So he'll be making that excuse. He's got his whip in the wrong hand, if you want to say that. But I don't think his horse is moving over because of the stick. And when he moves back to his right, Silvester's still got a stick in that hand. So
and he drifted over again then.
Yeah, and now he's moving to his right there. So I think Silvestre will look at the horse and say, I don't know him particularly well. He was a little bit wayward. I couldn't have expected him to do what he did. And the stewards may decide that they'll give him a warning for that, or they may decide, yes, fair enough, you did nothing wrong, Silvestre. But he didn't change his whip, and usually stewards are a little bit harsh on that.
I'll tell you one that we haven't given a mention to. One for the Saudi notebook, Bon Viaggio. Bon Viaggio, there we go, Bon Viaggio. That will go with that.
That's easy for you to say.
That's a massive, massive eye catcher in behind. I think finished 5th, first start in Saudi in a hard enough race. I think Bon Viaggio, definitely get him in your Saudi notebooks.
Yeah, he's an interesting one. As I said, I thought it was a tough starting point for him. Looked a horse for the future when he won that 2,400 metre novice at Chelmsford on his most recent start. This was a cutback and trip, doing his best work later on here. One to look for next time.
Yeah, Connections will be very, very excited about him. We swiftly roll on to our next contest on the card, which, if I know is correct, is race 6. It's a handicap. It's another one on the turf, and we're going over the super long trip here. 3,000 metres in front of them. 7 horses going to post. We spoke to Keith Otterson earlier on in racing today. He said he's happy with the small field. They're protecting this ground.
Yeah, so it's not, I mean, you know, we'd only have 8 runners anyway in these contests if they filled. We ended up, I think, with 7 in all 3 of our turf races today, with the real 9 metres out from its usual position. That's the right sort of numbers we're looking at here. And we'd rather these races were really competitive. And to be honest, our penultimate turf race wasn't particularly competitive, although it was the horses who had a chance on paper who ended up being a little bit disappointing in that. So you never know quite what you're going to get. And it'll be really interesting seeing a race at this trip. Obviously, we see the Red Sea Turf Handicap at Saudi Cup weekend, which is always a really strongly run race over this trip. I'm not sure this one will be. I think this could be a little bit tactical, and not many of these are proven at 1 mile and 7 furlongs as it would be in the UK. So it could end up being a race where jockeys are keen to keep a little bit in reserve for the finish with horses who might have their best form at around 2,100 metres or 2,400 metres on the dirt. Or, you know, if you take a different view, you might want to see who exactly is the horse with the most stamina.
Who's going to stay? Who is going to stay?
But I'm not sure. I think with a smallish field and maybe only one or two of these guaranteed to stay the trip, I think we could see a tactical affair.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see how they get on. That Red Sea Turf Handicap, by the way, what a race that turned out to be.
It's a tremendous contest, isn't it?
It's worked out really well. Tower of London winning under probably one of the rides of the year, Ryan Moore. How he got that horse up to this day, I'll never know. I know Ian Williams trained the second, and he still couldn't believe he got beaten.
Yes, exactly.
It was absolutely heartbreaking for everyone involved. Of the 7 that we've got here, who jumps out to you immediately? My first thought was Boltaway, the 2.
Yeah, well,
huge
Boltaway
play for me.
is my initial selection in the race. He's the one who's got the best recent form. He's been twice second over 2,100 metres here, beaten by Flying Spirit. I was keen on Flying Spirit when he won the first of those two. Confirmed the form last time out, but Boltaway is pretty solid. He stays well on dirt as well, so although his form is over a fair bit short of that 2,100 metres, 1 mile 2.5 furlongs, he does stay the 2,400 metres really well, which is the furthest they can go on dirt here. So you'd like to think that this trip would be within his compass, and he is the one they have to beat really on recent form.
I think he's been a victim of 2 of the not best rides you'll ever see here in Saudi Arabia as well, in both his defeats to Flying Spirit this season. He's just been left with too much to do and has come flying home late, and every single time has just not had enough time to get there. It's a tight track, that turf course.
Yeah, it is, and obviously that's a shorter trip than his ideal. His ideal is probably 2,400 metres on dirt here. He would stay a little bit further. It's always a little bit dangerous with horses, backing horses who finish fast over a shorter trip when they're racing over a staying distance, because the race ends up being run a little bit differently as well. But he does look, he's not just a speed horse, he does stay fairly well, and you'd like to think, unless they're going to go a breakneck gallop here and he gets involved in it, you'd like to think that the trip wouldn't be a massive problem for him in terms of stamina.
Yeah, you'd be hoping that he can get home. Another horse who we know will be just plugging on at the one pace is Kontar, who ran in a very good race last time out, finished third, a country mile behind the first 2. But it caught the eye with just the way he just kept grinding and grinding. Yes,
it did, and as I said, I think he's the obvious one. I think he's liable to be favourite here. Year of the Dragon's interesting as well. He's twice a winner over the 2,100 metres here. Was a little bit disappointing last time out behind Bullied Porto, when that form wasn't exactly boosted earlier on, was it? The runner-up was very disappointing. The 4th was placed.
Yeah, the 4th came second, didn't he, in the end? And
this is a new trip for Year of the Dragon. But as I said, his form last season was good. That was his first run of the year when down the field last time out. So he's liable to improve a lot of that fitness-wise. The other one I thought was interesting here, if it becomes a test of stamina, is Calculation, who stays very, very well. He's been around forever. He's had 41 runs now, Calculation, but bred by Her Majesty the Queen, with a very good staying pedigree out of Estimate. Of course, he won the Queen's Vase at Royal Ascot and then won the Gold Cup itself. He's the horse who will stay, really stay a mile and 7 and beyond. He's a winner over the St Leger course and distance, in his day on the flat. So if this does become about stamina, then Calculation could be the one to be with. He's not normally one you want to rely on absolutely, but stamina is definitely his forte.
Is there a slight concern that he might be even too slow for 3,000 metres, where you just get just a little on the tight nature of this track?
That's the thing. It's the way the race is going to be run and the configuration of the track that might count against him. What he wants is a race where they just go hard over 2,400 metres here on dirt, where it just becomes about stamina, and then he keeps on well at the end. Whereas he doesn't show an awful lot of tactical speed in his races. And as I said, because very few of these are proven over the trip, other than him, why would you want to play into his hands by going really fast early on? You'd rather sort of have a look at the others, go slowly in the first circuit, wind things up very gradually, and make sure your horse is going to see it out. And Calculation, for him to make use of his stamina, I think is going to require his jockey to do something. I'm not sure he'd be top of my list of jockeys who would have plan B and plan C in place if things don't go his way early on.
Yeah, interesting to see. Fascinating contest. Let's get some runners and riders and some prices from Mr. Mark Francis. Only 7 going here, Mark, but it's a really, really tricky race.
Certainly is, Callum. Yes, longest race of the season so far, 3,000 metres. And as you've highlighted, the same course and distance as the Red Sea Handicap. which will see Saudi Cup weekend over a mile and 7 furlongs. Okay, let's go through the runners and riders for this handicap for horses rated 80 and upwards. Year of the Dragon, top weighted for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, 13-2. Bolt Away for the Red Stable, second the last twice, Wigberto Ramos, 5-4 chance. 3 is Contar, double seeking Camilo Ospina from stall 1, is a 5-2 player here. Calculation is 4 for Ahmed Al-Azari, 9-2. 5 is Ajar for Rayan Al-Teesh, who is a 12-1 player. The same price about number 6, Dramatic Device, 12-1, Abdelaziz Al-Faradi, most experienced runner in the lineup on start 46. The only one over the page is Tell Me All, where Ayed Al-Tarizi at the bottom of the weights and start 32 is a 20-1 chance, the outsider of the 7-runner field. So they are the runners and riders for the 6th race of the afternoon over 3,000 metres. Let's get back to our paddock reporter, Hannah Baycroft.
Thank you very much, Mark. Year of the Dragon is the first horse we're going to look at. Looking a little bit fluffy, actually. Has the noseband on and an egg butt snaffle. Looking quite calm, actually. Having a little look around as more crowds gather here at the racecourse. In terms of the body, as I mentioned, looking fluffy. It does get chillier in the evenings here. So that could be where that, well, most likely where that's coming from. There could be a clipping on the cards for this horse. Carrying a bit of condition, actually. Would like to see this horse a little bit more lean. Number 2, Bolt Away, trained by Jimmy Jerkins, is the next horse we're going to be looking at. Has the Dexter ring bit in, looking very alert and wide-eyed and seeing what's going on. I've got some gaps actually in front. I would like them to walk on a bit so I can see this horse walk better, because he's not walking great. He's sort of walking on himself and not really going anywhere. My paddock selection will be this horse though. However, I am disappointed in the way it's walking, but we'll see if we can have a chat to Jimmy in just a few moments. Let's have a look at the horse behind, number 3, Contar. Camilo Ospina takes the ride. This horse looks an absolute picture, and if I had to go back on my word, my goodness, I'd go for this horse. Wears the ring bit as well, and no noseband for this horse. Looks really nice and lean and fit, and the muscle tone, it looks great. Number 6 is the final horse we're going to look at before they go to the track, Dramatic Device. Having a good look around at his handler there as he chews on the bit. You can see the reds of his eyes. It tosses his head a little bit, but he isn't misbehaving, and he hasn't been at all. He is starting to pick up the pace as he walks around, but nothing to worry about there. Would like to see him a bit more toned actually underneath. Would like to see some obliques, because you can't see many of those, but his engine, his hind end, is looking great. Well, as they go to the track, let's head over to Jimmy Jerkins and just have a chat about Bolt Away as he is here in the parade ring. 2 runs on the turf so far, both finishing second, so we'll see how he goes today. Jimmy, talk to me about Bolt Away.
Well, you know, it's we're giving it a go. 3,000 meters. At least the surface is fast, so it should help him along a little bit. You know, we don't usually like to bring him back this quick, but especially this is his 3rd race in a month. But they were turf races, so they don't seem to take as much out of him because of the, like the dirt course would, especially the way it is now. Dirt's very slow. So I probably wouldn't run him back this quick, if it was if he had run on the dirt. But I thought his last 2 races were pretty good, pretty bang-up races. He was finishing strong. This distance, I don't know. I don't really know if anybody really wants to go that far. It's just I guess, I don't know, who's ever left standing, right? But he had a good week. He came out of his race pretty fresh, and he looks great. And I'd be disappointed if he wasn't right there, even not knowing, if he would like this going this far.
Well, it's the first time, isn't it? For everybody at this distance, it's not been around before.
Yeah, that's the thing. You just got to hope your horse will settle enough, which he should. He should settle nice for Wigberto and have some kick at the end, if it's possible to have any kick at the end of the race this far. But we're pretty confident.
Great. Thank you very much, Jimmy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, and thank you, Hannah, for grabbing that interview. Yeah, Boltaway, fascinating runner in this contest. Rory, before we look at a couple of others, let's talk about the YouTube chat because it's popping off. Saeed has been involved and giving us a big old wave, and let's have a look at the inserts as well. Saeed, you better be watching these inserts carefully because this is Boltaway finishing second last time. Like I said before, given far too much to do.
Yeah, well, he's finished strongly into second place behind Flying Spirit. He's an improving horse on this surface at the moment, really well suited by the switch back to turf here. So credit to the winner in the first place, but Boltaway's run a solid race to finish best of the others. And he's been second now twice to Flying Spirit. It was a length behind him in his previous start, where Contar was third. And we'll see Contar again shortly because he's in our second piece of video. This is him finishing third to Wooden Sun. Over 2,400 metres on the dirt last time. I've beaten a fair way by the front two, but you see him staying on the rail there to grab third place. This is a good performance in the context of this race. And obviously he showed that he's as effective on turf on his previous start, so he's one to bear in mind.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Naji is also in the YouTube comments as well. Gave us some selections for the last race. No luck in the last race, Naji, but hopefully he can get some more luck here. But I think Contar, the fascinating runner, just because you know he's just going to stay.
Yeah, it's a big positive. There's a couple in this race that you know have got a fair bit of stamina. Contar being one of them. Son of Ulysses out of the mare, Chatterati, and as I said, Calculation is the one who's just copper bottom stamina-wise. He will stay all day and all night, but will he have the tactical speed, even in a staying contest, to win on turf?
Yeah, you can see it's either going to be him getting across in front early and trying to wind it up slowly, or him being outpaced and being scrubbed along
I think
from
if
day
he
one.
can,
I've got some breaking news for you. I've just got some word from the stewards in regards to our last contest. Sylvester de Souza suspended for 3 meetings. That's 74 to 76 for careless riding in the home straight. So Sylvester de Souza has been suspended for 3 meetings between 74 and 76 for careless riding. We thought that would be the case.
I thought it was a fair chance because he didn't switch his whip. I don't think his horse drifted because of the stick, but if you don't show that you're willing to correct them straight away, you're liable to get punished for it.
Yeah, and it was one of those incidents where we were quite fortunate that Go Fast Trowel Land was probably going backwards and didn't end up going through the rail or something like that. He was able to Nath was able to get a hold of him, and he was already beaten. So
yeah, exactly. But in fairness, the fact that the horse is weakening at that stage sometimes makes the incident a little bit worse anyway. If they're holding their position, the horses tend to sort of hold themselves together. When one of them begins to weaken, then the others fill the gap that's there.
Concertina effect. They are circling down here. Let's get a selection nice and early because the loading process won't take long. Rory, who do you have in this one?
I'm going to go with Calculation and hope that his rider maximises his stamina, but I kind of know what might be happening.
That's a sleep deprivation talking there, Rory, isn't it? Surely. Boltaway will be the pick for me, and I know Hannah really liked Boltaway in the parade ring as well, a good-looking individual who certainly will be a nice enough type to go forward with. So Rory likes Calculation, myself and Hannah like Boltaway. Calculation's got wonderful, wonderful pedigree. Can't wait to see how he gets on. One we've not mentioned, Dramatic Device, the 6, is one we've not quite given enough of a talk to, and there's not very many in here, so we should talk about everything.
Yeah, 4 or 5 wins have come over 2,400 metres, including on turf. But you have to go back to 2019 for his last success on this surface, which is a little bit of a concern. And this is his first run since March, so fitness might be an issue for him.
Tell me all, the 7 is getting very warm in the prelims there. Just saw a shot there. I tell you what, the 6 looked lovely, but look at the 7. That is a wash with sweat. That would be a negative for me. Would that be a negative for yourself?
It would as well. Yeah. I can see a few of these maybe disappointing. I thought you might get a better run from Year of the Dragon here, who was in need of the run last time out, but the suggestion from the paddock is that he's going to need this run as well. So.
What's your sort of horses coming into their winter coach?
It's not a massive worry to me when it's getting cold at night. I think that's natural, and obviously we're normally looking at jump racing at this time of the year, and all the horses are coming into the winter coat. It doesn't stop them running well. It's obviously a positive in the spring when you see them getting their summer coat, but I wouldn't be too negative about a horse getting a little bit woolly at this time of the year, as long as he's in form. But Year of the Dragon yet to hit form this season.
Interesting. So Boltaway for myself and Hannah. Calculation will be a wild selection for Rory Delagi. Mark Francis, they're already going forward. It's all yours. Who do you like?
Thank you, Callum. Yes, Contar for me, second favourite. They're all loaded, and we're ready for race 6. Stand by. 3,000 metres ahead of them then. They're off and racing. First to get going was Tell Me All. The yellow sleeves up there is Year of the Dragon, and these two will go on as they approach the opening turn. Red Jacket of Boltaway has settled nicely for Egberto Ramos in third. Now just starting to tug a little. Races in mid-division with Asia, and back towards the inside. Very keen is Kontar. Only has a couple behind, and they include Dramatic Device on the inside of Calculation, who is giving the leader around 10 lengths. And if anything, Tell Me All is going further and further clear. So as they come into the home straight for the first time, the free-sweating Tell Me All at the bottom of the weight for Ayed Al-Tarizi has established a clear lead of the other six runners. As they come into the straight, I make it around 15 lengths between first and second. Tell Me All straightens up now under a tight rein. Year of the Dragon in second position, Boltaway back in third with the red jacket. Kontar still hasn't settled for Camilo Ospina in fourth place, being followed by Asia. Back towards the inside is Dramatic Device, and the yellow and green colours of Calculation can see them all as they come up to the straight with a circuit to go. The leader is Tell Me All, looking for career victory number 4. Has got to the front pretty easily, and the others are happy to give a lead to Tell Me All. Is some way clear, now 20 lengths ahead of the main body of the field. Year of the Dragon now in second place, ahead of Boltaway with Berto Ramos back in third position. Kontar back on the inside, has never been better than fourth, with Ajar, nose-banded runner, in fifth position. Dramatic Device is in sixth place, and Calculation is still last. We're about to go through their starting point in this sixth race of the programme, the final race of the day on turf. This is a handicap for horses rated 80 and more. Stamina test being set by Tell Me All, who's starting to come back towards the field. Year of the Dragon on the inside, the yellow cap of Boltaway second and third. Kontar in fourth, Ajar now just being ridden along for a stride or two as Dramatic Device doesn't want to stay on the rail, is now angled out under Abdelaziz Al-Faradi, and Calculation still 3 lengths at the back. Tell Me All, well, he's a sitting duck it seems, as Year of the Dragon is about to get to his girth. The pace really lifting here. Boltaway in third position, Kontar now trying to rally on the inside of Dramatic Device, who continues to make stealthy headway on the outside. Asia now last but one, and Calculation still has to pass them all as they have 400 metres left to travel. Tell Me All is nothing if not game on the front end. Year of the Dragon hasn't quite gone past. Boltaway in third, Kontar now trying to pick up on the far side. Dramatic Device hasn't found a great deal, and neither had the other two. Year of the Dragon now is just getting on top of Tell Me All, who has certainly ran his race. Boltaway disputing third with Kontar, but up towards the finish, it is Year of the Dragon who is seeing it out the stronger. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira back in the winner's enclosure. Second position, a great run from Tell Me All. They were followed by Kontar, and then came Dramatic Device and Boltaway. Pat down the neck for Year of the Dragon, who has justified top weight and the top rating. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira pushing out Year of the Dragon. Took his time to get to Tell Me All, who has certainly shown a tremendous attitude to keep going in the closing stages. Had a very healthy lead at halfway and has not lost out by far in the end. Year of the Dragon always doing enough. Stamina assured. The rating spot on, it seems, and gets the better of Tell Me All by 4 lengths in the end. 3:15.82 is the winning time. Number 1, Year of the Dragon wins to Tell Me All right down the bottom. The 7 in second. Very close third. Dramatic Device and Kontar finishing together ahead of Boltaway. The result of the 6th race of the afternoon, Year of the Dragon is the winner. The 1 beating Tell Me All in second place. Very close third, yet to come through. I'll let the chaps wrap that up in the studio. That's between Kontar and Dramatic Device.
Ricardo Sosa Ferreira has guided his mount to victory here in our 6th contest of the day. And Rory, Year of the Dragon was just ridden to perfection there in a bit of a strange old race.
Yes, it was, because we had Tell Me All setting such a strong pace in the early stages and then coming back to the field while still seemingly having a little bit left to offer. It made for an unusual spectacle. Still didn't sit calculation though, did it? You know, kind of suspected that if it was all about stamina, that's all he can do. But he just
You knew when calculation jumped out and was in dead last, about 70 lengths off the leader, you thought he's going to have to show some effort to get in front. Oh, Ricardo's about to weigh in, so we'll make sure Hannah can get a word with him. Ricardo, Hannah, it's over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, we will have a chat with Ricardo, who is on absolute fire at the moment. That was a very strong pace early on. There was a lot to catch up on. I mean, that horse really handled the trip well.
Yes, before the race, my idea is go in front and sleep the race, but one horse go too fast. But for me, it's good because I try my horse relax the first time and in front go step by step. I scare a little bit today, 60 kilos. I know the horse distance, no problem. England 2004 and more, no, not problem. But this season, just the second race, a little bit fat. I know this horse, many winners. He's a nice horse and like the grass.
Yeah, for sure. Well, of course, it likes the grass and, of course, likes the trip. So I'm sure there's plenty more to see, even though this horse is a 6-year-old, very talented.
Yes, this horse old the race give 1000%, you know. Today, the Axivils have a good rating. He have chance, but the form I don't know before the race, you know. Last race a little bit fat. Today sure better, but I don't know. You before the racing never knows. And just one thing I want to explain, because yesterday not chance because you're not here. I doing this for I want to explain the television Saudi Arabia. I doing this for my stable in Spain. You're meeting in there. He tell me just give it like this for you. Your winners go to there. You know. I want to just explain.
We can see how much it means to you. You are doing so well at the moment. So yes, it means so much when we see your happy face come in. With every winner, we love it.
Thank you. I hope more.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Rory. There'll be a stable in Spain getting an awful lot of luck because this man can't stop riding winners.
Yeah, he's a joy to watch around here, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, and it feels like one that got away because he says it himself. He was fat for his reappearance run, and you know, you couldn't disagree with Hannah that he was still carrying condition in the parade ring today, and you thought, well, maybe we weren't. You know, we talked about him being a little bit woolly in his coat, and that was less of a worry given you know, given the fact that we're at a time of year where it gets a bit cool at night and horses are bound to be growing into their winter coats. But it was the fact that he didn't look fully wound up here. But he's a turf specialist. 2 wins over 2100 metres earlier in the year, and this race probably didn't absolutely test stamina. You know, if you've got a bit of class about you and you settle, which he does, then you give yourself every chance of winning here. It's not like in the as we said, in the Red Sea Turf Cup, where they go a really strong pace from the start, stamina really is tested then. Whereas although you get one horse setting a strong pace, no one else really wants to follow that. They want to ride the horses to get the best out of them, and Ricardo was more than happy just to sit 12, 15 lengths off the leader here and riding his horse in hand, allowing him to run his own race. He's a bit more genuine than Boltaway. Now, I think you said Boltaway been given a bit too much to do in his last couple of races, finishing with a rattle, but I think if he meets the horse that beat him twice here earlier in the season, he gets beaten further next time as well. He was a bit disappointing today, but as Jimmy suggested in the pre-race interview, he's had a couple of tough enough runs in recent weeks, and maybe he's not as fresh as he might be, and he didn't look particularly happy through this race for me.
He pulled early. I thought him and Contar both sort of took quite a keen hold early, and you mentioned the fact that our eventual winner was the only one able to settle, and I think that's what won in the race eventually, is that Ricardo just been able to say when he's ready to go, and then when he's asked for an effort, he's got it straight away.
He's like an old sheep, really, the manner of speaking, isn't he? And the one thing, you know, your worry is how quickly can you get him fit. But in a race itself, where this isn't being run like any dirt race would be run, and a lot of these horses who are used to running on dirt and being able to settle behind a strong pace and not having to worry about racing freely, they've got a little bit lit up because of the way this is run. They're all seeing a little bit of daylight. He just settles really nicely and just goes into his stride. You talked about a horse with having a bit of a rocking horse action earlier in the day. He's a little bit like that as well. He's just happily cantering away in second place. And although I wouldn't say he's a true stayer in the real sense of the word, he didn't have to here. He was just able to track the pace, to use his class, and the fact that he's willing to win a race to his best advantage at the end of the day.
This is where I think Ayad Al-Tarisi has done brilliantly. Remember, he's still an apprentice jockey here. On the leader tail, he's just put the brakes on and given this horse a breather. Very much like what we saw with Ile Francais in the King George yesterday. Just able to give your horse a breather when making all, and then able to kick again. At one stage, I thought he was going to win it.
Yeah, and I think it's a good ride from Ed. No one really wants to be the one to close the gap on their own. It's not an easy thing to do. It tends to take it out of a horse. You ideally want somebody else to close the gap. In this case, he allowed them to close the gap by giving his horse a breather, but then he's also been able to quicken again from the front and given himself every chance to win. He still raced a little bit more freely than you would think, given by his jockey's body language. And as you noted before the start, he got very warm and he was very much on his toes, and maybe that the way he expended energy there pre-race and through the race has cost him in the end. But his jockey has helped him to give his running to a large extent here, and he's run a decent race in the circumstances. You wouldn't have been surprised watching this race at halfway if I said, oh, he's finished 8th in the end. That wouldn't have been a massive shock. But his jockey has, as you said, filled him up, given him half a chance of seeing his race out, and he's been better placed than most as a result. If he'd kept his foot to the floor, he'd have been well beaten.
Yeah, I think that's the point. He just allowed him to get a breath in and had managed to hold on for second, and Connections will be absolutely over the moon with that because he's run some stinkers previously and now got himself back into the money, and especially with a second place effort.
Yeah, and this must help his confidence. Again, he hasn't won the race, but his jockey's allowed him to have a good experience, and as a result, he's seen his race out for the first time in a while. Hopefully he can build on that. He still strikes me as quite a nervous time.
Yeah, he got very warm in the prelims and sort of ran away with Ayad, but Ayad managed to get back underneath him, get back on top of him, I should say, get the horse underneath him, and then allow that horse to sort of fill its lungs and kick again. It was a cracking ride from a very talented young jockey. We move on to some very talented purebred Arabians in our next contest. This is the Prince Abdulaziz bin Masid bin Jalawi Cup, which we're looking forward to. This is a cup race for the purebred Arabians, and it features Jcsa Al-Khalidiyya. Now, I said earlier on, this is a horse I'm really looking forward to because she is a winning machine.
Yeah, this is a good contest. We're seeing some highly rated horses, not the creme de la creme.
Just the creme.
But they are, there are multiple horses rated 107 plus. Jamran Al-Khalidiyya 107, Katir Al-Khalidiyya 107, Madrasa 106, and could be better than that. He's an interesting one there. Turkey Al-Khalidiyya, really solid performer, 115. But the star of the show in this contest is Maita Al-Khalidiyya with a rating of 120 and has been running up to that, successful on 6 of her last 7 starts. Always brings her A game to the races and should take the beating here on all known form. It won't be all one-way traffic, but she's got a very solid profile.
I thought she snatched victory from the jaws of defeat last time when Rakud Al-Ansari produced a performance that we haven't seen from her in months to really put the cat amongst the pigeons. Then she just got up. You could see the attitude that she showed.
It was quite a messy race, wasn't it, the Gulf Cup over 1,400 metres. That's probably, she's effective over a range of distances, but 1,400 metres, especially in a race that probably wasn't run at the most honest of gallops, would maybe make her vulnerable. A well-run mile should see her in a better light, but she showed that she had the cojones to go and pull the race out of the fire, if you excuse that expression, in a race that wasn't really run to suit last time out. It was quite a bunched finish, but she got the job done. This should be, with so many stablemates in the race as well, so many Al-Khalidiyya horses, this should be set up for her as well, and I think we probably see her producing a more dominant display than she did last time out.
Well, we've timed that to perfection because the horses are just coming into the paddock behind us, so it's time to hand over to Mr. Mark Francis, who can give us the runners and riders for this cracking purebred Arabian contest.
Yeah, really looking forward to this, Callum. This is the Prince Abdulaziz bin Musaid bin Jalawi Cup for the 4-year-olds and upwards. Thurb Al Timyat gets the call-up. The other mare is the standout, Maitha Al Kaladir, who has won her last 4 in a row. Adel Al Faredi looking for a second winner of the afternoon, and odds on to oblige at 10 to 11. 10, well, we've had to use very small text here. Habadek Allah Al Kaladir is the mount of Fahid Al Faredi. All the ones, 1 win from 11. And Mostabsil Al Kaladir completes the field of 11 for Mohammed Al Nasser, no longer now Tariq Al Mansour. The 11 runners then are in the paddock for the 7th race of the afternoon, one of the features of the day. Let's get back to Hannah Baker.
Thank you, Mark. Number 1 is the first horse we're going to look at in this purebred Arabian competition. Dagam Al Kaladir, one of many greys in the field. Loose ring snaffle. You can see the whites of his eyes, but he's very well behaved. He's just having a little look around, but nothing to worry about at all. Very alert. Nice head on him. Also has the tongue tie as well. Body-wise, he's walking quite nicely. Head is bobbing and looking ready to go. Number 4 is the next horse we're going to be looking at in this field. Katir Al Kaladir by Laith Al Kaladir has the headgear on, a larger loose ring snaffle on this horse just to stop it from slipping through the mouth. Has been going in and out of a jig jog, but nothing too exciting. Body-wise, it looks nice and toned on its hind end in that all-important engine. Dropping back now. Number 6 is the next horse on my list, Masood Al Kaladir. Nice liver chestnut, a darker chestnut, that gorgeous liver colour, and a really nice coat on it. Trained by Thama Al Dohani. I always mention how lovely his horse's coats look, and this one is looking glorious. Playing around with its tongue there, as you can see it sticking out. Got a nice walk, nice keen walk, and his muscle on his top line, particularly from the neck all the way, travelling down to the bottom, is very built up, which is quite nice to see. A very strong-looking, stocky horse, this, number 6. Last on my list, another grey we're going to look at, number 9, Maitha Al Kaladir, 5-year-old mare that Aldel Al Faredi takes the ride on. Has been walking quite keen, actually, in the parade ring, but has settled down now. Having a little chomp on the bit and having a look around. As I said earlier, more crowds are gathering around the parade ring. It's very nice to see. It gets busier throughout the day, which is what we like to see. But back to this horse and looking at its body, I would like to see that tummy a bit more tucked up. I say it before and I'll say it again. The thing is with these purebred Arabians, they tend to have a higher head carriage and a dip in the back. So it's always, I'd ideally like to see it without the saddle. But of course, can't do that now. So from anyway, what I'd like to see is just a bit more muscle built up underneath, actually, a bit more tucked up, and his abdominal muscles would be on show, and I can't see that. So I think it's carrying a bit more condition. But that is the horses in the parade ring that we're going to look at. I like the look of number 6, Masood Al Kaladir, the Thama Al Dahani horse. As I said, it looks really great in its coat and walking really well. And I'm always looking at their pelvises because that's very important. I mean, I said this a few weeks ago with the horses. Sometimes they have terrible walks, but that doesn't mean that they won't perform. However, it's something to make note of as they go on in their careers, because it can affect them and most likely will affect them later on. So if you do like to follow horses from the younger days till they get a bit older, that's always something to note. But yeah, the 6, I really like this horse. I'm watching it go out as they head out to track. He's having a bit of a jig jog, salivating quite a lot actually. But yeah, looks keen and ready to go for this race. I don't mind that. It looks like he's containing that energy, and it's the important part is what he behaves like when he gets to post. So that's my selection in the parade ring. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Let's have a look at some of these in action. I think it's best that we start with Maitha Al Kaladir. In the red cap here on the near side, absolutely snatching victory from the jaws of defeat.
Yeah, as you can see, there's a huge number of horses in contention coming off the bend in this 1400-metre Gulf Cup last time out. And Maitha Al Kaladir, although not coming from far off the pace, it turned into a sprint off the bend. And as she said, she's had to really dig deep to get up close. Look beaten at this stage. But that's just the nature of the race, and she does dig deep to get her head in front. The second just begins to weaken, having kicked for home earliest. And again, she's only held on from a fast finisher in third as well.
Yeah, that was her own
But she's better than that. This is Turkey Al Khalidiyah in the white cap. By the way, Maita Al Khalidiyah also wears the red cap today, as she did in that picture. Turkey Al Khalidiyah is just a tremendously consistent horse. Most of his runs, he's won twice over course and distance in recent runs, have been in open races, which have been pretty strong affairs, but not quite as strong as the cup races that Maita Al Khalidiyah is running in. But again, typically a strong performance here from Turkey Al Khalidiyah. Your old friend Tagruda.
I was about to say, look at who's flying home in second.
And we'll be seeing more of Tagruda later today.
Yeah, so today is a great day. Today is Tagruda Day, and we get to see that absolute gorgeous mare try and win a racetrack championship preview race. So looking forward to that. Turkey Al Khalidiyah. Now, how do you play it? Because Turkey Al Khalidiyah would visually more impressive than what we just saw from Maita Al Khalidiyah. And you've also, there's some horses in behind that would suggest that the form isn't weak.
Oh yeah, if all you knew about Maita Al Khalidiyah was that one run last time out, you'd say that she's vulnerable. But you've got to look at her other efforts as well, and look at her form as a whole. And she is the one to beat. She's not miles clear on the rating, but the ratings tend to be very reliable with the top end purebred Arabians, and her rating of 120 is well earned. Turkey Al Khalidiyah is a very solid performer in the high level opens, and doesn't have a huge amount to find, but I think she does hold them on various lines of form over the last 6 months.
You mentioned horse number 5, Madrasa, was a very interesting runner for you. Tell everybody why you find number 5, Madrasa, so interesting. It's only had the one run here in Saudi.
Well, it's always quite interesting to see horses running in these colours. He's got a British pedigree, as it were, by No Risk Al Mori, who was a very talented performer. I think he ran in the Shadwell colours in the UK, and is now sort of leading sire of UK and European-based Arabians. But Madrasa was a Group 2 winner, I believe, placed at the highest level, placed at a Group 1 at St. Cloud last season, and carries a very high level of European form into this, and I thought caught the eye when finishing 4th of 16 behind Turkey Al Khalidiyah in that race we saw the replay from. You'd like to think that Madrasa could improve on that, his first run here, and I think he's a fascinating contender here for a stable who tend to through the occasional spanner in the works.
Yeah, they like to upset the apple cart, and I think in a race like this, tactics are going to be so important. Now, if Mutlaq has 5 runners in this race, I wonder what the team talk was like beforehand.
Well, this is an interesting. When we talk about, some of the big stables have multiple runners in races, and when you get races where there's, cup races where the white stable might have 3 runners, they may have horses who go from the front. They may have horses who look to take advantage of the fact there's a strong pace by coming from off the pace. But you don't tend to get an awful lot of "I'll set this up for you" type rides. But I think in these races, in the cup races for the purebred Arabians, where you do have 4 or 5 Al Khalidiyahs with a chance, you might just see one sacrificed to make the running, and then who may just move out of the way for a stable companion off the home bend. And you'll often see the jockeys on the horses who are making the pace looking around to see where the better fancy stable companion is.
And the sacrificial lamb in this race is probably going to be Motabasil Al Khalidiyah, who comes into here, horse number 11, with a rating of 88, finished 3rd last time, but had stall 3, so could get across early and try and set those fractions.
My view is that you need to have a horse who's even better than that to be setting the pace.
Really?
So I wouldn't be at all surprised. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see something like Jamran Al Khalidiyah, who's rated 107. He's held by Maita Al Khalidiyah on the Gulf Cup run. He was a little bit disappointing in that contest. Or even Hafizat Ala Al Khalidiyah, who's 112 rated.
Imagine 112 rated horse.
Not used purely as pacemakers, but I don't think they're just going to let one horse set the pace. I think you're going to have 2 of the Al Khalidiyah horses up with the pace, even if something else is there, racing apart, one on the rail, one a little bit wider, and looking to make sure that they're not getting in the way of Maita Al Khalidiyah in the closing stages.
We've talked about owners that like to upset the apple cart. Ghazi Al Zaman is owned by owners that love to rock the apple cart. They had the Najib Al Zaman, I think, was their horse. He was a very talented runner last year.
He's still around. He's not gone yet.
He's not gone yet. So he's still around. He could be one to take on the likes of Afsan and Talal later on this season. What do you make of this run at horse number 2?
He's well drawn in stall 1, Ghazi Al Zaman, but he lacks the class of a few of these. He's won 3 of his 10 career starts here. He's got Camilo Espino on board as well. So you could jockey and draw on your side, but it's difficult to make excuses for a few recent defeats. Was 4th in the Sprint Championship going back to March. He's probably best at a sharper trip as well, and he hasn't matched that good effort in a few runs this season. So I find him quite hard to fancy in this contest. But you rule horses out at your peril sporting these silks.
We're just seeing the 5 Madrasa just on the other side of the tape, which means the vets are taking a second look. We'll let you know if anything comes of that. I thought interesting jockey booking wise in this race. Abdullah Al-Orfi, the rider of Afsan Al-Kaladir, is not riding any of the Al-Kaladir runners. He's riding Dayagam Al-Kaladir for a completely different trainer, Al-Qatani, which I would consider quite surprising. Horse number 1 in your race card.
Yeah, and again, it's not easy to fancy Daigam Al-Kaladir. Hannah had a good look at him in the parade ring. I'm not entirely sure what the deal is with the jockey bookings for these runners. I don't get involved in the politics of that, and I don't know whether that would be a choice for Abdullah Al-Orfi to be riding this one, but it's certainly interesting. His win 2 starts ago came in a 0-65 handicap. He is probably improving in a fair old rate of knots at the moment, but if you're qualified for a 0-65 a month ago when you're racing against Maitha Al-Kaladir here, it would be a surprise if you were good enough. And although he's rated 99 now after a good 4th last time out behind Jcsa, again, I suspect the shorter trip is more in keeping with him.
What is your selection in this race, Rory? Who do you like?
I'm tempted by Madrasa, but I'm going to go for Maitha Al-Kaladir.
Maitha Al-Kaladir for you, Maitha Al-Kaladir for me, Masood Al-Kaladir for Hannah, Mark Francis, it's a corker. Who do you like?
Yes, it really is a cracking race here, Callum. There is my selection, Maitha Al-Kaladir with the red cap for Adel Al-Faredi. It's had a terrific year and hopefully can complete that with another victory here. Has won her last 4 in a row, scraped in last time as you highlighted. She is the right favourite, and I hope the best of the bunch here. And Ghazi Al Zaman, Al Zaman in colours, goes into 1, and we're ready for race 7. Stand by. First Arabian race of the day, and they're off and racing. For the Prince Abdulaziz bin Musaid bin Jalawi Cup over 1,600 metres, Maitha Al-Kaladir straight to the front. The red cap on the left of Shot, on the right of Shot, the yellow cap of Mustabsil Al-Kaladir is going to be the pace setter. So it is Mustabsil Al-Kaladir and Tariq Al-Mansour who have clung to the early lead. Going with him, though, is the market leader, Maitha Al-Kaladir, wider on the course, the red cap, between those the white cap of Turkey Al-Kaladir, now being overtaken by Masood Al-Kaladir, green cap and sleeves on the inside. Degam Al-Kaladir, the blue and white stripes, currently racing in 5th position on the outside of Madrasa, and Ghazi Al-Zaman towards the inside. Towards the back end of the field, the orange and black silks of Idris, the yellow cap of Mustabsil Al-Kaladir, with challengers on either flank. Nearest to us, Masood Al-Kaladir. Far side is the white cap of Turkey Al-Kaladir. 3 in with a chance here as we run up towards the finish. Far side is Turkey Al-Kaladir, who is beginning to get on top. Turkey Al-Kaladir, what a timely winner, has just lowered the colours in the end of possible stablemates Masood Al-Kaladir and Mustabsil Al-Kaladir. It's an Al-Kaladir feast at the wire. Turkey Al-Kaladir, I think, was first past the post. Turkey Al-Kaladir on the right of Shot for Naif Al-Anazi. Just about got to the leader, who was Mustabsil Al-Kaladir, who's run a very creditable race, albeit in 2nd and 3rd, off a mark of 88. Masood Al-Kaladir just backing out of things at the line, but it is close, and it is confirmed. Turkey Al-Kaladir has won in a time of 1:51.47. It's a winner for Naif Al-Anazi in the Al-Kaladir colours. He is top dog, he says. Wins by a neck from Mustabsil Al-Kaladir, the early pace setter in the middle of runners. Yellow cap between Masood Al-Kaladir near side, who eventually finished in 3rd, and the eventual winner. Hafadik Al-Kaladir home in 4th place. Maitha Al-Kaladir, the disappointment, back in 5th position. The result to the Prince Abdulaziz bin Musab bin Jalawi Cup, 7, 11 and 6. Turkey Al Khalidiyah reigns supreme in race 7.
A shock here as nobody in the team is getting Turkey because no one picked up Turkey Al Khalidiyah, ridden by Naif Al Anazi, who was the picture of confidence after punching the air, crossing the line here. Rory, it was a really interesting race because the horses that were bang up with the pace early stayed there, and it was one that was from off the pace, snuck up the rail.
Yeah, good ride by Naif. We were a little bit critical of his ride early on in the day, and the form horse in our fillies maiden over 1,200 metres, but he does what he does best in this contest. And again, he gets the best of his success really in the purebred Arabian races. These horses tend to go a lot sweeter for them, don't they? And he's got a lovely tune out of Turkey Al Khalidiyah, who was the obvious danger to Maitha Al Khalidiyah, and she is not. I wouldn't be at all surprised if she was lame. She just was not moving nicely through that race at all. At any point, again, you look at her win last time out, and she doesn't seem to stride out particularly well, but she showed real guts to get it done. But yeah, her action never looked particularly pretty.
She was
at any
lugging
point.
to the rail as well, wasn't she?
She was hanging to her left and not looking happy. And normally she will rally strongly at the end of her races, but she weakened out of it today, and it'd be interesting to get an update on her. But Turkey Al Khalidiyah, he's it's not a case of him being the bridesmaid, but he's been picking up those open races where Maitha Al Khalidiyah has been winning cup races. But this is his third course and distance win in his last 4 starts. He's a thoroughly reliable performer, always turns up and does it, and he's done it again today.
Let's hear from Naif Al Anazi, who's with Hannah.
Indeed, you're just in time. Yep, he's just going to hand over his saddle and then grab his hat and his progress. If we can grab him, he has to go, but just quickly just say, I mean, that was really brilliant.
Thanks God, madam. Second time I ride this horse. Last year I ride him in the cup, I win. Today also I ride him in perfect cup. Last season I lose this cup. Head. Today I win, maybe head or more. Thanks God, I am so proud about this farm. Thanks God.
Thank you very much. Well, he's got to run, but what a race that was to the line. Very much enjoyable, and what a guy Naif Al Anazi is.
What a guy he is, and you can just see him now. He looks like he's going to be angling wide, but watch him just pick up his head and go, well, hang on a minute, there's a gap on the inside here. The stablemate's beginning to drift off, and we'll go straight through here. Here comes the gap. He gets to the rail, and he uses the rail to guide him to victory.
He does, yeah, and when Naif is in the drive position like this, he's He's hard to stop, but he's had a really willing partner here as well. But you can see him behind there with Maitha Al-Khalidiyya. She's drifted towards the rail. Again, her head's on one side. She doesn't look happy, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if she's carrying a little bit of a niggle the way she went through this race.
Can you believe Mutabasil Al-Khalidiyya turned out to be the pacemaker, nearly won the race?
Yeah, exactly. I thought there'd be at least a couple in the Al-Khalidiyya cutters up there, and that at least was correct. But Maitha Al-Khalidiyya was one of them. She wasn't sitting too far behind. Turkey Al-Khalidiyya moving up between horses to take a fairly prominent position. You were spot on with who the pacemaker would be. But has been able to set just a fair pace here. Hasn't gone ridiculously fast in front. Not a slow pace by any manner of means. It didn't turn into a messy contest. But fair play to him, because he's kept plugging away and rallied to regain second place close home, having been passed for that position. Mustab Al-Khalidiyya has run an absolute cracker, and there might be a bit more to come from him. He'd certainly be going up the ratings from 88 on the back of this, given the horses that he's finished in front of on the day.
Your heart goes out to Hannah, who picked out Masood Al-Khalidiyya, who looked to be at this point right here shaping like the winner, but never wanted to go by.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say there. He did look good in the paddock, as Hannah said. He looked very much ready to race. He travelled best through the contest. He's still pretty much on the bridle now, and everything else is being rode along, including the winner in behind. But he never really he briefly gets past, but it takes him a long time to get past the front runner. Now you think he's going to just get the job done, but having got about a head in front of our long-time pacemaker, he ends up just weakening a little bit later on. His best form has come at 1,400 metres so far, so perhaps the trip was just a little bit beyond him, and he certainly doesn't finish as strongly as he might. But he does give a flash of the tail in the closing stages as well, and I'm not entirely sure he was giving 100% in the contest.
Let's go and have a look at these celebrations here. Wonderful to see all the dignitaries involved with the celebration here ahead of this wonderful cup contest. Again, the traditional. We're holding this upstairs, actually. This is in the upstairs in the presidential lounge. Very nice place to be.
You say, as a man who speaks from experience there, you're very lucky to have seen the finer parts of this racecourse.
I'm having a great time, honestly. Unbelievable.
Some of us are stuck in this room all the time. You know?
I'll tell you what, you're lucky here. It's nice, it's warm, it's temperate, it's fine outside, it's absolutely freezing. You mentioned here the horse getting checked by the vet. I think that is Maitha Al-Khalidiyya just behind us being checked by the vet as well. Hannah, you are down there. What have you got for us?
Well, as I said earlier, it was getting busier here on the race course, so I thought I'd catch up with some race goers. And in particular, this is Anna, who is enjoying a lovely evening of racing. But Anna, you actually work at the Equine Hospital, don't you?
Yes, I'm part of the Equine Hospital team. We're very happy to be here today. We're supporting a lot of the trainers and a lot of the owners that always come to us. It's very nice to see our horses racing here today. Yeah, at the hospital we have specialized care. We have both specialists for surgery and internal medicine. We're seeing horses from all specialties, and we offer state-of-the-art equipment. And we're also training a lot of the Saudi vets to become specialists as well, and soon to be here with us in the race course and all the events that Saudi is having right now.
Interesting. Okay, so you said you're from Brazil, correct? So you've come here for the job?
Yes, I came here for the job. They were creating the hospital. They created the hospital for the Saudi Cup. And since then, we've been growing with a lot of our Arabian horse shows and a lot of the warm bloods. And our main focus, of course, with the Jockey Club are the race horses. And we created the internal medicine service. I created the internal medicine service at the hospital. They also created a surgery service. And yes, we've just been growing, expanding more and more and more. We have 50 people working at the hospital right now. So it's expanding every day. Yeah.
That's fantastic. So you're teaching as well locals about, obviously, the medicine, horse medicine in the hospital?
Yes, absolutely. We're training our locals, and very soon they'll be specialists as well. They're going towards the paths of internal medicine. We have some becoming racing vets as well. They were jockeys previously. So we're very excited to train all these people and to actually not need us eventually. We love to come and visit, but we want to see them being specialists and leading this hospital, leading the veterinary care in the kingdom. Yeah,
that's very exciting. Well, I just want you to actually give us a quick word on being a racegoer here, because obviously we've got many people watching, they've never been here before. So tell us, from a racegoer's perspective, tell us about the racecourse.
Oh, it's beautiful and beautiful. And I say this a kind of bias because I do live here on the grounds and I love to just come around. The race course is absolutely beautiful. The atmosphere is great. Everybody that is in here is so nice. I highly recommend to bring the family. We have here, one of our surgeons is here with us with his family as well. It's a great environment to bring friends, family, just come and enjoy. It's absolutely beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful race courses in the world. And yeah, please come. It's gorgeous. But I highly, highly suggest for you to come with your family. Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much, Anna. Yes, I second that. I'd highly recommend it too. Get on a plane and come to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Yes, Hannah, thank you, Hannah and Anna, there for taking us through what it's like to come racing here in Saudi, and I think that's really important. The equine vets here, the equine veterinary staff also working with racing staff to train those people up to become racing veterinary staff is hugely important for the sustainability of racing here in Saudi Arabia.
And that's something there's a real vision for in Saudi Arabia as well. We've talked about how the locals here have a long tradition with horses, both purebred Arabians and indeed thoroughbreds in the last last 100 years, I suppose. They're very proud of the equine tradition here, and the racing authority here has a real vision for the future, making Saudi Arabia a leading player, not just in terms of stake money, but in terms of the way the racing is run, in terms of the quality of every aspect of the racing. So we're not just talking about getting good horses, it's doing everything properly from the bottom up, from the ground up, and making sure that the standard of care, the standard of administration is top class as well.
Yes, wonderful scenes here as well. This is Prince Fahad, who is with the Al Khaladir horses. These are our winning owners, and it's wonderful to see a real team effort here. Obviously, the trainer had plenty of runners in this race, but it's wonderful to see everybody down here celebrating the success, including Naif Al-Anazi, who is lifting up the trophy now and enjoying this moment. Wonderful scenes for Naif, who is now back up off the mat following that. Not the strongest of rides early on in the card, and nearly getting taken out on Go Fast Trial Land later on.
Yeah, not his fault in Go Fast Trial Land, obviously. He was just beginning to weaken out of that front-running role when he'd been pestered for it as well. But yeah, he took a gamble in the maiden race, trying to utilise a horse's stamina. Wasn't able to get to the front, and then everything went wrong from there being caught wide. But he absolutely adores his purebred Arabians. He's had some of his best wins here. As he said, some of his most agonising defeats, beaten in a photo in this race last year, but very much put that right with a narrow victory this time around. And you could see that meant an awful lot to Naif, even in that very short interview we had with him after the race.
Yeah, wonderful scenes all the way through. Naif constantly mentioning that he needed to get away to get involved in the celebrations, which I totally understand, Naif. I'm a party man myself too. We move on to race 8. This is a cracking sprint. There's only 6 in the field, but my goodness, there's some proper horses on show.
Yes, it is. It's a very, very good contest. And despite small fields today, we have some really, really interesting races. I like one here I think might be a little bit underrated by the international market, particularly at the trip. But yeah, you can give all finds tons for pressure as a really likable performer.
Plenty of horses we know and like in this race. They're in the paddock behind me. So Mark Francis, it's over to you. Runners and riders, there's only 6.
Indeed there is, Callum. Yes, one of the shortest or smallest fields of the day for the Prince Fahad bin Jalawi Cup, over 1,200 metres on the dirt. Headed by number 1 Beehive, who was the last time out winner for Mohammed Al Hubail, seeking victory number 12 in an excellent career here. 2 is Digitize, 1 or 2 in here for the Red Stable. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is on board the 2, who is looking for a hat-trick as well. Mahalik, he's been out of the winners' enclosure a little while, gets stall 1, Alex Moreno on the 3. 4 is Messiah for Adel Al-Faridi. My map is the 5, the grey, for Eddie Castro. Haven't seen his name on our race card for much of the last few weeks. Eddie Castro on the 5, and the 6 is William Tell, Sylvester de Souza, who is on board the second of the 2 Red Stable runners, and an 8-to-1 chance as well. The runners are in the parade ring, where the market leader is Messiah at 6-4.
Well, there goes your price on the international market there, Rory. Already in at 6-4, Messiah.
Yes.
But let's start from the top and work our way down. Beehive, the 1.
Yeah, a really tough performer, Beehive, on his day. Has run into Mahalik 2 or 3 times this season, but back to winning ways when beating Maruf 2 3/4 lengths in a course and distance handicap and not in 90 affair last time out, and has a chance in the ratings in a race like this. That 0 to 90 grade probably ideal for Beehive. He just struggles against the very best but the very best are kept out of those contests. Normally this time of the year you think Beehive might just be having enough, but I thought that was the case on his previous start when he was beaten, but he bounced right back to winning ways last time out, so he might just be getting a second win for the season. And I know we sort of tailed off a little bit last year and he's been busy again, but holding his form better this time around and looking at good condition in the picture that we see in front of us from the parade ring.
I tell you who is also getting their second win, it's Hannah Baycroft, and she can give us a lowdown of how they're looking in the paddock.
Indeed, well, we're going to go through all of them because we only have a small field, as you said. So let's start at the top. Beehive. Very nice, honest eyes. That's the first thing I commented on this horse. Now, I know he's having a look around, but that's only because the loudspeaker is going. Very innocent-looking face, very sweet individual. Body-wise, really chunky on the back, and not chunky in a too much condition sense. It's muscle. It looks phenomenal. And he's walking, when he's not looking at the camera, very well. Also, coat's not looking too bad, but if I were to pick one out who looks amazing in the coat, it wouldn't be this horse. That horse is definitely coming up, but nevertheless, Beehive is looking fantastic and very strong. Number 2, Jcsa is the next horse, has the cross noseband on and also got the earplugs in, walking out rather well, looks a little bit tight, but only very slightly on the hind closest to me. Lovely and muscled on the back, and those fitness lines are looking very sharp and on real top form there. Number 3 is the next horse we're going to look at. Mahalik has the noseband and a cross noseband also, as well as a loose ring snaffle. This horse is looking very more defined, far more defined I should say, as opposed to the other two ahead, but it's a lighter framed horse instead. And as it's always very beautiful, I'm sure you can see what I'm seeing. He's got a very gorgeous head on him, and underneath those oblique muscles look great. Number 4, Messiah is the next horse we're going to look at. This horse looked an absolute picture. Sorry, looks. It's not past tense, it's present. The coat on this horse is unbelievably shiny. I hope you can see the glorious shine that I can see. Walking really well as well. Has the Dexter ring bit in too. Number 5, My Map, is the next horse we're going to look at. Has the noseband in and a loose ring snaffle. Taking it all in, very kind eyes also. Lovely horses in here, good temperaments, and walking well also. And the last horse we're going to look at is number 6, William Tell. Sylvester de Souza takes the ride on this horse. Longer type horse, this one, and underneath you can really see those obliques. And the hind end as well. Fitness lines looking really great. I like the look of this horse. Another shiny looking horse, telling us it's very, very healthy. Lots of positives in this parade ring to go from. But to narrow it down, my selection will be number 4, Messiah, purely by that coat and the way that horse looks. It stands out compared to the rest. Jot that down. That is my selection, number 4, Messiah. Adele Alfaredi takes the ride on that horse. Now, I do believe it'll be very soon the jockeys will be mounting. I thought I did hear the bell go, but not quite yet, so we've got a few more moments. But very quiet here in the parade ring. The bell is gone, so I'm going to head back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, a really interesting contest there. Messiah, another one, another tick in the Messiah camp, clearly looking good in the parade ring. We made it past the 1. Let's have a look at Messiah in action. This is a horse who's just such a gutsy performer, but this time stepping up in trip, didn't quite get home, but still tried for a long way.
Still tried, and the thing I liked about this was that he was ridden as if the trip wouldn't be a problem. So he got to the front, and he was didn't try to slow things down or anything, just went eyeballs out from the front, just clearly didn't get home over the trip. Still a perfectly respectable run, and he sort of plugs away one pace when he's headed, so you wouldn't say he's an absolute non-stayer, but his best form has come at this trip when fighting for it.
Let's have a look at William Tell as well in this contest in the red headgear. Just pulled out wide for a challenge now, unable to reel in the winner, but still ran a very respectable race.
Yeah, this was a decent performance when second to Malian in those the famous white and green kit silks, but ran on well from the back of the field, William Tell. I'm not sure, there was a race early in the season where he got there to win his race up against Messiah. I didn't think he went through with it when he got to the front. And Messiah battled by having looked the first horse beaten to win. So I'm a little bit concerned about William Tell's attitude when a race is there for the winning. But maybe Sylvester de Souza is the kind of guy to take no shenanigans from him.
Let's talk about Jcsa, because he's the horse that I'm most fascinated to see. Coming here, having won 2 races over in America, but has been off the track for a very long time.
Yeah, he's a difficult one to weigh up. Hannah suggested that he looked fit enough in the parade ring. You could see the poverty lines on him. I know that our cameras were on him all the way in I say our cameras, the Arabic channel, so there's clearly a lot of talk about Jcsa. He won a maiden special weight at Saratoga. He then won an alliance race at Belmont in 2023 before being sold to join the Red Stable here. He's got the right man on board in Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who rode a treble for the stable yesterday, and he's a very interesting runner. Obviously he's not met any of these before, and we don't know exactly where he stands, but certainly I was looking at his Equibase rating yesterday. He's got a rating of 102. And it, obviously a slightly different system of ratings there, but they should be vaguely comparable. So Jcsa could well be good enough to win this at his first attempt, but it's never easy, particularly after a long break. And I find it difficult to put him up as a selection, but he's clearly a real dark horse in here and could be anything.
Yeah, another expensive purchase from Naj Stud, cost $100,000, but worth noting he was a $240,000 yearly.
Yeah, $100,000 not.
So
not
I wouldn't say
a
it's a huge amount of money spent for him here.
Four lifetime runs, second, third in 2 juvenile starts, and then won both his races last year. So I wonder whether he was maybe carrying a little bit of an injury, or not a serious injury, but something that they knew was going to keep him off the track when he was sold, for him to have gone through the ring for less than he sold as a yearling.
Let's talk about Mahalik, number 3, a horse I absolutely adore but can never back because he is a cheeky monkey.
Oh, he is. He's. I mean, I still don't know quite what the explanation is for the way Mahalik runs, but he wins races. He tends to look like he's going to win races that he doesn't win before, and it's not like he weakens. He goes strongly and then weakens from a furlong out. He tends to. You go through going, I know he's going to weaken here. I know he's going to weaken, but you get to 50 yards from home and go, oh, he's not. He's going to win this, and then suddenly he will empty. Or whether he puts the brakes on, or whether he just runs out of gas, or whether his breathing is just catching him. But it always seems to be incredibly late in the day that he just stutters. And that's why his form figures this season read 3.3224 on his last 5 starts. But he does win his races. He does look really good. He travels strongly in all his races. And he will win more when things drop his way. He's not always been particularly well served by the draw this season, where he's beautifully drawn in stall 1 today, so he'll be able to get a little bit of cover. And again, he's the kind of horse, you'd think that holding him up until the last possible moment is the right thing to do, but it's not.
No, I hate
what he needs to do is hit the front late-ish in the day, but he needs to be able to, he's got a turn of foot that can steal a length in a race. So what he needs to do is steal a length at just the right time, where when he does kind of weaken after that, it's not by enough that will lose him the race. So he's not the easiest of rides, because he always lulls his jockey into a false sense of security that he's travelling all over his rivals, and then it doesn't quite work out for him half the time. So what is he, 5 from 41 through his career? But he's tough as old boots. He takes his racing really well.
I'd love to see him.
He is, he's a higher rated horse than Messiah. For all, Messiah beat him earlier in the season. He was giving lumps of weight away in a handicap, for example. Here they're in at level weights, and certainly this is the best chance he's had in a fair while. Said it once or twice this season that he's, he's had 1 or 2 opportunities, but I expect him to run well again, and I would be delighted if he won, even though he's not going to be the selection for me in the race.
You're more than welcome to go to the well, but I just remind you, it's poisonous water in there. My map, number 5, the only one we've not talked about yet, the Dashing Dapple Grey.
Yeah, I mean, his last win came over 1,200 metres, but my map has done all his racing since at a mile, and I wonder whether he might get taken over his feet a little bit here. Again, he does tend to travel strongly in his races, but he's not gone from 1,200 to 1,400 to 1,600. He's gone from 1,200 to 1,600 and stayed at 1,600 for his last, 7 or 8 starts. He was a respectable 5th to Akfeek in the European Union Cup last time out, and this is an easier race than that. But whether he's a pure 6 furlong horse, I don't know. Even though he did win at Hive last year over the trip. He's a bit of a nearly horse, isn't he? He can run really well in very strong company. And maybe if they all get at each other at an early stage here, he's the one who could come through late and pick up the pieces. But again, I struggle to have him at this trip, for all I know he's got the class for it.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing this race and looking forward to hearing from everyone else in the YouTube chat here along the evening coverage here on the JCSA's Racing channel. Remember, like, subscribe and turn on your bell notifications and let us know who you like in these races. We've had very few of you opening up to who you want to tip in these races. Now, don't keep your cards close to your chest, people. We give tips every race and you should be giving yours as well. And definitely shouldn't be following us today. Rory, we've had a nightmare.
Well, I think we're entitled to have a nightmare today after the. I mean, I haven't slept.
Rory,
So, you know,
Rory is running on
I've been up for
fumes.
2.5 days. Thank you very much.
You'll
So
be
it's not
lucky.
been easy.
You'll be
I'd
lucky if
in
Rory's still on the
fairness-
seat.
In fairness, you know, if I hadn't changed my mind, I'd had a
You're
couple of
3 or
minutes.
4, wouldn't you?
The notes are working very well, so I'm happy that the work I've actually done beforehand has been useful to some people, if not for me. Listen, I'm just looking forward to watching some decent racing here and getting our eye back in again after a few weeks away.
Absolutely.
This is a cracking contest. I hope Messiah hasn't gone over the top for the season. I don't think so.
Yeah, Messiah for you. It's going to be digitised for me for a big shock. I just thought you looked really nice in the prelims. Hannah likes Messiah as well. Mark Francis, who do you like?
I like Messiah here, Callum. I think he should be too good. Looking for back-to-back wins over Track and Trip is the last one to load into stall 6 here. Goes off the 11 to 8 market leader. Stand by. And they're off. 1,200 metres for the Prince Fahad bin Jalawi Cup, race 8 in our programme. My map just a little awkward from leaving the stall. Stall 4 for that one is restrained towards the back end of the field. They're going quick here. Beehive has shot through to the front. Going with this one is Messiah, and these two go on. From the red stable pair on the inside, the red cap of Digitize in search of this hat-trick. Races alongside William Tell in the white cap, and My Map, the grey, is out wide in the 3 path. Relegating to be the back marker, Mahalik, who doesn't usually come from that position, usually wants a piece of the early action but can't get there. As they go through the halfway stage, and it is Beehive, and they are certainly going strong here. My Map on the outside of William Tell as Messiah now comes under a drive in 4th position. Trying to pick up now is Mahalik, and dropping away tamely is Digitize as they go inside the final furlong and a half. My Map, after the slow beginning, has got on terms with William Tell. These two now pairing off from Messiah, disappointing in 3rd, Beehive, and then comes Mahalik. What a duel here in the closing stages, but My Map is getting on top here. This classy individual is back in the winner's enclosure. William Tell in 2nd, very tight 3rd. Beehive and Messiah finishing together ahead of Mahalik in 5th place, and Digitize last to complete. Well, they certainly were not hanging around there in the Prince Fahad bin Jalawi Cup. I think My Map was last to get going, was best at the wire, was too strong for William Tell in the closing stages. Eddie Castro is back on the score sheet here. 1:14.95 is the winner's time. Number 5, My Map, of a time of a mark of 97. 1 pound inferior of Mahalik, who rarely got into the race. Wins by 2.5, My Map, ahead of William Tell in 2nd position. Best of the red stable pair, and they drew clear for a sprint. They were clear of Messiah, who has got 3rd ahead of Beehive in 4th, Mahalik in 5, and last to complete was Digitize. The numbers and the full result to the 8th race on the programme: 5, 6, 4 and 1. My Map has beaten William Tell, Messiah and Beehive.
It's a win in the colours of Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdulaziz as my map gives Eddie Castro a winner here. Rory dropping back in trip, dropping back in class. It fell into his lap, didn't he? They went so fast.
That was the one possibility with the race. There was, so 4 of these keen to make the pace. Digitize, Beehive, William Tell, Messiah, all pushing forward. 2 who missed a beat at the start, My Map and Mahalik. And while it didn't really work for Mahalik, who likes to be close to the front end in his races, just stalking the pace, he just seemed to have a bit of an off day. Didn't really pick up. Whereas My Map, it was probably a blessing in disguise that he missed a beat at the start, because then he was just able to aim himself, or Eddie Castro was able to aim him at those going hell for leather, hammer and tongs up front. Digitize got squeezed out a little bit, and then I don't think he was striding out immediately after that, and he was essentially pulled up late in the day, but he wasn't dismounted. He was allowed to stride out to the line. So hopefully he's fine. He obviously was on the sidelines for a long time after those 2 wins in the US, and he's clearly had an issue or 2. But yeah, this worked out from My Map. And to be honest, when you see him win races like this, you wonder why he doesn't win more, because he looked very good, and you knew, having seen him and William Tell through the season, that he would find a bit more in the finish than William Tell did, and he's won this nicely. Maybe 1,200 metres in a race where you know there's going to be a lot of pace is the ideal scenario for him, for all he's got very good form in cup races over a mile.
Well, the man who can tell us all about it is our winning jockey, Eddie Castro, having the helmet wrenched off his head there, Eddie. Look after the poor boy, gee.
You've got to undo the chin strap first. I don't know an awful lot about helmets, but that's very important.
Hannah, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, let's grab a word with Eddie Castro as he hands over his saddle. They seem to be going very quick in the beginning, but you were in a very good spot.
Yes, it's a stick foreign race very quickly. So I have a good spar. I put it right there and then clear on the horses. Well, it's very fight, and then the stretch, come from the stretch. So he responded the last 50 yards very good.
Yeah, he looks a very nice horse. There's a picture in the parade ring. Looked very, very nice.
Yeah, he's a pretty nice horse. I think he's all time in the race, keep it the place. So today I thank God they're going to the race.
Yeah. So do you think this is back to this ideal distance?
Well, maybe, probably yes, because he ran very well today. Because he ran 1 mile, 16. So sometimes he's coming good, and he missed the 50 yard or 100 yard.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful themes to hear from Eddie there, who's guided My Map to victory. Rory and I were just talking off camera. These owners, the sons of Prince, let me get it right, Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdulaziz, campaign the horses slightly differently to what we see with other owners here in Saudi Arabia.
Yes, I'll just correct it. It's just Prince Sultan, isn't it?
Yeah,
we do have the white stable being the sons of King Abdulaziz, essentially as Prince Misheb with his stable, but Prince Sultan, son of Prince Michel, also from the same family as a lot of the major owners are here. Yes, they tend to look for, or he tends to look for, whoever sources his horses, tend to look for a particular type. A rangy, strong type of US bred who might have explosive speed, but also might stay a mile a bit. Yeah, Liam's Map would be a favourite sire as well. But for all he's been running well in strong company, as we said, that he was in a strong cup contest last time out when only beaten about 5 lengths. He looked like he was really well suited by the nature of this race, where they've gone very hard, and he's been able to race on the bridle through the contest and then just find a little bit more than these, I don't want to call them one-dimensional sprinters, but that's the way they've raced today. They've just gone really hard from the outset, trying to dominate from the start. And this horse, he looks quality, doesn't he, against this opposition? And he's been really well suited. I don't think Eddie Castro thought pre-race, I don't think Connections thought pre-race this was the ideal trip for him. I thought they just thought it was an opportunity for him to race against horses who were, of a similar calibre, maybe slightly lesser standard than him, and that he might just have things work out his way. But Eddie seems surprised by just how well he travelled into the race, and maybe 1,200 metres is the ideal for him.
Wonderful to see the celebrations here for Winning Connections, our winning trainer. What was the name of the gentleman who trained it?
Oh, it's Shale Al-Adiani, isn't it?
Shale Al-Adiani is your winning trainer there in the blue. He is the one collecting the trophy, and you were telling me, trained more imported winners than Jimmy Jerkins
last season he had 21. He was fourth in the table of trainers of imported horses alone. Jimmy Jerkins, I think, had 19, so he's just behind him in that table. But yes, you get a lot of nice horses in these colours, and he guided a fair few of them to success last season, and he's clearly a very talented trainer in his own right.
Yeah, he's often getting these very expensively purchased horses as well. They tend to come at quite a high price tag, but if you can train them, you can keep getting them brought in.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, so there have been a few disappointments, it has to be said, and maybe these horses would benefit from having a little bit more time, and they often end up making their debut in sort of 1,200, 1,400 metre, 20-runner maidens, where you just wonder whether stick them in a small field open race might just give them a better introduction. But a lot of those have got very good bloodlines, and indeed, I'm sure one or two of them will be kept entire and potentially could make the mark of stallions here as well.
And Eddie Castro continuing his renaissance here in Saudi Arabia after a very quiet year last year.
Yeah, it's been a little bit in and out for Eddie this season, but he did have a very good spell at the start of the season when one or two of the big jockeys weren't around. He then went quiet again for a few weeks, but we were just saying, well, Eddie Castro's been a bit quiet, and boom, he gets another winner. And then again, we heard Mark Francis say that as he was reading the runners. We haven't heard much from Eddie Castro in the last few weeks, and again, it's basically one of those. You only have to mention that he's been a bit quiet for Eddie to remind you that he's a very talented jockey.
Do you know why? Because he's watching. He watches the channel religiously. Yeah. And he goes into his way and says, no, Mark Francis has told me I've been quiet. It's time for me to get this horse home in front. We do, though, move on to race number 9 for the 3-year-olds. It features a horse that I know you love in the shape of Hala.
Yes, I do think Hala's got a tiny bit to prove at the moment, but I would absolutely love to see her win. I'm looking for a highlight of the day, and obviously we've seen some very good racing so far, but rest assured, if Hala bounces back to win, she will be my highlight of the day in this Prince Abdullah bin Jalawi Cup for the fillies. She didn't stay last time out, but to be honest, we were working together that day. I thought she was beaten before stamina really became an issue. She also was a little disappointing.
She was coming back from a break that day, wasn't she?
She was coming back from a break. She was second in the sprint championship at Tyne before that. But again, she just looked a bit short of pace mid-race that day before sort of plugging on to finish second to Snafaya. Obviously, Snafaya's got the beating of her on recent form, but the form that Hala showed last season was sparkling. She looks these days like she needs the 1,400 metres, but the extra distance last time out didn't suit her. Hopefully it's put an edge on her, and coming back to this trip with a fair draw against horses that she can largely beat. She can't have any excuses, and I really hope she can show her true mettle today.
Now, Rory will be hoping that Hala can get the head in front, but what about the rival that's beaten her already? Snafia features in this race. She will be a short price on the international market.
You'd imagine so, wouldn't you? We'll find that out fairly shortly. Sometimes the international market is a bit surprising.
Yeah, so that Messiah being very, very short.
Yeah, I thought Messiah
was going to be a bigger price.
Messiah had something to find with 3 or 4 of the rivals on official ratings in that race, and yet was put in as 6-4 favourite. So, and we had one earlier on, the Red Staple filly in the maiden race, who'd finished 5th on her debut, being quite well beaten. Yeah. Yes. I mean, I thought, she might be a 10-1 shot. She was 6-4. Yeah.
Let's not keep the public waiting. There's only one man that knows what price they're going to be on the international market, and that is Mr. Mark Francis. Put us out of our misery, Mark. Who's the favourite here in race number 9?
Don't worry, gents. I have you covered. Race 9, then, is the Prince Abdullah bin Jalawi Cup, 1,400 metres, 3-year-olds only, and this contest restricted to fillies. Headed by number 1, Bint Havana Grey for Naif Al-Anazi. Big price. 66-1. Onto the 2, which is Hala. Farhed Al-Faredi on board. This is the market leader at 15-8. 3 is Hina Al-Jude for Selman Al-Rashid, 25-1 poke. And 4 is Mezin Al-Sahab. Now Khalid Al-Mamoni on board, 40-1. 5 is Mustawa Bar for Rayan Al-Ta'esh. 2 wins from 2 at the start of her career. Very disappointing since 8-1. 6 is Mamiyaza Adel Al-Faredi. 2 wins from 15, 25-1. Over the page to find 7, Night of Desire for Abdullah Al-Credis. This is number 7 on the programme, a 10-1 player. 8 is Passionately for Ricardo Sosa Ferreira and the Red Stable, 12-1. Double the price, 25-1. Rocket Money, the 9 here, North Ahmadiani. 10, Snafia, 9-4. Mohammed Aldaham and Thama Al-Dahani. 11 is Takfik, the selection of Camilo Ospina, 130. And Tejtahan, one of the possible pace angles here, Alex Moreno, 25-1. They are the runners and riders then, the 12 runners going for the Prince Abdullah bin Jalawi Cup. Let's go take a look at them with Hannah.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, let's have a look at these fillies. And the first one we're going to look at is number 2, Hala. Rory will be pleased to have a good look at her. She has been giving us a lovely active walk here in the pre-parade ring. A lovely looking horse, very strong individual. She has just covered in muscles and the gleam on her coat is gorgeous. She is grinding her teeth a little bit, but I think she just wants to get on with the job. A very nice, solid looking filly. Number 8 is the next horse we're going to look at. Number 8 is Passionately, who has been on her toes a little bit in the parade ring, but she is starting to settle down, I'm pleased to report. Has the noseband, she has got headgear on and also a cross noseband as well, which will help because she has been trying to chomp away as much as she'd like to, she can't. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira takes the ride aboard her. Looking at her, she's another strong horse. I would like to see her a little bit more tucked up underneath, quite girthy as well. I'd like to see her from the front too. I'll see if I can get a good glimpse because she looks another strong, powerful horse. Number 10, Snafia, is the next horse we're going to look at. Thama Al-Dahani trains her. She's looking really great, a finer looking horse she is. She's got a noseband, a fluffy noseband on, and she also has the Dexter ring bit as well, just to keep her contained most likely if she's a bit keen going to post or during the race. A lovely gleam on her coat as always from this stable, and again another great looking horse. They look phenomenal in this parade ring, so it's very tricky, but yes, she looks great. And lastly, number 11, just behind, we're going to look at Tafiq. Tafiq has actually been jig jogging the whole time in the parade ring, but whilst she has been doing that, we've been able to see how defined her muscles are underneath. Her obliques are really on show. Those abdominals are, and words can't describe, because she is just so defined in her muscles. She looks great, but she's not as stocky as some of the other fillies in the parade ring. She's a finer sort, like I say, but yes, she looks great. But these are some of the 4 that I really like the look of in the parade ring. They really, really stand out, but my parade ring pick is going to have to be number 2, Halal. She looks absolutely phenomenal. Like I said, a strong sort, coat looks very well, and her attitude is what really stands out. Forward walking, nice and powerful, and ready to get the job done today. Obviously meets Snafia again today after they raced together in Taif earlier in the summer, so we will see what happens. I'm very much looking forward to this race. They'll be heading to the parade ring now, so it's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, looking forward to this one. They're just coming out of the pre-parade ring. Great to see you at a different part of the racetrack here. They're just coming behind us now. Snafia actually just coming, Hala just coming past our position right now. And Rory, you said immediately when you saw her in the pre-parade ring, she looks much, much better. Let's have a look at her in action. This is her behind Snafia.
Yeah, she's a wee bit disappointing this day. She won the prep for the Sprint Championship. Or the Sprint Cup, I can't remember which way round it was, but she didn't run in the same race she ran the prep for. But she drops back to 3rd here and looks beaten, and then rallies again to get 2nd. But she just seemed to be short of pace at a crucial stage of this race, having been impressive later on. You see her going forward again in the finish of the race. Rocket Money it was who was 3rd on that occasion. Of course, Snafia the winner. And here we got Snafia again, actually getting beaten, but still running very, very well on her most recent start. She's been runner-up on her last 2, finishing 2nd to Jcsa in a knot in 95 over the 1,200 metres on turf last time out. Really solid performance from her, and she's been in form all season, essentially.
Yeah, for me, this is the first time I've gone, I cannot understand how Hala's favourite for this. I cannot figure it out. If this was last year, yeah, I'd be all over it. But this year, I cannot understand how Snafia is available at 9-4 on the international market. Surely has to be the pace. You've got the form to go with. You're not coming off the back of a disappointing run. When the pair met, she beat her. I know obviously Hala had excuses, but how many times do we need to make excuses for Hala?
Well, one really in her entire career so far has essentially been the answer to that. You don't really have to make an excuse for her finishing second in a very competitive and valuable contest. You do last time out for being beaten here, but that was all for break. Over a trip she didn't stay, and when she didn't catch the eye as much as she has done today in the preliminary. So I'm happy to make an excuse for her, but I absolutely take your point. If you say you don't need to make an excuse for her penultimate run, well then Snaffy has got the beating of her, hasn't she?
Absolutely.
But essentially, you know, if you look at collateral form lines from last season, then Hala, there is the impression that she's able to do even more. And her penultimate run at Taif, when winning, was visually very impressive. It showed she was every bit as good as last season. So there isn't really an issue of saying, oh, she hasn't really trained on since last year. She was wildly impressive 3 starts ago. She then finished second despite not seeming at her peak. And then it's only last time out where she was unplaced over the 1,600 metres that you've got to say you need an excuse for that. But the trip and the break both give you opportunities to forgive her.
Let's talk about some of the others in this field. We've not talked about Night of Desire or Passionately. Their horses number 7 and 8, both winners last time out.
Yeah, Night of Desire have been running fairly consistently in defeat and looking like a sort of solid high 70s performer, but absolutely bolted up last time out, beating a Cletus who was dropping in class in a 1,200 metre winners of 1 last time out. There wasn't an awful lot of depth behind the first 2, but they blew the rest of them away, and I thought, to the eye, that was really impressive. The rest of her form suggests she's got a bit to find here, but maybe she's just clicking. She showed form in the UK before joining Current Connections, and it just seems that everything clicked for the first time last time out. Prior to that, I thought Night of Desire had looked a little bit nervy, but everything went right last time out. It'd be interesting to see exactly how she behaves immediately before the race. I thought she was a bit calmer last time out, helped her jockey a little bit more, relaxed in the race and showed what she can do. But she needs to show that she can keep doing that.
You don't want her to do a tell me all in our, earlier contest. And although that horse ran well, finished second, you could kind of see just running on nerves. The other horse was Passionately, the ex-Amy Murphy runner, Saudi debut.
Yeah, bred by Jerry Duffy, Passionately. Won a Newcastle nursery for Amy Murphy. That was well over a year ago, though, and it wasn't the strongest of affairs. So a mark of 77 is about right on what he showed, what she showed rather in the UK, but the absence since then is a bit of a question mark, even though she's starting out for a really powerful yard with a fine jockey on board in Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. She's well drawn, but the absence does worry me.
What's the deal with Mosatawaybar, horse number 5? So much promise early on. Yeah. It's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, it has. It won both starts last season, looking like a really good prospect. Was then off for a while and has been beaten 25 lengths or more in 3 outings since. They've all been in good races, but she trailed home last but won in the Riyadh Region Governor Cup last time out. That was back in November, and there are big question marks about, why her form has dropped off a cliff. And she still looks the part. But her form this season is just nowhere near good enough to win this.
Huge fan of the saddle cloth in this race, I have to admit that, nice and early. Another one that we didn't mention, White Stable runner, 11 Takfik and Tejdahom for the Prince Saud bin Salman Abdulaziz team.
I must say, it's nice to hear that the word on Takfik's obliques was positive from Hannah in the parade ring. That will delight our producer back home. She was now the interesting form line here with Takfik, who's a pretty consistent performer. 2 from 6. She was beaten over 15 lengths by Hala here in March in a valuable contest. Returned with a promising 4th over 1,200 metres last time out, and should improve for that.
Hannah is in the parade ring, and she's caught up with Salma Al-Dahani.
I have indeed, yes. We're going to ask him all about Snuffy. She looks an absolute picture in the parade ring. Of course, runner-up the last 3 times, so today could be the day.
Yeah, I hope so. Could be her day. She's in a good form. She ran 3 times. She comes second because she's high weight, 62 kilo, and she's only 3 years old. Today, I hope she progress good. Muhammad, he know her very well. He won with her in Taif. There is so many fillies good in this race, but my filly in a good form. I think today she can do it.
She does. She definitely looks good. What is she like at home? I saw she has a ring bit in. Is she tricky to train or quite straightforward?
No, she's a good filly, but her mood, you have to go with her mood, Sometimes, you know, the riding boy, he ride her every day. He's a jockey, apprentice jockey. Other people, they don't like her because she walk and stop for 15 minutes and then she start working. I walk with her. I said, don't let her work until her mood, she become okay. Since that day, she progress more and more. She become, her heart bigger and bigger, and she do a good job, really.
That's interesting. So she's the kind of filly that you really have to kind of go with her emotions, which is interesting.
Yeah. You have to go with her step by step. If you push her for doing the job in the morning, she will not do it perfect.
A sensitive soul.
Yeah. I hope she progress too good today. She's a good race. She's in a good race, and she's in a good form also.
And it's exciting because she's only 3.
Yeah, she's 3 years old. She's a good filly, you know. She won the 3 years old and up in Taif, the same race, 6 furlong. Today is 7. I think 7 and 6 is the same because Taif, heavy track, 6 furlong she won. Today, 7 furlong, same as in Taif, 6 furlong. I think she have a good luck for this race.
Thank you very much and best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. That wasn't Hannah there. Thank you, Hannah. Really interesting words there from Salma. I think that the mention of Taif being a deeper track, the Taif 6 furlongs will be very similar to a Riyadh 7 furlongs. Kid, you've got to work harder.
Yep.
Lovely hearing from him. Lovely hearing from Jay, who wishes peace upon us, both the entire team.
Thank you. It's and listen, joking aside, it's great to come back here and be welcomed as warmly as we have been by friends that we've made here in the past, and they're, you know, you sort of run into someone you've seen before and they're delighted to see you and welcome you back. And it is great at this time of the year when, you know, most of us would normally be with family, to come back here and feel that you're in the bosom of a second family, if you like.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been lovely, and it will be made even lovelier if we can have a winner. That would make it even lovelier. We're going to be going against each other here, nice and early with the selection. Snaffia for me, Hala for you, Rory.
Hala for me, yeah. I mean, I thought like you that Snaffia might actually be favourite for this contest, but I still believe in Hala. And when you think that Takfik is third in at 130, the fact that Hala beat Takfik 15 odd lengths last year suggests that on paddock looks she might just be back to that sort of form now. I very, very much hope so.
We didn't mention Mezin Al Sahab, horse number 4. I thought she looked really good in the parade ring. I thought she had good muscle definition, tall, leggy filly. She'll get better with age.
She will. She's definitely going to improve further. She stepped up on earlier efforts when beating Zaha Latahum in a 1600 metre winners of 1 last time out. Cutting back to 1400 I don't think is ideal. She is unexposed though, and she will improve. Whether this race is a step too far for her at this stage of her career is the worry for me. But I think in slightly calmer waters, she can definitely continue to do better.
The 1, Bint Havana Grey. She's tough, but this looks the tough ask.
Yeah, this is I like her. I think she's the kind of filly who will pop up at a price, particularly in handicap company. But if you look at the ratings of these, you know, we're looking at the likes of Snaffia rated 95 and Takfik 91 and Hala rated 97 from last season. Bint Havana Grey's got a rating of 60. No, I think that's a very, very, very fair rating if she could get into an not a 60 and not a 65 handicap. I think she could run up a sequence, but whether she can beat horses rated in the mid-90s is a big ask for her, and she looks to be making up the numbers here, and it'd almost be a shame if she ended up finishing like 3rd or 4th and ruined that handicap mark. But that just shows you the way of thinking that we get into in the UK, doesn't it?
Tejtahom, the 12, bottom horse, he course and distance winner.
Yeah, I mean, has got bits and pieces of form that give her a chance. She's got a rating of 80. She's got a little bit to find with the best of these. She's made the frame in a couple of 1200 metre opens on 2 of her last 3 starts. Was a little bit disappointing last time out. I wouldn't be surprised to see her bounce back, but she's been running to a level sort of just 1 level below the very best of these, so it's difficult to see her winning, but she's quite a useful performer, and again, she'll win more races in her class.
Can we also discuss Musa Tawaiba, the 5? She is absolutely gorgeous. And it's just such a shame that her ability hasn't. She should come towards us now. She's hasn't touched.
Listen, she's been in really tough races, and she may just be one of those who wants to dominate slightly lesser rivals. So sticking her in cup contests might have just dented her confidence a little bit. But as I said, she was last but 1 on the Riyadh Region Government Cup in November when last seen. She's come off a short break looking very well. She showed last season she could go well fresh. So it wouldn't be the biggest shock in the world to see her bounce back. Indeed, she's rated to go reasonably close in this race. It's just the fact that she's got, seems to have 2 ways of running. Those 2 wins followed by 3 heavy defeats. But it is worth pointing out that, you know, the wins have come in lesser company, which she's been able to express herself fully and looked impressive. And the defeats have all come at a higher level than this. So, you know, she's just maybe done too much too soon, and she needs to get her confidence back. Whether this is a race where she can do that, I don't know. But you can see from her looks that she should be running better than she is. And at some stage, she will surely bounce back.
Yeah, drink it in, ladies and gentlemen. 3 gorgeous horses there. Numbers 10, number 5 and number 2 all in a line together just behind the 6. They all look absolutely superb. Is there anyone we've missed? I think we've got everybody here. Mamayaza is also, we're just having a quick look at. That was the 6. Did win last time out.
Yes, and that was from Bint of Anna Gray, who was runner-up that day. So it does give you an idea of the level of the form.
Yes, Mark Francis is our commentator. Hala and Rory like number 2, Hala, and I like number 10, Snaffia. Mark, who do you like here?
I'll join you with Snaffia, Callum. She has been a little bit frustrating, hasn't she? But she's always ran her race. I'd quite like to see Hala back to her best before having her on side, but she was a classy sprinter or 1400-metre filly earlier this year. So we could see something special. Let's hope that is the case. They have lined up for the 9th race of the programme. Stand by. Fillies in the gate. 7 furlongs, they're off. Racing for the Prince Abdullah bin Jalawi Cup. Fillies racing 3-year-olds only 1400 metres. Going to the front, unsurprisingly, is Tejdahom, horse with the noseband, who is just lugging to her left. Blue cap and braces on a white jacket for Alex Moreno, who is one of the early leaders, with Hina Al-Jud, the gold jacket with the black cap. This is the leading pair. Also carving her way through is the green cap of the white stable, Mosta Woabar, who is joining in 3 wide. And also up with the speed is Snaffia, who is 4 wide as they encounter the opening turn. Bint Havana Grey, the grey on the inside of Hala, market leader, racing in 6th position, a length and a half back to Rocket Money in mid-division. Wider out to find the blue sleeves of Mamayaza, who races in company there with Night of Desire. Also towards the rear of the field is Passionately, and Takfik has got plenty in front than behind. They've gone through halfway and reaching the top of the home straight, and Snaffia is now the one to catch. Mohammed Al-Daham cruising into the lead. Hala now chasing in 2nd. Hina Al-Jud now going backwards in 3rd. Rocket Money trying to stay on with Mamayaza. And then comes Night of Desire. Snaffia is surging on now as they approach the final furlong, opening up by 5-6 lengths. And Hala has no answers in 2nd place. Snaffia, a hat-trick of seconds, is now back on top. Snaffia wins. Hala home in 2nd. Then came Night of Desire, followed home in 4th place by Rocket Money. We saw some delighted winning connections there. Responsible for number 7, Snaffia, for Thama Al-Dahani, Mohammed Al-Daham, and Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah. Never really a moment's doubt. Back on the dirt, oozes class, rated 95, was not for catching. Snaffia, who's had a tremendous season, is back in the winner's enclosure, back on top of the opposition, and what a classy filly she is. Snaffia, number 10 on the programme, has won the Prince Abdullah bin Jalawi Cup against the 3-year-olds. Wins easily in the end, was going clear on the run to the line. Hala just could not get to her in 2nd. 1:27.14 the winning time. Night of Desire home in 3rd. Rocket Money 4. Mamayaza maybe just wins the head bob ahead of Takfik 5 and 6. Snaffia though, no doubt about the winner. Wins easily, 8 lengths back to Hala in 2nd, and they were clear. Of the remainder, the result of race 9, 10, 2 and 7, 10, 2, 7 and 9 confirmed in 4th.
get in the queue. Thank you.
Snafia is your winner here under Mohammed Al-Daham, and Rory, she's done it in good style, reconfirming the form with Hala.
Yeah, she's taken a step forward here as far as I can see, because she had some good horses in this contest and she's left most of those a fair way behind. We were talking about Night of Desire showing improved form last time. She's beaten quite a long way into third, and the horse who was third back at Taif when Hala was second was fourth here, Rocket Money. So essentially she's built on what she did early in the season. This track and trip has proved to be ideal for Snafia, who I'm pretty sure has shown improved form. Hala went through this race like she was right back to form, and she pulled away from the others. She didn't show the same instant acceleration as the winner, but she kept running for second. She was clearly back to herself, and this is simply a very, very good performance from Snafia, who deserves all the plaudits.
Your winning rider is Mohammed Al-Daham, and he is with Hannah.
He is indeed, as he hands back his saddle. A very good race. She's back to fine form following those three runners-up.
First, alhamdulillah, and thanks for the owner and the trainer. And the filly today, mashallah, come very good. Last 3 times he ran and finished second, because 62 kilo, and today a little bit down. Better when not too much kilo for this filly.
She really showed how impressive she is, and we spoke to Thama before the race, and even he was sure that today would be the day. I mean, she looks phenomenal.
Yeah, today, mashallah, is very good form for the filly, and she very easy when the break the gate is too strong. She need to go, but me, I try to relax. For the trainer, he tell me, no go too much fast. First meter, try to easy, and after that, let's go. Alhamdulillah, come very good.
And this seems like she's at her ideal distance now.
Yes, this filly, no problem. So for long 6 no problem.
Thank you very much and well done.
Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, Mohammed Al-Daham here in Snafia. At this point, it was game over, wasn't it, Rory?
Yes, I mean, I hoped that Hala would pick up really strongly, but once Mohammed Al-Daham has asked for Snafia to go, you're the one who said, oh, he's gone a bit early here, but he's poached 3 lengths, and that was absolutely crucial here. Hala, I love her, but she doesn't quicken instantly. She opens up her stride, and she lengthens and she runs on, but the winner has quickened and has just improved past her. That's not to knock Hala at all, as I'm saying. I think she's run up to her best here, and she's just found Snafia just progressing for what is probably her ideal conditions, as we sort of heard Thamar suggest beforehand. 1,400 metres here on the slightly quicker dirt surface than we get in Taif has suited her down to the ground. She's run well on turf lately, but I don't think turf is her ideal surface either.
Yeah, she broke well, but she didn't make up the early speed. That was Tejtahom bang up there in the vanguard. There was no surprises there. Night of Desire, I thought, ran well to finish third. Look at the early position here. He's going to get a lot of kickback in the face. But
yeah, Night of Desire is definitely progressing. You know, the first few runs here were quite good, but wouldn't absolutely knock your eye out, as you said, but took a big step forward to win easily last time out, and has fully backed that up with a very good third here. And you can't knock the way this race has been run. It's been run at a really solid gallop throughout. The winner has been well positioned, but not afforded any luxuries in the way the race has been run. Of course, she was 3 or 4 horses wide coming into the bend, but travelling very easily, and Mohammed Al-Daham didn't have to worry about her losing ground on the bend. She's able to sort of put the pressure on the horses on her inside, get across the rail early in the straight, quick and clear, and the runner-up has done very little wrong in defeat, to my eyes. That pair dominated, but the runner-up couldn't really lay a glove on the winner, who's run out a very impressive winner at a time of 127.14, which is a decent time in these conditions for the track and trip.
Did Farhad give her too much of an easy time? And I'm not criticising the jockey, but I'm just saying, watching the presentation here, that is Samuel Al-Honey. That's why he was in a rush to get out of there, to get up for the prize presentation. And the Kuwaiti trainer will be over the moon with that success. Very well done to him and all involved.
He'd be very pleased, and he's plotted a very good campaign for this filly, who did well in Taif. has then been runner-up in her last 3 starts while showing form at least as good as she did in Victory in Taif. I don't think it was a particularly deep contest she won there, that small field sprint cup. But she's gone from strength to strength, and this 1400 metres clearly suited her very well. Mohammed Al-Daham rode her with a lot of confidence, and she's clearly going places. And Thamar always has a long-term plan for his horses as well. He knows what prizes are worth winning on the way, but he clearly has a lot of belief in this filly, and no doubt she can do better again.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing what she can do going forward. I imagine this trip on dirt will be where she's campaigned now, because she might be one of the top fillies of the 3-year-old class in that division. Well, they'll be rising 4 in a few days' time as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the assessor makes of this performance. Of course, there's always a bit of pressure there when one of Thamar wins well.
She came into 95. She has to go over 100
Do you decide that Hala has run to 97, or do you say that based on her last 2 runs, maybe she's not quite as good as that at the moment? But I mean, she was running to that level in August, so I don't see that there's a massive argument against that. She's beaten the rest of the field well. I'd say she has to run pretty close to her form. Neither does I reckon you could have given a rating of 85 plus for her last run. She's backed that up again with her run in 3rd. I think you have to be saying that Slafia deserves to be north of 100 on this run, and the future looks pretty rosy for her. She's a bonny sort, isn't she?
Well, the future is looking pretty rosy for us, because they're already in the parade ring behind us. So Mark Francis, take us through the runners and riders for race number 10.
Yes, thank you, Callum. This is the primary champion of the racecourses here, sponsored by the Jcsa. 3-year-olds in action. The fillies go first here, over 1,800 metres. 9 furlongs in total, headed by number 1, Hadabar, Adel Al-Faredi, who is second choice in the market at 9-4. Favourite, though, is number 2, Anna Kalajaya, for Khalid Al-Mamoni, a perfect 2 out of 2. Green of Truth, who was behind Anna Kalajaya earlier in the season, is third choice at 8-1 at Thurb Al-Timyad aboard. 4 is Aldafla. The rest of these all bigger prices, including Aldafla, who is a 10-1 chance, Noah Mudiani. At 5 is Asil Al-Foz for Abdullah Al-Credis. 6 is Bidawa, Selman Al-Rashid. Over the page to find 7, Min Barriar for Abdullah Al-Saidi, who's given the late call up here. 8 is Nawan for Fahid Al-Faredi. 9 is Aitarat Al-Jabal. All of these and further, by the way, are maidens. Jimmy Carrion on the 9. Speaking of 9, stall 9 for Anna Al-Masar for Victor Gutierrez. That's the 10. 11 is Lay Ayunak, now Naif Al-Anazi. No Azil Al-Sahani here today. And 12, Tanasop, stall 1, Osama Al-Shirani. 13 and 14 on the final page. That is Taranim Alay's Rayan Al-Taesh, and 14 is Tafa for Alex Moreno. So a reminder of the market here, where the favourite is number 2, Anna Kalajaya for Khalid Al-Mamoni at 6-5, Hadaba 9-4, Green of Truth 8-1. Bigger prices about the remainder. Looking forward to this. The primary champion of the racecourses, fillies go first, sponsored by the Jcsa. Let's go back to the team paddock side.
Well, we're going to start at the very top. Hadabar looks an absolute picture. If you want to see what a gleaming chestnut looks like, this is your horse. Has the noseband, loose ring snaffle, and having a very good look around. But I have to keep talking about that coat because it is gleaming, and it really shows off the definition in the muscles across this. The filly's body is just unbelievable, nice and tucked up underneath, and those abdominal muscles look wonderful. Very nice looking horse. Dropping back now, a different sort of chestnut, this one a little bit more duller in the coat. This is number 2, Anna Kalija, a bit of a bigger type of horse. This one got the loose ring snaffle in and doesn't have a noseband at all. Seems to be quite a straightforward looking type. Having a good look around there at the crowd that is starting to gather round the parade ring. In terms of body, I would like to see her move a little bit more, just so we can see that walk a bit better. Hind end looks nice and muscled, and the fitness line is well on show. Only one horse we're dropping back behind now is Green of Truth. The 3 horse has the headgear on, the noseband, and is having a bit of a play around with his head there to the handler, but he's got her well under control. Another horse that's looking very, very good in her coat. Well, indeed. walking nicely and tracking up too, which is what we like to see. The hind muscles are very defined. The fitness line, I can see that on show. Yeah, looking a real great horse, this one. Very shiny and looking a clean bill of health. The last horse I'm going to look at is horse number 11, Lay Oynak, towards the back of the parade ring. It's nice to see some more runners actually in these races, but we've got a bit of a gap in the parade ring. That's why we need some of these guys to walk a bit faster so we can check these horses out. And in particular, this horse number 11, I'm struggling to see her walk properly because she is having to be held back just a little bit there because of the horse in front. But this is a bigger, rangier type of horse and really well muscled, particularly on the neck and of course across the top line, which is very important because the top line is what supports the rider. They are the very important muscles in a horse. Got the noseband on and the earplugs in as well, and a smaller, just standard egg butt snaffle as well on this horse, but she looks absolutely phenomenal. I think this is going to have to be my selection because she's definitely a paddock eye catcher with plenty of positives. Just talk about her walk quickly while she is in between a bit of a jig jog and a walk. It's quite tricky to see because sometimes they look a bit off. She's not off, of course, but let's see if she's tracking up. She is indeed. She's tracking up. Nice looking horse, this one. This will be my selection, I think. Looks a wonderful looking horse in the parade ring. For me, number 11, Lay Oynak. Looking forward to this one, guys. It's back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, looking forward to this one. I thought Lay Oynak looked good as well, but I could not take my eyes off Green of Truth, the number 3. What do we make of this one, Rory? Are my eyes deceiving me?
No, absolutely not. She looks really well, Green of Truth. She's improved of late. She did have a little bit of a blowout when she was favourite for, I think it was a 0-70 handicap. 2 starts ago, but she'd won a maiden very easily, I think by 11 odd lengths on her previous start, and then she went out to make the running in that handicap before getting back on the up last time out under different tactics. I think she ended up doing too much in the front 2 starts ago and was benefited from a slightly more patient rider, although that kind of, I don't think it was a jockey's choice the way that race panned out, but won well in the end.
Let's have a look at Anna Kalia in action here. This is her last run that made it 2 from 2. Highly impressive here. She's not the most striking looking in the parade room, but my goodness, she does her talking on the track.
No, she's not everyone. She wouldn't be everyone's cup of tea in terms of her looks, but she's won both starts to date and improved for a step up to 1,600 metres here to win by 8 1/4 lengths. Last time out, the runner-up reopposes again here. That's Nawan, who's been disappointing since. So the form hasn't worked out brilliantly. It wasn't a great contest, but she's clearly very talented.
Here's Green of Truth in the blue and pink colour, the blue and yellow colours. I don't even
Mostly
know what
yellow,
colour.
yes.
Yellow and blue spots coming through here. Looked in danger at this stage, but I just loved the way she finished.
Yeah, she's kept on really strongly, and it certainly helped with that she had horses to run out later on, because on her previous start, as I said, she's gone sailing off into the lead and ended up running herself into the ground a little bit against experienced handicappers. Here she's had to do work from further back in the field. She's seen the race out very strongly. So although she's been beaten on her only start at this trip 2 starts ago, it really should suit her. That was her over 1,600 metres last time out. Her maiden win came over 2,000, so the trip should be absolutely no problem for her at all, and I think she is still progressing. I think she's learned a lot in her last 2 races where she didn't learn anything from that maiden because it was such an easy win.
It's a tricky trip, though, 1,800 metres. We talk about the Saudi Cup distance. It's a sort of distance that either horses thrive at or they can really struggle.
You do tend to get specialists at that, the distance, yeah. I mean, not many. I mean, obviously in the States, it's a kind of a distance they run over an awful lot, but in Europe, it's a fairly unusual trip. Obviously, we have the Cambridgeshire over the 1,800 metres, but generally speaking, we tend to talk about milers and middle distance horses, and this is kind of in between the two, so it can catch horses out. But yeah, she looked like she wasn't a stayer if you want to just look at her defeat 2 starts ago, but I just think she was raw. She hadn't really learned enough from her previous start. She showed that she was talented, and then she went up against handicappers where you knew she had the potential to beat them, but I think it just came too soon for her that day. But she showed the benefit of that by winning in good style last time out and improving another chunk. She's got it to do in the ratings again, but I think, you know, she's probably a better filly than she's been able to show.
Mark Francis mentioned everyone below horse number 8 with a maiden. That includes Leah Unak and Teramine Alays, horse number 11 and 13. They stand out in the ratings amongst those who haven't had a win.
Yeah, there aren't many towards the bottom that I particularly like, but 11 and 13, as you mentioned, are interesting. Leah Unak ended last season with a good second to Al-Kawakabi, over 1,600 metres here. Had run well once or twice earlier in the season. She probably needed the run, went down the field here on her return to action, finished 8th that day. That was her first run since March. I think she'll benefit a fair bit from that, and she's a player in this race.
She was the paddock pick for Hannah as well.
Yeah, and not surprisingly, she looked really well to me. Taranine Alayez, as the other one you mentioned there, who's been out of form in recent starts, does have a little bit of form early in the season, was runner-up 4 starts ago, but tailed off. Really tailed off in her last 2. So she seems to have gone the wrong way at the moment, and she's difficult to fancy, and that rating of 72 is looking a little bit of a suspect one.
She's trained by Hashim Abdulwahed, who's had quite a good season so far as well. So well worth noting, connections do know what they're doing. They have a very sort of European view of how they train the horses. All of them speak very good English.
Yes.
They tend to buy a lot of their horses from Newmarket and Doncaster, and they kind of run them in a European style. They've got that very nice filly in these same colours, whose name has escaped me completely, but a very similar sort of mould.
Yes,
where they've tried her over different tricks and just built her slowly along the way.
Yeah, obviously this is a local bred race, so maybe a slightly different focus for the horses who are bred here, as opposed to those who are picked up at the sales, where you know that there's a job that you want them to do. And Taranine Alayez does have a chance on the pick of her form, but she's been so far below that of late that you have to be very concerned about whether she can show it here.
We're on race 10 here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Looking forward to the opening of the primary champion of the racecourse competitions. This is a fascinating race, and it's all live on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. We will be with you right up till and beyond the Saudi Cup. And Rory, I said this a lot last season, this is a crucial place to be for Saudi Cup weekend, because remember, all those clues for these local runners are happening on this channel.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's well worth tuning in and seeing what's going on and hearing the debate around them. And again, we're picking up more and more interviews as well from some of the leading players here, and that's a big plus to the coverage we've got this year.
Yeah, big shout out to Hannah, who is working hard down in the parade ring. I mentioned last year in the Friday of the Saudi Cup meeting, we managed to pick out a winner of almost every single race, because all these local horses, the markets didn't have a clue what was going on, and we really did have an idea of what the market was looking
so
like.
Again, you're just boasting about you being here for Saudi Cup weekend when the rest of us were banished back to Blighty to give you and your likes the room in the fancy hotels. But yes.
Oh gosh, I missed that hotel.
So I was working hard and trying to keep half an eye on the racing that day. So I'm glad you cleaned up.
I was thinking about you while I was swimming in the pool.
I'm sure you, yeah, we don't get to use the pool either until Saudi Cup weekend. It all changes.
All changes.
Don't
It's
worry.
all fun and games until then, though.
We'll
keep
remember.
trying to find some winners. Nawan, with the horse that we mentioned, the 8, finishing a good second behind a horse we've already mentioned, but disappointed last time.
Yeah, she was second to Anna Kalajaya 2 starts ago, beaten 8 1/4 lengths that day. So even if back to that form is a little bit to find, but disappointing last time out, which then makes you wonder exactly how good the form of the previous run was. But how much further would you like Anna Kalajaya to have won that race by before you believe the form is the question. Horses they're not forced to win by the widest margin possible. Once you've got your race won, most horses will idle a little bit. Dawson France, and she did that very nicely. I know. Again, we discussed her and said that she doesn't look the most prepossessing in the parade ring. She's got she's light chestnut, the kind that doesn't really stand out, sort of that light-coloured mane. Some people really go for that type, but some people, it's a little...
Absolutely not for me.
Not one for the purists. Whistler would have gone for it. But,
Hadaba, the only horse here that's won 3 times, including a Group 1.
Yeah, no, and a horse with a big chance on the pick of her form from last season. She's not been at her best this time around, but yeah, she won the King Fahad Cup last season, and she's got various other efforts last year that would give her outstanding chances. And I noticed that Hannah said she stood out in the parade ring in terms of her coat and her condition. So although she's just been ticking over so far this season, I would have thought this race gives her by far her best opportunity of getting back to winning ways this term. And for all the likes of Anna Kalajaya and Green of Truth look to be progressing nicely. Hadaba's been there and done it, and she deserves plenty of respect because of that.
Yeah, Hadaba was really unfancy the day she won that King Fahad Cup, if I remember correctly, coming from right down the centre of the course and just picking off a lot of tired horses.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fair possibility that she's flattered to some degree by that, because her level of form before that didn't suggest she was up to winning a local Group 1. And what happens sometimes in those really big races is you get a bit of a burn-up, don't you? And then it's something that's ridden patiently that comes through and wins it. But she needed to have a fair degree of ability to go and do that. So I'd make her a player here. But I have to say, I had Green of Truth down as a short list horse, but was this asking a little bit too much of her? But the more I see of her today, the more impressed I am by her. She's got the hood on to go into the stalls now, but I'm very much coming towards her, and I think she's going to be my selection for the race.
So your selection will be Green of Truth, my selection will be Green of Truth, Hannah's selection will be Leia Unac. Mark Francis, who do you like in this one?
Oh, I'm with Anna Kalajaya, definitely, to confirm the form with Green of Truth. Certainly a filly that I've enjoyed watching here at Riyadh this season. She shouldn't be discounted from a better draw in 7, but Anna Kalajaya, I think, could be the class act of these. Best of luck with your selections. Race 10 coming up here at Riyadh. They're all in. Stand by. And they're off. Rather awkward beginning for Green of Truth, who just seemed to peck as the gates opened. Asil Alfoz, not the quickest into stride either. And also restrained is Taranim Alays. For this, the primary champion of the racecourse is sponsored by the Jcsa. 9 furlongs to trip in total. And coming through all of the pack now is Green of Truth to take up the early running. On the inside, we have Nuwan, and this is the leading pair as they embark on their final 7 furlongs. Just in behind those, the blue jacket of Tanasov going the shortest way, races in company with the top-rated Hadabar. And also in that little cluster is Mimbaria with the maroon sleeves. Black jacket of Anna Al-Masar is just keeping Anna Kalajaya, who's roughly in around 5th position, wide on the course, as they break then of a length and a half to the green and white silks on the inside of Leia Unac. Aldaflar is in mid-division, just being preceded now by Bidawar. The black cap, red on the body of Tafar, only has 3 behind. They include Asila Al-Foz. Also towards the back is Aitarat Al-Jabal, as they continue their journey down the side of the course. And on the inside, Nawan still just has the narrow advantage now, though, taking over. Look at this. Anna Kalajaya sweeps on by the pair of them. Green of Truth now in second. Running on is Hadabar. Between those is Bidawar. Looking for 1 or 2 to close the gap from the back of the field, including Asil Al-Foz Min Barrier, but they're all catching. This too, Anna Kalajaya, who was 2 from 2 before this, looks as though she's going to land the hat-trick and remain unbeaten as she surges clear by 4. 5, Hadavar is trying to close, and then comes Bidawar, who has certainly ran her race. But Anna Kalajaya is a filly heading to the summit. She is the primary champion of the racecourses for the fillies. Beats Hadabar in second, then came Bidawar, clear of Asil Al-Foz and Tafar. Well, Anna Kalajaya is a perfect 3 out of 3 now for Khalid Al-Mamoni and delighted connections, I'm sure. More cup races will certainly suit this promising filly, who's certainly on an upward curve. Absolutely wraps them in the end. That decisive manoeuvre on the crown of the bend sent her clear. And what a performance in the end from Anna Kalajaya. Rounds off 2024 in terrific style in a time of 1:56.26. Anna Kalajaya has won. She's dotted up in the end. 3 from 3 now from stall 12, was kept wide down the back straight. But that change of gear at halfway, she's routed them in the end. She's won by 7 to Hadabar in second. Bidawar also no answers in third. Asil Al-Foz, Tafar, and the disappointing Green of Truth. Anna Kalajaya, remember the name for 2025. She is unbeaten. She is 3 from 3. She is Anna Kalajaya.
Khalid Al-Mamoni guides Anna Kalajaya to victory, and that's 3 wins from 3. Rory, she couldn't have done it in better fashion.
No, she couldn't. She was very impressive here. She won by a wide margin last time out, and I was saying, despite the fact that the runner-up has disappointed since, you have to ask what exactly you would expect a horse like her to do to that field. The only negative you had with her coming into it was the fact that, by definition, because she's starting late and she's gone maiden and then winners of 1 last time out, she's not had to meet any particularly smart horses before then, but she'd looked good, and she showed that she was more than just style over substance with this impressive performance. I know you don't rate her as a looker, but as I remind you, handsome is as handsome does is an old expression that always comes to mind. It doesn't matter what you look like, it's what you go and do in the track that really counts, and she has run out a very impressive winner here. Again, you can knock the form to some degree. The third home is rated 67, but she's again routed her rivals, won by a wide margin, and her jockey was very, very confident through the race, the way he was looking around for dangers before taking it up on the bends, and she's clearly a high-class recruit in the making. She'll be fresh enough come the spring as well, compared to some who've been on the go through the Taif season. And yeah, this was very likeable. You had a range of quality on display in this race. Some very good horses, some decent horses in there. Group 1 winner included, some moderate maidens and poor maidens in behind as well. But for her to win as well as she has, particularly with the class horse finishing second, then this has to be a filly to keep an eye on.
Hannah is in the winners' enclosure with some connections.
I am indeed. I am with Faris, who trains the horse. I mean, the atmosphere down here has been great. What a horse this is. Hat trick on the card for this one.
Yes, this third race, third win, alhamdulillah. First time she ran this distance, and I was afraid from the distance, but alhamdulillah, she get the win.
Well, you didn't need to be afraid because she really handled it very, very well.
Yeah, because first time she ran this distance, and only 2 races before, 2 races she ran, 1,400, 1,600, and today first time I have to be afraid a little bit, yeah.
But it's very exciting. I'm always excited with 3-year-olds because they've got a long time to go. So where is next for this horse?
We will see. Today we will see after we check the program, and we will see, inshallah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. We'll be looking out for her.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Faris, and well done, Hannah, for grabbing that interview as well. We're watching it from the start here. Watch stall 7 there. That was Green of Truth, nearly unshipping Saab Al-Timya at the stalls. And then, surprisingly for us two, going on to make the running.
Yeah, whether that's just got her lit up a little bit, because you can sometimes get a little bit of an adrenaline rush when you have a nod like that early in the race. But what I was saying about her last time out was that she was much improved for being able to come off the pace and have horses to chase, whereas she raced too freely and didn't get home in a race she was entitled to win 2 starts ago, and she's raced the same way here.
She looks quite keen,
comfortable
doesn't she?
enough.
See the hand position.
Yes, exactly. I mean, she's kind of looked comfortable enough, but you look at the jockey's hands, as you said, and it gives you the idea that she's actually doing more than he wants her to do, and that's exactly how she went through the handicap 2 starts ago. So she's better than she's been able to show here, but you just got to pan out wide and look at the winner, who's swinging away at this stage and going much better than anything else.
Almost too well.
Almost too well. I mean, Khalid Al-Mamoni doesn't mind if he's doing the right thing in terms of what route he takes. He just doesn't want anyone to get in his way. So he's not being forced wide by anybody else. He just goes, he can feel that his filly's got tons to offer. And the one thing he doesn't want to do is get stuck behind weakening horses. So he parks her wide on the track. He then took a look behind, and she sort of drifted a bit further wide because of that, with the weight shifting in the saddle. And you can knock that to a degree in terms of it's not the ideal thing to do in a race, but I think Khalid knew exactly what he had under him, and he wasn't too bothered about whether he looked pretty as he got this win. But she's done it nicely, and with Hadaba coming back to form in second, it's easy enough to have a high view of this form. Again, for all you can find weak links further down the field. That's the nature of these races. But she's promising, and she's she has to go up in class after this, and she certainly deserves her shot at some of the bigger prizes of the season.
Yeah, she cantered into the race and pulled away to win quite comfortably in the end. And I think the excitement for her trainer and all those connections, a trainer who wasn't even making the top leaderboards last season, is now, they've got a good one on their hands here, 3 from 3.
It's always nice to see, isn't it? I mean, we talk about the big stables, and it's nice to sort of keep track of how the red stable and the white stable are doing, particularly in contrast with each other. But it's always good to see one of the smaller stables, one of the smaller owners pick up a big prize like this and being able to mix it with the big trainers and the big owners. And we always like to see the little guy punching above his weight.
Massive shout out to the Jcsa who sponsored this contest. 300,000 Saudi Riyal, 2 winning connections. Rory, what would you do with the 300,000?
I've no idea,
Come
Callum.
on,
You've caught me on the
if
hop
I
there.
gave you 300,000 Saudi Riyal tonight,
If I give you another
300,000
300,000 Saudi Riyal to go with what's already in your bank account for the work you did last month.
don't you mean under my mattress for the work I did last month? Yes, no, I was a part-time auctioneer last month, and yeah, we were duly rewarded by getting fired after day 2. So we only hope that the presenting career lasts a little bit longer than my auctioneer.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah. This next one is a proper cracking race, but was probably impacted by the withdrawal of Durga Matbah, horse number 4.
Massively, yes.
In race number 11.
Durga Matbah had become a little bit of a horse that we'd had a lot of debates internally among the team. But you know, he had a rating of 116, and we had Vizier here rated 122. Tagruda at least is in there with 113, so it looked like it was you know, a 3-cornered battle. But with Durga Matbah out of it, it looks the way it does look clear for our likely hot favourite Vizier to win. But bear in mind that our clear favourite in our big purebred Arabian race earlier in the day was well below form, so you can't take any of these things for granted. But Vizier comes here on the back of a series of wins in seconds in very strong company, and should prove hard to beat.
Yes, Vizier has been all the talk in the Saudi Racing group chat here on the channel, and hopefully this horse can do the damage today. Mark Francis, take us through those runners and riders for our penultimate contest.
I certainly will, Callum. If you guys are still listening, if I had 300,000 Saudi Riyal, I'd certainly buy Rory Delaghi a membership at the swimming pool to join yourself, Callum, for Saudi Cup weekend. Anyway, let's get on to the second of 2 Arabian races today. The primary champion of the race courses, sponsored by the Jcsa, is the title again, but for a different code, as I say, purebred Arabian. 3-year-olds and upwards, once again over 9 furlongs. Al-Qasr is right at the top for Jimmy Carrion. That is number 1. 2 is Al-Harith for Abdullah Al-Sayyidi. 3 is Bayrak Al-Hizam, who was second last time, Mohammed Al-Hubail. As the chap said in the studio, Durgam Athbar is a notable non-runner here, so discount the 4. Onto the 5, which is Fahad Al-Muad for Abdullah Al-Rashed. 6, not for Abdullah Al-Rashed. Oh, it is confirmed. Apologies. Haydar is 6. Hamza Saad, definitely. 7, Jessan Thurb Al-Timyat, definitely. Over the page to find Latam, which is number 8 for Osama Al-Shirani. 9 is Umran, who was a winner and penultimate start. Tariq Al-Mansouri shipped in. 10, the big horse here. The 1-2-2 rated Viz here. The H-Mill stable, and Mohammed Al-Daham will take some beating. Zalaj Al-Sham, Abdullah Al-Prentice is the 11. Al-Anubrat is the 12. 13 is Hatama Al-Khaladir the Grey for Khalid Abamoni. 3 over the page, including Tagruda for Callum Hennywell and Abdullah Al-Hussein, who's not aboard his old favourite Viz here. 15 is Lamarol Majori for Abdullah Al-Lawfi, currently an unbeaten 1 from 1. Saudi Arabia. 16 is Mubarez Al-Shahania.
Guys,
Al-Sufri. 17 is a non-runner. Discount the 17. And that is the field then for the primary champion of the racecourses, sponsored by the Jcsa. Market leader Viz here, very strong at 4-7. There, by the looks of things, is Al-Harith, who is a 5-1 chance.
That's right, Mark. We're going to whiz through these because the jockeys are on board, as you can see. Al Harith looking wonderful there. Really like the attitude of this horse, actually, looking very perked up and ready to rock and roll. Has the tongue, beautiful shiny coat, real stock, beautiful shiny coat, real stocky, lovely packed muscle. Looks really great, and that has to be my paddock selection. This horse looks phenomenal, but I'm glad we've got a glimpse of Vizier as he leaves the parade ring to the chute to head onto track. But yes, definitely doesn't disappoint. I was very excited to see Vizier. Also has the Dexter ring bit in and the noseband as well. I'm sure this horse will go very well, and I cannot wait for this race. Leaving the parade ring now is my final horse we're going to look at, number 14, Tag Ruda. In the pink and blue colours there, has the noseband and the earpieces in. A finer looking purebred Arabian there. But that is my selection. We had to whiz through those because they are off to post. So yeah, I'm very looking forward to seeing this one. Vizier definitely didn't disappoint, so I'm going to lock that selection in. That will be my selection for this race, please. Number 10, Vizier. Back to you in the studio, Callum.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, Vizier's going to be the pick for you, and it makes sense, didn't it? The Vizier looked in really good nick in the parade ring. He's a good-looking boy.
He is, yeah, and he's got the form to back that up as well. So difficult getting away from Vizier. He won this race 12 months ago, beating Al Harith into second place, and it may well be a repeat of that, to be honest. Al Harith, a really reliable performer, but just lacks a little bit of tactical speed in his races. He was the winner of an open 4 starts ago now. A little disappointing last time out, number 2, Al Harith, but that was over a trip that's probably short of his best, and in a slightly tactical contest. In a well-run race over 1,800 metres, I expected him to be doing good late work, and he might just be the one to give Vizier most to do, and that's the way I see it, Callum.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to hopefully get to see Vizier in action sooner rather than later, because that's a bit of video form that we've got, and it'll be worth taking a look at that, because if Vizier is that good that if it wasn't for Afan Al-Kaladir, I think we'd be talking about him in a real high sort of regard, and he's just been unlucky to be in the same generation as Afan Al-Kaladir.
Well, you say that, but then you can throw Talal Al-Kaladir in there as well.
Talal's older, isn't he? Is Talal older?
Oh, I see. In terms of the age group, yes. That's a very good. But he's a slightly later developer, Vizier. But he's come on leaps and bounds in the last year. He's not ideally drawn in stall 17 here, but you'd have thought that that won't be a massive concern for Mohammed Al-Daham, who's riding with plenty of confidence at the moment, and he does have a class edge here. So Vizier, clearly the one to beat, has won from wide draws before as well, and difficult to look past him. Here he is running an absolute cracker last time out. And all his runs tend to come in very high quality contests, and he runs all the way to the line here, and you couldn't possibly knock his attitude even when he's been beaten.
He was a beaten favourite on this day. It's worth mentioning, and a lot of plaudits have to be given to the jockey, the winner, Naif El Anazi.
Yeah, Naif. We thought there might be a steward's inquiry into that because Naif has sort of made it hard for Vizier to get past him when he was rallying strongly in the closing stages. This slightly stiffer test will suit him as well, and again, while he is just about beatable, as we've seen with almost all the good horses at this level, his form is very, very solid, and he's hard to get away from.
Yeah, a repeat of that effort might be too much. Let's talk about the best looking horse in Saudi Arabia. Tag Ruda jumps out of stall 16, is horse number 14. 113 racing going into this, and I thought has been a very good performer this season. She's not done badly at all.
Not at all. No, she was a likeable sort last season, but she was running in moderate enough races early on. Very, very genuine, but she's kept progressing, and she doesn't have an awful lot to find on the ratings. She's got about £9 to find with Vizier on the ratings, but she gets a mare's allowance here as well. She was better than ever when second to Turkey Al-Kaladir in the 1600 metre open last time out, closing all the way to the line as well.
Guess
and of
who
course,
boosted
Turkey
that form?
Al-Kaladir boosted that form earlier in the day, so she's bound to run well.
Yeah, I can already tell you she's my pick. Always will be, always has been, and there's no doubt about it. Maybe she can upset Vizier, but Vizier, I imagine, is going to be very hard to beat. I imagine that's your selection, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I can almost tell you that Mark Francis is going to be on Vizier as well. What about Al Harith, the eventual runner-up there? Can you give any chance to turn
I've stated earlier on, he was second in this race last year. I really like him. He's a very, very honest performer. He is a little bit of a monkey. He is one of those who you know is capable of better. He is a little bit of a monkey. He is one of those who you know is capable of better, but doesn't always show it. On that occasion, he just seemed as sweet as a nut in the race. Even Ricardo Sousa Ferreira was surprised by how well he went through the contest. Didn't really repeat it on his next start, but got the better of Al Hareth there, who again is always going to be vulnerable in these races, but he's also going to run through a brick wall for you in the closing stages. So he's the one most likely to finish second. For me, obviously, Tagruda is very much built from the same material for you, and you've been a big fan of hers for well over a year.
Yeah, let's talk about the horse who won a maiden here last time out. This is number 15, L'Amiral La Majori. Has won one maiden over 2,000 metres. What do we make of that form here?
It's a massive step up going straight from a maiden. It wasn't a bad contest. The third from that race runs here as well. So clearly, connections of the placed horses, I think the form is okay. He does look a promising sort, but going from a maiden, and some of those maidens can be fairly weak affairs, straight into a high-class race like this is asking a lot. He could run well, but this may just be a little bit of a culture shock.
Alan Oud, it seems to be in the best form of her life recently, with 2 wins from her last 3 starts. They've not been in the strongest races. She's number 12 on your race card.
Yeah, Alan Oud is running very well at the moment. 5 from 28 starts now, and she's found her level. Her 2 wins have come in similar sort of handicaps of late, and she's capable of showing decent form at that level. This is an awful lot tougher. And if you sort of dig through her form, she's got a fair bit to find. Clearly comes here in good heart, but I don't think she's progressing massively at the moment. I think she happens to have found her level and been well placed to win races that suit her. This will take a lot more winning.
Another one who we haven't given too much attention to is the 9, Umran, who hasn't been disgraced in tough company and was a winner on penultimate start.
Yeah, wins plenty of races. 7 races. In the career, so 7 wins for Umran in his career so far. He wasn't disgraced either side of winning a 2,000 metre not to 80 handicap in November, and is back up on trip after finishing 5th to Jid de Faust over 1,200 metres last time out, which would be very much on the short side for him. He's got a chance of sneaking into the top 5 here and getting some prize money, but fairly exposed as well, and then 1 or 2 of these would have to run below form for him to win.
Well, they're already loading, so to go through selections one more time, Rory, you like Vizier, Hannah also likes Vizier, I love Tagruda, so she's going to be the pick for me, and Mark Francis, I can almost sense that you're going for Vizier in this one.
Might be the first winner of the day, Callum. Yes, absolutely. I'm with Vizier for Mohammed Al-Daham and the Age Mill stable. I think this is the classiest individual on the lineup here. Very unlucky to not score last time. Nearly all my name, the sire as well, Manarch. Don't know too much about him. What we do know is Vizier is very, very talented. There's another rival that's had a very, very good year. And had a good couple of months. Goes into stall 1. We're waiting on L'Amiral Majori to step forward into stall 7 for the penultimate race here at Riyadh. Stand by. Ready, set. Issue in one of the stalls. Let's see where. Flag has been re-raised. And they're off. Jumping away for the Arabian primary champion of the racecourses, sponsored by the Jcsa. Being pushed along early is Haydar towards the back of the field. Going forward is Jcsa, one of the greys. Here comes Vizier. From stall 17, is looking to take a prominent position and is doing so under double-seeking Mohammed Al-Daham to share the lead, albeit wide from Haydar, or Jcsa I should say, who hugs the inside rail. Haydar is still towards the rear of the field. There'd only be about 8 lengths first to last, if that. So Vizier has taken over with Jcsa on the inside. Now creeping closer is Al Hareth with the white jacket and cat green sleeves. Also handy enough is the maroon colours of Al Qasa, horse with the maroon headgear, races side by side with the orange Zalej Al Sham. The blue jacket of L'Amiral Majori, the maiden winner, races in company there with Alan Nubrad, and Tagruda is rather wide as they encounter the one and only turn. Towards the rear of the field, struggling is Latam. Haydar has passed a couple of rivals, including Hatama Al-Kaladir, and Bayrak Al-Hizam is also towards the back of the pack. Viz here. Mohamed Al-Daham leading by a length and a half. Al-Harith is already being driven by Abdullah Al-Sayidi. Gets a few reminders to try and stay with the leader. Al-Qasr in third, followed by Zalij Al-Sham. Fahad Al-Muad is one of those trying to creep closer to the leaders as they come around the home turn in the penultimate race of the night. And Viz here has a challenge here from Al-Harith. These two still remain clear of Al-Qasr, who tries to close with Fahad Al-Muad. Then comes Zalij Al-Sham and Al-Anubrad as we approach the final furlong and a half. Viz here far side, surrendering the lead now to Al-Harith. Picking up well, Al-Qasr is starting to close and has the sights set on the leaders, but Viz here is game on the far side between rivals. Al-Harith, here comes Al-Qasr right over the top, and Al-Qasr it is who goes on to score. Al-Harith home in second, Viz here disappointing in third, then came Fahad Al-Muad clear of Mubarak Al-Shahania and Tagruda. Al-Qasr for Jimmy Carrion has won here, back-to-back wins. Takes the primary champion of the racecourses for the Arabians, sponsored by the Jcsa. Viz here on the right, Al-Harith through the middle, but right round the outside came Al-Qasr at the top of the race card. Number one at the finish, wins in a time of 2:06.51 to lower the colours of Al-Harith and Viz here. Beaten at short odds, two short price favourites beaten in the two Arabian races today. Certainly a key bit of information as we tackle tomorrow's card. Fahad Al-Muad was next with Tagruda and Mubarak Al-Shahania. Al-Qasr is the winner, wins by a length to Al-Harith in second. Viz here, who travelled like the winner for most of the journey, folded in the closing stages. Fahad Al-Muad, Tagruda and Mubarak Al-Shahania. The final result of race 11, 1, 2, 10 and 5.
The Jimmy Carrion, who has guided Al-Qasr to victory in this contest. Well done, Jimmy. Upsetting the short price favourite Vizier, who ended up finishing third behind Al-Harith. The two of them got into a ding-dong battle for a long way out.
They did. I mean, that's the best way to ride Al-Harith, because he keeps finding for pressure. He just digs in. So that I completely get that, but it maybe put Vizier off his stride a little bit. He rallied, but the pair of them ended up getting hooked up in a battle too early out. And they allowed those who were ridden more patiently to get closer than they should have done, and very close indeed in the case of Al-Qasr, who was it a 0-80 handicap he won last time out over 2,000 metres?
Yeah.
On all known form, he had chunks to find to win this. 61 kilos on his back. He'd been running well in lesser company, but this was a big step up.
Jimmy is getting weighed in, and he will catch up with Hannah.
Yeah, we will have a chat with Jimmy once he's weighed in. Well, it's nice to see this horse back to winning ways. Your winning horse for race number 11, Al-Qasr. Jimmy, congratulations. I'm going to grab you quickly before you disappear. This 10-year-old horse, nothing on him really, did really well.
Sorry, I don't know.
It's okay, don't worry. He doesn't speak English, but you did very well.
Yes, very good horse. Good for today, good performances. I'm grateful with the owner, with everything. Good horse.
You did very well.
Yes, I'm very happy.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jimmy.
Okay, welcome.
Well done.
Welcome. Thank you.
What a performance. And what a guy. What a nice guy. Back to you guys in the studio.
What a nice guy indeed, Hannah. That was, I didn't realise that Jimmy didn't speak as much English as we all thought he did.
I warned you.
The Rory's coming out
I think the suggestion is with the Central American and South American jockeys who maybe would have had North American connections, you expect him to speak very good English. But I know we've had Jimmy on before when he's had a winner, and he's not the most confident in his communication. He speaks, as you can see, he speaks enough English to actually give a reasonably good interview there, but you know, a lot of these jockeys don't feel confident enough to talk about the races afterwards, and you need to kind of prise it out of them slowly, which you're very good at, Callum, but as is Hannah, but Jimmy needs to ride a few more winners for us to get the best out of him, I think.
And we'll get them eventually, we always do. Shout out to Lauren and Trust in the chat. You were with 10 and 8, and Lauren, you must have been cursing all the way around because Vizier, your selection, didn't quite get there. He didn't win as easily as you said he would in the comments, and there was no luck for Latam, the French-bred runner, who was right out the back a shot very early on here, Rory, and never really got involved like a few of these.
No, I'm just looking at the race again. Vizier has eased across gradually from his wide draw on stall 17. I suspect from a lower draw he could have been ridden with a little bit more patience, but you don't want to get hooked up wide, do you? But he didn't seem to be going too hard at this stage. But the bottom line is the race changes when the eventual, what was he, second in the NL Jareth? Yes. Yeah, second in the race for the second year running. He's now got up to eyeball Vizier, and it's not so much the pace they're going at this stage, it's the fact that they're engaging. He's basically getting Vizier to race now, and now they begin to pick up the pace and pull clear of the others. Vizier, now that he's got to the front, doesn't want to give that up to Al Jareth, because Al Jareth is not a horse who's easy to pass when he does get to the front, and they've now stepped on the gas too far from home, really. It's been destructive to Vizier, who's got a big class edge over the others, but has not run the race in the most efficient way. For Al Jareth, this kind of is the most efficient way for him, because in a slowly run race he can't quicken, and he'll end up, he was fairly well beaten last time out in a tactically run race over 1,600 metres, but ridden aggressively over this trip, he gives his all, and although you can argue that he'd have done better if he was held up, that just isn't the Al Jareth that we know. He likes to get in a battle. He likes to just eyeball other horses and run on. A little bit disappointed from Tagruda, given the way this race panned out. She was sat a little bit further back, and given how the race has panned out, you'd have thought that would be a positive. But again, the issue with her is she's a fighter as well. She doesn't want to be sort of gradually delivered into a race. She wants to get her blood up and fight other horses, and she was never really in that situation, and has run one of her very few below par races of the season.
Wonderful to see Winning Connections collecting another 300,000 Saudi Riyal in prize money here for winning this Jcsa primary championship of the racecourse competition. And this one was for the Purebred Arabians. Interesting to see the sort of parameters that get into this race, because you think for a race with so much prize money, we see more of the big names of the Purebred Arabians, but clearly there's some rules and stipulations to get into this race.
We don't see exactly what the qualifying criteria are for some of these races, and we do see open races where you wonder, they're clearly not open. There has to be some sort of qualification criteria, and that's definitely the case with both the primary and the final championship, which we'll see later in the season.
Well, I tell you what, we're getting to the final race. They're already in the paddock behind us. Mark Francis, give us the runners and riders for the lucky last.
I will do, Callum. Yes, the final race, which is sponsored by the Jcsa, the primary champion of the race courses for 3-year-old colts and geldings. Headed by number 1, Besht Al-Hakim, Abdullah Al-Khamis. 2, Fonda, Rayan Al-Zaesh. 3 is Felfel, second favourite here, North Ahmadiyani, at odds of 4-1. Tarizi. 15 is Mohib Al-Daraya for Abdullah Al-Sayidi. The gap then to number 18, as 16 and 17 are both out. 18 is Shibal Omar, Abdullah Al-Farouz. First of 2 greys is Sonic, 19, Naif Al-Anazi. The other grey, 20, Thunderstorm, Osama Al-Shirani. 2 reserves get in, 21 and 22 on the page. Amir Al-Medan, Mohammed Al-Hubail in 17. And Kawad, number 22, gets stall 12 for Fahed Al-Faredi. 23 and 24 did not get into the race. Let's go back to the paddock for one final time and rejoin Hannah Baker.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, we've got the lucky last, so let's have a look what's lucky in the parade ring. Number 3, Fel is the horse we are looking at right now. Has the noseband and a small snaffle in its mouth, having a good look around at the outriders that are just walking past. Now it's body-wise looking very muscular, particularly on the hind end. It's fitness muscle, a nice big dent, which is what we like to see on that engine, as well as the neck muscle, very defined. Dropping back, horse number 4, Multka. This is the one that caught my eye as he walked into the parade ring. Got his tongue out, just playing with that, but he has got the tongue tie on. So obviously one that one tongue gets in the way, so it's keeping it out of the way during the race. Has the noseband on and is walking quite nicely. Actually, you can see it's a little bit stiff on the hind end. Just see that little rocking motion there. But we've got good space in the paddock in this race, so they're actually walking a bit better than other races. Next, we're going to drop back now to a little bit further down the parade ring. It's nice because we've got plenty of horses in here to look at, but the next one to look at is number 7, and this is Mohabukutum. Having a good look around, got the visor on and also the noseband and a standard Egbert snaffle, and also it's that, yes it is indeed, it's got grackle on as well, just to keep his mouth from opening, crossing his jaw, getting his tongue over the bit, and any soft palate issues in the mouth. Walking quite nicely, but I can see it's quite, I want to say rickety behind. You'll see what I mean, because this is what the camera is pointing at. You can see it's a little bit tight behind, I'd say, so I'd like this horse to be walking a bit faster, but all these kind of things can be sorted out with osteopaths and physios. Nevertheless, you can't take anything away from the horse's coat. He's very shiny and looking rather well. The final horse we're going to look at is just behind, actually, horse number 8, Kam Hadha. Having a good walk out with those front legs, almost sort of stomping as it's walking round. Very leggy individual and looking rather muscular across the neck along that top line as well. Having a little look around in the paddock, but I like the movement of this horse. It looks attitude-wise willing and ready to go. I like to see a good walk in the parade ring. It's kind of slowing down a bit here, but I like to see a good attitude, a willing horse, especially for a race ahead that we have got on our final race. Now my selection for this race, I think I'm going to go with horse number 3, Fel. I know the 4, Multka, is the one that I picked out as it came in the parade ring, but I am going to go with 3, Fel. I think by the way he walks, putting that along with how he looks in his coat, that's going to be the eye catcher for me, I'd say. So I'm going to stick with that, lock that in for our final race this evening. For the final time tonight, it's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah, but you've fallen into the trap. You've fallen into the Fel trap. We've all done it. Every paddock person has made this error.
Yeah.
Fel is a gorgeous, gorgeous horse. Always captures the eye, but every single time he lets us down, time after time after time.
Yeah, listen, he's a good looker, but you can see exactly why Hannah likes him, but it's not unusual for him to look good, as you've suggested.
Let's look at some video form here. This is Multka, who comes here unbeaten. We've already seen a 2 from 2 horse make it 3 from 3 today. Can we see another?
Oh, he's not quite unbeaten. He was beaten last time, but this is him 2 starts ago, winning in good style. And he was stepped up to Group 3 company last time out when down the field. But that's very easy to forgive on the basis of the quick step up in class. But put this race to bed pretty quickly with a sharp turn of foot, and it's just closed down later on by the others. He had more in hand than the winning margin suggests that day.
Let's go and have a look at Mohabukutum, who comes rattling home last time out on the rail here. It just plugs on for a second. I say come rattling home. Yeah. It takes about 4 attempts to begin the rattle, doesn't it?
Yeah, it stays on well. It was done for two early in the straight, Mohabukutum, but was fourth to Green of Truth prior to this, and this is him finishing second to Mountain Top in a 2,000 metre open last week. Luckily, he might get swallowed up and finish fourth or fifth, but actually rallies again to finish second, and has got solid place claims of backing that up.
And finally, we're going to have a look at Harbour, number 13, Unlucky for Some. This is the horse that comes right. I knew it had some rattling home form in here somewhere. Harbour absolutely rattled home to finish second.
Yeah, they went hard in front here and they fell in a bit of a hole, and we saw Green of Truth come through from off the pace to win, and Harbour ran on strongly down the outside to finish second. Still a maiden, but this is up there with Harbour's best efforts. Definitely helped by the way this race panned out, though. So it's very easy to look at a horse like this and see that run and view it as being extremely eye-catching, but the front runners definitely did a bit too much that day, and Harbour was helped by being held up off the pace. Of the three, I would definitely favour Moltke. I think that's the most solid form that we've seen.
Let's focus on the 1 and the 2, who are two horses we knew a lot as juveniles, Best Al Hakem and Fonda. We've seen them a lot in our time here in Saudi Arabia, and they seem to be horses that sort of did their best work early in their 2-year-old careers and haven't quite gone forward.
Yeah, Best Al Hakem is a horse whose best form has come at 1,200 metres. Connections have been keen to aim him at better prizes over further, but he hasn't looked to stay. And then when he was dropped back to 1,200 metres 2 or 3 starts ago, he looked to have lost his early speed as well. So I'm afraid they got the worst of both worlds with him. Doesn't stay, but has lost his speed.
Fonda, what do you make of that one, the 2?
Fonda has got more chance on paper than Best Al Hakem does. 3 from 23 in his career so far. Has got place claims for repeating the form of his course and distance win in October. Was disappointing last time out, though, so needs to bounce back. Generally speaking, fairly reliable, but just comes off a disappointing run in what's been a busy season, so maybe he's had enough for now.
Al Rawi has also been slightly busy. That's the 5, who his form figures read quite nicely, but this is a big step up in the handicap company last
It
time.
is, yeah, but in fairness, any horse who can throw these kind of consistent form figures together is usually better than the rating would suggest. So carries an official rating of 65 into the race. Al Rahawi, Camilo Espino on board. Difficult drawn stall 19, but he's better than he's shown. Won a 2,000 metre maiden 2 starts back, and then was third in a 0-75 handicap. As I've said in my notes, the figures say he's got plenty to find, but I think he's in the mix for minor money here.
Number 8, Cam Hadda, was trending in the right direction and a winner last time out. You've been waiting for that all day.
Yes, also with a rating of 68. Gradually improving and landed a 1,600 metre maiden here on his latest start. Needs to progress again to be competitive, but isn't dismissed out of hand. It's essentially just a little bit further down that curve than 1 or 2 of these who've already hit their best form. So, you know, the ratings are going to tell you that he's got a bit to find, because your average maiden winner of a reasonably well contested maiden would be running to a mark in the 60s. He's got a rating of 65 for winning his maiden last time out. You would argue that maidens at this stage of the season are a little bit weaker than the ones early on, because, you know, by definition, the pool gets smaller and smaller as you get through the year. But I wouldn't rule Cam Hadda out. But on you know, by definition, needs to improve at least £10 to be winning a race of this nature.
We've just seen the 10 where Sab Al-Diraya leave the parade ring. I thought this horse was set to do big things after winning a couple of starts ago, but was hugely disappointing last time out.
Yeah, and that's the problem. I showed a bit of ability on debut. Won 2 starts ago in decent style, but then, you know, reverted to type with a poor run last time out. Looks the part. I mean, you know, physically, Wasab Al-Diraya looks like he should be winning half-decent races, and maybe he's a little bit of a slow developer as well, but I would have wanted more last. I'd have been fairly positive about his penultimate run if he'd backed it up with a decent effort last time out, but he was so disappointing that it's difficult to make a strong case for him in this race.
Let's talk about Manib Al-Diraya, who is the 15 in this field.
Running in the same colours as Wasab Al-Diraya, so just watch yourself there with different coloured caps. Unsurprisingly, both running for the Al-Diraya stable.
What?
Yes, third on his penultimate start, but his rider failed to weigh in that day. He's ridden by an apprentice rider, and he was disqualified as a result. But he ran a solid race, and then he backed that up with a half-decent 4th next time out. Now, on balance, that's still only worth a rating in the sort of mid-60s. He's got an official rating of 62. He's clearly in good form, and he might improve again, but he's not from 11 now, and he does need to progress to win. But if you look at the form figures and you see he's been disqualified, you might think nothing of that. But if his rider weighed in a stone light, then you could basically say, oh, that's just a fluke. But the rider just forgot to weigh, and it does happen occasionally.
I was just looking at this, and I'm going, I think I'm judging this race like I would a feature cup contest at the end of the card.
Yes.
When I'm seeing horses that, you were placed in a 0-75 handicap, you're going to struggle here.
It's a bit like
suddenly,
it's almost a sort of a winners of one, winners of two type contest, based on the general level of form. So if you look at a horse rated in the 60s, normally you'd say, listen, you're a bit out of your depth in a race of this nature, because we expect the last race of the night to be one of the strongest. But I think a lot of these horses, as long as they give the running, could be competitive.
Yeah, it'll be a fascinating race, and it'll be interesting to see. And I'm suddenly looking at horses that have got form in these 0-75, going, oh, hang on, you've got a half decent chance here. Because the further down the line you go, you're looking at this is a 0-80, isn't it? Really, if 0-80 that's been weekly contested.
I think you could probably say you take Maltka out of it, and it really sort of reads like a 0-70. Whether Fonder's run to 75 recently is up for debate. Best Alakem is certainly no better than 70. Fell, as you said, is a slightly disappointing horse. He does deserve his rating of 78 in his best form, but he can flatter to deceive. So yes, it's you could easily call this a 0-75 handicap, with random weights thrown at them. But Maltka, if you make that argument, Maltka kind of stands out. He's run to 85. He was unplaced last time out, but that was in a very good race. And this is essentially, despite the prize money of 300,000 Riyal, it's a significant drop in class for him.
Also, well worth noting, it's the total prize money for the race is 300,000 Riyal. So Connections get this picture with this big check, but they get to take 150.
150,000.
I'd be fuming.
And of course, you don't even get all of that, do you? Because there's various things to pay out of that sometimes as well.
The jockey's got to get paid. Carlo Albaboni was looking up at that figure going, I want some of that.
Yes,
I want some of that money. 18 and 19 are Shibaloma and Sonic. Again, like I said, coming into this race with a little bit of form on their side.
Yeah, I thought, again, going forward, right down to the bottom of the card here, aren't we?
Yeah.
I thought Shibaloma was interesting enough. Again, rating of 68 rather, and 9 defeats and 9 runs suggest that he's got plenty to do. But he did run well when second to Estesad in a course and distance maiden last time out. Does need to build on that, but clearly in decent form. In the frame in 4 of his last 5 starts, so it wouldn't be a massive surprise again. I say, we're talking about these horses could run on and get into a place, but we've seen how some of the races have been run tonight, and if the form horses get at it too soon or sit too far off the pace, depending how that race is run, then these horses we're talking about might be able to get into the places. They can scoop the lot.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to see. If you just happen to be positioned correctly the way the race is run, you can run above yourself.
Malka's obviously very well fancied here, but is there a concern that his confidence has been knocked after that heavy defeat in Group 3 company? Because he was such an easy winner of his previous 2.
Yeah, my gut feeling is that particularly with colts and geldings, I think we think too much about the confidence. Yeah. I think fillies and mares, sometimes it makes a little bit of sense with them. They seem to be a little bit more self-aware.
Wow.
Colts and geldings,
those are your words, not mine.
Yeah. Colts and geldings tend to be oblivious to what happened yesterday. So, they don't remember they were beaten 2 weeks ago. They just remember what happened, 30 seconds ago.
As long as they got fed, that's the main thing.
Goldfish get a bad rap for short memories, but I think racehorses are probably on the other side of that.
We're just seeing, I think it's Sonic getting getting loaded without the jockey on, but the loading process has started. I presume you're with Maltka here then, Rory?
I am with Maltka. Again, we've seen a few turn-ups tonight, and it wouldn't surprise if in a big field here where there's a lot of money to play for.
We'll be back tomorrow. Lee with Anthony Ennis. We'll be back tomorrow. Lee with Anthony Ennis jetting in for a big Saturday programme. Calm Hadhar will be the last runner in here, 2,000 metres. The final big cup race of the night. Stand by. Ready in race 12. Favourite here is the 4, breaking from 4. Flags have been raised, waiting for the starter. Gates back, they are off and racing, and Malta got an excellent beginning from stall 4. There's the primary champion of the racecourses, sponsored by the Jcsa. 3-year-olds, colts and geldings in action over 2,000 metres, and sent through to the front is Wasib Al-Diraya. For third, Al Timyat has got an easy lead of a length and a half. Towards the inside is Heya, who broke well from stall 1. And Moltke in the noseband, red and white jacket, roughly in third position, racing in company there with the blue and yellow silks as they go through the opening furlong. That is the starred colours of Anna Al-Saif, who races alongside and now passed by Thunderstorm. Felfel in the two-tone blue is racing in company with Shibil Omar in mid-division. The maroon jacket, 3 from the left, of Amir Al-Midan, and also Al-Rahawi, who's very wide as they go midway down the back straight. Towards the back of the field, Besht Al-Hakem has only got a couple behind, including Haber. In fact, they are the 2 back markers with Carla Delays, and also Fonda is towards the back of the pack. They've gone through the first 600 metres, and nearest to us, Wasib Al-Diraya, still clinging on to a narrow lead as Moltke has come under a drive, way back in, 7th position, but 3 lengths behind the speed. Up ahead, Thunderstorm taking over with Felfel. Driven to maintain position is Muhi Bukum. And then comes Shibil Omar. Extreme left of that shot for Al-Rahawi with Shibil Omar and Moltke. Now beating a retreat is Wasib Al-Diraya, picking up his Fonda as they reach the top of the lane. Up ahead, it is Felfel. On the inside of Muhi Bukum, these two now pairing off. As picking up well is Al-Rahawi. Then comes Thunderstorm in the same ownership. Moltke is only 5th at the moment with Amir Al-Midan. Harbour now switching towards the inside. Simon out wide of Carla Delays as they approach the final furlong. It is Felfel with the advantage. Here comes Al-Rahawi with Camilo Ospina, who is trying to get to Felfel, who is clinging on here up towards the finish. Felfel has landed the last. Al-Rahawi in second, very close for the minors, including Moltke. Also there was Harbour and Thunderstorm. The winner of the finale is number 3, Felfel, who wins for Noeth Al-Mudiani. A 3rd win in his career on start 16, takes the primary champion of the racecourses, sponsored by the Jcsa, on an excellent programme. Felfel, the winner of the last.
Wow, what a way to end the card. Hannah has a winner, and it was Felfel, a horse who I said has broken many paddock reporters' hearts in the past,
Indeed.
but not today.
You were going to give Hannah a long chat in our debrief afterwards about how she's fallen into a trap there with Felfel. But he's won 3 races now. He does often promise a little bit more than he delivers, but well positioned here and held on in the finish to win under Nawaf Al-Mudiani. The 3 that we shortlisted finished 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the end, so that wasn't a bad finish for the evening. Al-Rawahi ran a very good race for you in 2nd, and Moltke took a long time to get going but ran on best of the rest, I think, to just nab 3rd. But we are looking back at Snafia's win earlier on this evening. This is probably the most impressive performance of the night. You were very sweet on her.
Yeah, this is race 9 where Snafia is just dominating here. She kicked for home early and put the race to bed under Mohammed Al-Daham. A string of second-placed efforts, but that wasn't going to stop her here. I thought she was a bit overpriced at 9-4, and she's proven it.
Yeah, she ended up winning by 8 1/4 lengths in the end. I hadn't realised it was quite such a big margin from Hala, who she'd beaten in Taif earlier in the season. Snafia was beaten on turf on her most recent start, but she was up to 1,400 metres on the dirt here tonight. Thamar Al-Dahani, who doesn't miss too many tricks, thought that would suit her very well. And although she's been running well all season, I thought she must have stepped forward to win this the way she has. Hala rated 97. Listen, you can still say Hala's probably running a little bit below the form she was showing in the spring.
You mentioned times. You mentioned times.
Yeah, the time of this race, 1:27.13, and this track's probably riding a little bit slow at the moment. But Hala did 2 really good times over this trip in the spring. She did 1:25.99, 1:25.6. So we know that historically she's run faster than this, but you can't keep seeing Snafia beating her and keep banging the drum and saying Hala's the better horse. Snufia is clearly going from strength to strength.
That's what I kept saying from the very beginning. Like, the form is so tight and the times mean a lot. But at the end of the day, your eyes don't lie. And when Snufia beat Hala in that sprint championship, Hala was running under an illegitimate trip. She wanted further, there was no doubt. She ran like she wanted further. But I thought Snufia just had every opportunity to just keep getting better and better and better. Interesting that she was campaigned on the turf on her last start.
Yeah,
Very rarely we see these dirt horses switch back to turf.
This is true, but of course plenty of horses are capable of showing decent form on both surfaces, and Thamar Al-Dahani always finds good opportunities for his horses. The question now is how high she can go in the ratings. Yes, you can say maybe Hala's not worth a rating of 97, but the winner was 11 1/4 lengths clear of Night of Desire, who was rated 80 coming into this, and that looked like a conservative rating for her because she showed improved form to win well last time out. She backed that up here. Rocket Money was rated 85, who'd been third behind Snufia and Hala at Taif in September. She's beaten, almost 13 lengths with a rating of 85. So the handicapper must see Snufia as a 100-plus filly, whatever view he takes of Hala here.
Well, look, if he doesn't see her as a 100-plus filly, Thamar Al-Dahani will be kicking in the door to make sure she gets that rating, because he was not happy with the fact that some of his horses weren't rated in the best of ways. It's been a good day to come back. I mean, tiredness is definitely a thing, but I think we've done really well to come back. How have you felt for the rest of the day?
Yes, listen, it's been a tricky card, but there's plenty of learning opportunities here, and tomorrow's card promises to be even better.
Yeah, the Ministry of Sports Cup is the highlight on the card tomorrow. I just want to say thank you to everybody who's watched today. Trust, we missed your two selections in that last race. You had 13 and 14. Didn't quite work out for you, but stick with us tomorrow. It's a super Saturday of racing. The Ministry of Sport Cup is the highlight. We're looking forward to it. Join us right here on the Jcsa YouTube channel. It's here. We're here to stay. Saturdays are all about the racing. Can't wait.